Acknowledge me.
So shut up.
Los Angeles, Brooklyn, Montreal, the whole world.
Oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling for my
Acknowledge me.
Said some shit that I can't let go. So just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things. Realize something needs change.
Welcome everyone to the Heal the Ring podcast with your host PX Sports Jedi Kev on the PX Sports Jedi Network. We have in with us Athletic Minds and Terrence. Let's go right into it. Let's say hello. Good evening to Athletic Minds. How are you, pal?
I'm good, man. How are you, man?
I am doing phenomenal. Thank you so much. Terrence, what up?
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right?
Everything good, man.
Oh, let's go. In the words of Cody Rhodes. So, what do you want to talk about? Let's go right into it. We all talked about night one. We teased it yesterday, the day before yesterday when we did our Heal the Ring podcast on the what if. The Rock comes in and tells the WWE Universe that he wants to sit at the head of the table. Today's podcast, I'm asking when or where should it take place? Everyone's, we all have our thoughts, the rumors, where and how big of a match this is. We're just going to ask you two questions. The question is, what would business sense make wise, and what would you as a consumer or as a fan of the wrestling business, what would you like? And I'll go with you, Athletic. I wanted you to go give whichever one you want to go, the business or your personal. The floor is yours.
I'll kind of answer both. I mean, it's for business. You do not miss an opportunity to get Roman in the ring with The Rock. The Rock is a older guy at this point. He's he hasn't wrestled in a while. You got to strike while he's still as young as he can be. You know what I'm saying? And it's the biggest box office match we could get at this point. Something that's been highly desired by many fans. So, on the business side, you definitely do that match, whether it be at Elimination Chamber, preferably WrestleMania being the most, highly anticipated PLE of the year. But my personal way I would like it to go is, of course, Cody, getting the rub. You know what I'm saying? At WrestleMania, we know how the year prior went, where they're building this story, kind of the likes of John Cena versus The Rock. The first time, then the second time. He got his opportunity second time, and he prevailed. It's kind of like that. But this time around, The Rock is coming to the picture, so things are changing. But I ultimately want Cody to get the rub, because the longer we stretch it out, I just feel like I said before, it won't, like in that WrestleMania 39, I felt like he was white hot, and maybe that could be rekindled, maybe. But like I said, the longer you stretch it out, you just will never know, because sometimes the fans they're really rocking with you, and then something new comes up. You know what I'm saying? And then Cody becomes old news, and I don't want that to happen. Because I think he's at the best point in his career right now, and he's WWE's top face.
Well said there. Well said there. So again, Elimination, Royal Rumble, or WrestleMania? One more time, right before I go right to Terrence.
Me personally, I would do it at Elimination Chamber. But if I'm running a business, I would have to do it at WrestleMania. But my personal opinion, I think it should be done at Elimination Chamber.
That's why I asked that a two-part question, because I know business-wise and fanatic, or what we want as a fan base, or what's in our hearts, might not coexist at the same time with it. That's why I asked that question. Terrence, the same question up for you, my friend. You are a huge Roman Reigns bloodline, and you respect the whole Anonoli, the whole bloodline story. You're a big fan, and knowing you personally, I'm going to ask you both, because it might be different, or I may be surprised. You might have the same thoughts. What is your as a business aspect, or you as a fan, where would you like to see this match happen?
So I had something set, and then kind of like after listening to Athletic a little bit, it hasn't changed that much, but I kind of agree with a little bit of it. So as far as I mean, I could look at it both ways. As I could look at it two different ways as a business aspect. One, I kind of piggyback from off what Athletics said as far as Cody like finishing the story per se because it's been a whole year. You know, you kind of like you built that up. Like he loses the first time, his very first time in the main event of WrestleMania, and to revisit that. Um, and then as you've been like, I don't know if you guys have been like looking at as far as like how they've been like low key kind of building it up. That spot on SmackDown when Cody, for whatever reason, him and Jay was on SmackDown and they won a match. I forgot who against who, but um, they was like exiting. There was Cody almost had left the ring and Jay was already out of the ring giving high fives and fans or whatever. And then Roman's music hits, and then like both of them just kind of like it's like they both like kind of shook or whatever. And Cody looked like the most one that was like kind of like a little the most shook out of all of them. But then just kind of having them have that face to face, it kind of like it tells you that they're actually like they're not forgetting about that storyline. They're listening to what the fans have to say, also how they can like make the fans happier and how they can like get that going. So like to have that tease, that should tell you before the Rock even came in the picture that automatically that was going to be the WrestleMania main event or whatever. I'm not even going to include CM Punk because that's another subject. It's another monkey wrench in the subject. But just going back to that SmackDown, that can tell you that that's going to be a WrestleMania main event. So I would say business wise, the first way of business wise would be um, before The Rock came in, going back to just that SmackDown, and not even just SmackDown, but the WrestleMania before. Finishing the story will make perfect sense at a WrestleMania as opposed to um, and I don't know if you're gonna like mention anything about SummerSlam or Money in
No,
the Bank,
you go
whatever.
ahead.
You'll
It's
get
it's
you'll get to
it's
it.
it's the whole
Um,
story. No, go for it. Go for it. If
but
if you have it on the tip of your tongue, go for it. Let it go. Let it rip.
so like as far as like it will make better sense to finish it at the next WrestleMania as opposed to like maybe winning the Money in the Bank briefcase or at a SummerSlam or a Survivor Series, even though that those are the big events in their regard. But business wise, it will make sense to finish that match at WrestleMania. Now, as far as the other side that I was saying business wise, Rock and Roman, that's to me that's an instant WrestleMania match. That's not an elimination chamber match. That's not a SummerSlam Survivor Series. That's not a and no that's not a knock at Australia because I know that crowd is gonna be live and that's the last pay per view PLE excuse me before WrestleMania. So I get that they want to try to like get everybody like to finish everything story with Roman wise or Cody and The Rock or whatever. But Rock and Roman, that's a Mania match in my regard, instantly Mania match. So business wise, that would make sense. And in my personal opinion, to me, I was thinking because before The Rock even came back, like to Raw, not to SmackDown, I was thinking that if they were going to do something with him, we already have the Cody thing going, so I figured, maybe they kind of tease that the next WWE calendar year, have Cody and Roman go at it this year at WrestleMania, and then have The Rock come in and, because The Rock and Roman is not it's not a title championship storyline. It's a tribal chief who's the head of the table type storyline. So save that for next year's WrestleMania. That's what I was thinking about a long time ago. Save that for WrestleMania 41, even though it's not going to be in Philly but at least it'll give The Rock enough time to get in ring shape because he's, as you can see him, he's already like he trains, he's in the gym, whatever. But to get in ring shape, to get that quality time in the ring, takes his time. That way, he doesn't have to worry about getting injured, even though he's just training for one match. But still, you never know. Um, so just looking at it from that perspective, like I first thought that it should be at a WrestleMania 41, but now that The Rock is back and he's already like mentioned it, should he sit at the head of the table? Well, you just go ahead and just instantly just put that on WrestleMania 40. It's not a knock at Wrestle. It's not a knock at Elimination Chamber, Australia, none of those things. That's going to be a spectacular pay per view in itself. But and I'm not saying that it won't be a hell of a match at Elimination Chamber as well. But you want to do it a Cody Roman or definitely The Rock and the Roman. It's a WrestleMania match, business wise and just from my perspective.
All right, got you. now this is why these debates are phenomenal to have this on this podcast, because we I listen to both of you gentlemen, and listening, other folks on different podcasts, either on Busted Open or any other place. Business wise, like you just said, Terrence, does it really need to be rushed
Right.
this WrestleMania? It's in Philadelphia. It's already sold out. Not a seat whatsoever. The way The Rock is very cutting a promo still, that doesn't get old with age. It doesn't die out. Heck, we saw John Cena and The Rock almost wait a year before they actually got into the ring, and then of course the rematch. Um, it all depends what. Again, that's the only thing that puts the hamper is the Hollywood schedule. How long does Rock have, or his schedule? Because if can you afford to wait for another year? Remember, he has to run a football league as well. He's not just a actor; he's an entrepreneur who's got to does so many other things. If his available date is now, I hate to say it, you got to strike while the iron's hot. If you could wait, it would be perfect for next year's WrestleMania, because you could have here in this or here's another scenario where, let's say they do announce that they're going to have this match, and it will be now in Australia. You have some type of a finish of head of the table, even if the title is going to be on the line or not. Have that match set up there, and the have CM Punk, Heyman call in a favor. Remember, he was a Heyman guy. Punk interferes some way, somehow. I don't know how. This is a problem, because you might be turning Punk as a heel, and have him interfere. And when he interferes, there it goes. Roman retains, but awaiting for him at WrestleMania is Cody Rhodes winning the Elimination Chamber. Also, you could have for WrestleMania, if Rock is available, take on CM Punk, or when Rock returns, says, no, you had interference. You can't even be head of the table. Or he could cut a promo saying that you only win by, how everyone says about it, interference from my family members. Well, we're gonna really see no, none of our family members are gonna interfere. We'll go 1-on-1 at WrestleMania 41 in Atlanta. Maybe you could go that route. I know it's a lot of different things there. That's I said it first originally. Personally, I would like to see them at this WrestleMania, where I would like to see Cody win Money in the Bank, win it at his father's made match in the War Games in Survivor Series. Finish a story with my father's match that he made, and I'm gonna win it. And in a match that he designed. He designed this match perfectly, from having your family interfere in my family, and I'm gonna complete my story, once and for all. So I think that's a route there. What's up, Chris? How are you, man?
What's up, Kev? What's up, Terrence? What's up, Athletic?
What up?
Good,
What up?
man.
What up? What up?
Welcome to the Heel Ring Podcast. We were talking about, this storyline with Rock, Roman. I'm asking the panel, ask yourself, what is your desire as a fan? What do you want to see upcoming? Where Rock and Roman meet up, and what will make business sense? You could go. You can ask them both at the same time, and one at a time. The floor is yours, Chris.
Um, I feel like it wouldn't matter if Cody wrestled Roman at WrestleMania, because I still think Roman's gonna win. So I'd rather just do the Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania and push Cody and Roman for SummerSlam.
SummerSlam, okay. And what's business sense?
They're probably gonna do it in Australia in the Elimination Chamber. Especially being in Australia for what is this the first time?
Mhm.
Yeah, in a
So
while, in quite some time. Yeah, very long time.
yeah, so it's probably gonna be that. So that's just how WWE is, especially pushing, trying to make it a global entertainment, sports entertainment brand. So I can see Rock versus Roman at Elimination Chamber.
Rock versus Roman Elimination Chamber. Let me ask this question to the panel: if it is, we get Rock and Roman at WrestleMania 40, what are the odds that match will get booed out by those Philadelphia fans, because they're really finical and they are totally
Yeah.
in bizarre world? Any thoughts that will get booed out?
Dude, I don't know. Nah, nah, I don't
I
think.
don't think so.
No, I think because maybe there might be some booze just because if it happens, they'll be booing because they want to see Cody and Roman, but those will be like the Cody booers or whatever. But as far as like from a perspective of wanting to see the match for the longest. Now remember, we've been wanting to see this match since since 2020, 2021, or whatever. I don't think it would
Hmm.
be like heavy. It's not going to be a Chicago type deal where they pull the hell out of John Cena or ECW one night stand type of deal. It might be a few chatters or whatever, but I don't think it'd be like anything drowning out.
I I think it'll be very extremely inconvenient if we just seen CM Punk come back however long ago, and a lot of people think he's gonna beat Seth Rollins for that title if Seth Rollins makes it that far with the title at WrestleMania. If that happens, and Cody's just in some mid card match with whoever or some irrelevant rivalry at WrestleMania, it's like, how would he feel about it? Like, I know I wouldn't be happy about that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it is just filler to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I think not
I
only
like.
that, you gotta be worried that Rollins' contract is up in April. You don't
Mm,
want to piss him off too much when you're gonna have to do the job for Phil,
right.
and he does it. And maybe that's a game changer if he leaves the company. Good, Chris.
I was about to say I agree with Hill. Cody and Randy might be the get to WrestleMania. I mean, they got a story of themselves too.
yeah, that's a good one.
That'll be a
And
good one. Yeah.
and speaking about story, let me ask this question: Who read and it's the truth, honest truth. Whose story was first? The Bloodline story came up to wrestling to
Yep,
be completed first, or is it the Cody Rhodes story returning back to wrestling to WWE to finish his story? Whose story is first? To me, it's the Bloodline.
that's the
But
Yeah,
bloodline.
it's a
to me, it's
bloodline.
the bloodline. That's why I kind of like think that WWE should push The Rock and Roman at WrestleMania first because we want to finish that. Let's face it, Roman is winding down where he might be an attraction wrestler. As we already is a wrestling limited with the title, but maybe even if the title is not on him anymore, we'll probably see Roman occasionally, like when someone thinks he's above high and mighty, here comes Roman to try to humble this new talent or try to give him the rub. That kind of like Brock Lesnar. I think Roman will fall into that once the strap when they decide to move on from him. So I'm gonna ask this around: what storyline really is first? And Chris, your thoughts?
It's the bloodline. And not just that. If people really clamoring about Cody and Roman, y'all not understanding the story or the logic of what's going on. It doesn't matter who Roman face at WrestleMania. Roman's gonna win. So I just feel like what's the point of doing the Cody thing? You might as well wait to SummerSlam. I feel like that would be a better moment for Cody to get the title.
Interesting. Athletic.
You repeat the question?
It's which storyline you think needs to be finished first, or which one was first? What the Roman bloodline, the whole bloodline storyline, or the Cody Rhodes return finishing his story and capturing gold?
I think the bloodline, although the storyline did come first, it's very lengthy. It's been going on for almost 4 years. You know what I'm saying? There's been a lot of great storytelling in that, and I'm not saying it's plateau because this would be the final act, of course, with The Rock. But I'm more so saying that basically this is something new. With Cody coming in, and I forget the brother's name. Excuse me, no disrespect. That was just talking. Chris,
That's
excuse me.
Chris. Chris.
Yeah,
Chris.
Chris. He was just saying how he like Roman's gonna win because they want him to surpass the Hulk Hogan record and things of that nature. But I just feel as though if that does happen, if he does, whoever he faces, The Rock or Cody, if he's successful, and Cody does go on to win Money in the Bank or whatever the case may be, and then he happens to have a match with Roman to beat him at SummerSlam. I just feel like at that point, it's dragged out, and Roman would have already like he just beat The Rock. What more did he have to accomplish? He'll lose the belt, and it won't have the same magic that it would happen that it would have at this point if he would have beat him now, while Roman is still relatively what he is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Terrence, your thoughts there on that storyline? Which first? Which one you think?
I mean, so this is a it's a tricky one. Looking at it from just like from a few years perspective, I want to say the Bloodline story has been going on for quite some time, and it's not just been going on; it's been delivering. It had its like few
Correct.
stale moments. I get that.
Mhm.
Like I have to admit that, even though I'm a Bloodline fan. But for the most part, it's been going on. It's been pretty worthy television, worthy, drama filled, everything. It's been worthy to watch. That
Right.
compared to Cody's story just coming back at WrestleMania, that has been the first story, so I think that would be the story to complete first. However, um, going back to since since Cody has been coming back at WrestleMania 38, he's been trying to, and not even just with him and his family. I'm going to say that they've been trying to like finish the Rhodes family story for quite some time because
Mm.
he hasn't, Dusty hasn't won it, Cody hasn't won it, you know. So just going back all the way to history, yeah, he's won titles. Cody has and Dusty has, and you can dare say Cody Goldust has too, but no one in the Rhodes family. I know this is more about Dusty than it is Goldust and Cody, but just in that fact, going back to all the way when Dusty was fighting, if you want to just say that and not just from a TV wise, watching it on TV, it makes sense that that also that can be the story to finish first, and then you can kind of have Roman and Rock finish that storyline, and then Roman can kind of go off into the sunset or whatever. Actually, both of them, because it's not going to be a title match, but so from a TV perspective, it's the bloodline, obviously, because it's been going on for quite some time. But for Cody's story, for the Road story, um, that and looking at it in that way, that's been like the first, story that hasn't been completed going on since 1980 or 70 or however long, you know, Dusty was fighting. So that's just that's just my perspective on it.
I,
No,
I
good one there. Go ahead, Athletic.
I got a question. I honestly do get the whole record that they're trying to make Roman break, but it just to me it's just really more overpowering his legacy to a point. It doesn't have to be. We know what he is. He's an all time great at this point. I get that, but just for them hanging the hat on that record, it's kind of it's like by them going for that record and having him go past WrestleMania with the belt, it's like okay, you do that, he'll have the record, but other people are at not at risk, but you're taking from other people if you get what I'm saying. Like opportunities are gonna be missed because you have to break this record. That's okay. We're gonna talk about it. Okay, Roman Reigns was, but what is it really doing? It's only like it's. I kind of compare this to when Brock Lesnar beat the Undertaker. Like he didn't need it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really need it. Like he's Brock Lesnar. We know what he is. He was OP. Like they really were just giving him the rub every 5 seconds. It's like he doesn't need it. So I just feel like Roman really doesn't need it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just I really don't get the significance of it, other than it being a record.
I disagree because I think the mistake of Brock Lesnar was gotten the rub when he beat and took the streak away from Undertaker. Now he became a larger than life because he would have been just okay. Here he comes. He does this and that. Now he became a bigger attraction. It kind of felt like not passing on the mantle, but Undertaker was this streak and he was this aura. And I think Undertaker gave that aura to Brock as Undertaker. We knew he was leaving or he was getting to advance in age where we kind of see Brock pass that aura a little bit to Cody at SummerSlam. Now, when if and when whoever defeats Roman Reigns for that title, that's like passing that aura to them. And now let me make this out there.
Mm-hmm.
If everyone complains about Roman owning 11 title defenses in a calendar year, well, it's a blessing in disguise, and people are gonna say, how the hell is that? Well, I'm gonna explain it. The reason why is if he's wrestling 30 days or he's wrestling and he's continues in this streak to beat everybody from Sami Zayn, from we saw him LA Knight, so and so. Everyone's like, oh God, everyone is just there's no hope. What's the point? Everyone gets like pegged, or it felt like everyone else keeps not getting buried, or there is when you don't see him much and when he defends it, it becomes special because is this the guy? Is that the guy? And I think there's something about it, not him ever seeing him over and over and over because you kind of appreciate it. I understand 11 times is little too low. I get it. Maybe 15 or in whatever, so 20. Yeah, but still, it's a weird one because if he would have been McIntyre, look at McIntyre now, can't be um cannot be Rollins, and we haven't seen Rollins and Roman yet again, or for title versus title. That's still fresh. So they're
Yeah.
still fresh, but the more you keep them more apart, the more of a buildup of a suspense and want to see these matchups. But if you have them all the time defending, you're gonna have to get to them, and you're gonna go and you're gonna have to recycle some of your opponents. Your thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I'm happy. I don't mind the long title reign because I get tired of passing the title like you're passing a female around,
Right.
and I just don't like that. Like that's so boring. Like I remember it was John Cena Edge was passing that title around so much. It was getting so stale. It's like I don't mind the long reign because I feel like like you said, whoever takes it from Roman, now is their man on that. Now people that have come for them. So it's like it to me, regardless, like like I said before, I'm a big Cody fan too, athletic. I understand, but I also like told Kev, and I'm gonna keep saying this. There's only one person that can push that storyline to the side for a little while, and that's The Rock. And look what
Yep.
happened. He shows up, and because I feel like the Bloodline story does need to end, and just falling through the cracks too a little bit, and people are forgetting about this. I know Hill just brought it up. Is Jimmy and Jay into the fold too? Because they got to have their match too.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, for sure. For
I
sure.
don't know why, but I just feel like if Cody gets the win, while if he gets the win over Roman, while the Bloodline storyline is not completed yet, I just feels I don't know why. Just for me, it just feels like it's more like I don't know. I don't know why I feel that way.
No, I don't think
Because
it's not
because
completed though. Go ahead, Terrence.
nah, because I was gonna say like because like either way, if Roman beats Cody or Cody beats Roman, one story will be finished and one story will be needed, will be needed to be completed. And
Right.
let's just say Cody defeats Roman at WrestleMania. Now, we still are clamoring for the Rock and Roman for the head
Yeah.
of the table. So whenever that happens, that story can kind of continue to drag out a little bit. Barring that, Jay and Jimmy reunite or they have some kind of siding where they side with The Rock or they side with Roman or something like that, leading to the WrestleMania, and then those two would have the match, and then once that match is over with, then that entire storyline can be completed. So, like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, Cody would already have finished his story. He's a champion, yada yada yada. Bloodline story will be completed. So it won't. I don't think he will mess up It's not going to mess up the Bloodline story in one bit. At least that's what I think.
And
No, yeah.
I was gonna say, and I wanted to say this too. What's Ric Flair's catchphrase? To beat a man, you got to beat the man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
Sure.
nobody can beat Roman right now, regardless if he getting help from Sokoa, the Usos, anybody. Nobody can beat him. So it's
Eh,
like I said, I don't think it doesn't matter when he loses the title. I just think whoever does beat him now, like I said, they're gonna have that mystique. Like, damn, can we beat him?
Yeah.
right, right, and then become special. And again, I
Hmm.
think the bloodline storyline, even if Roman drops it to Cody, doesn't end either. Like you said, there is the head of the table with The Rock. You also have the anointed one, Solo Sokoa, up and coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jimmy and Jay Uso, where Jay could be a little jealous of Solo Sokoa being called the anointed one in front of his own face. Where maybe Jimmy, excuse me. And then Jay was like, "No, my little brother is the anointed one." I kind of agree that bloodline storyline could continue. They could even add, up and coming. Well, what made you? I'm the young blood in Zila Fatu, or Jacob Fatu. There's so many storylines that they could add to this, and that bloodline could continue going. And of course, either way, whichever way they want to go, storylines, I hate to say it, ladies and gentlemen, storylines could continue because Cody could still not finish his story, and shout out for today earlier they had Wrestle Kingdom, a 10-year story. Finally, the challenger, I forget his name, he beat Caserata, at Wrestle Kingdom for the IWGC Heavyweight Champion. That was 10 years in chasing that title. He finally won at Wrestle Kingdom. When now the jokes is will finish his story before Cody. But my point is that didn't and that was a great match. I got up at 5 in the morning just to see that match. I wanted to see the rest of Wrestle Kingdom, and I just didn't get up. And I saw that. I saw the main event, and that was a great main event. He finally finished his story after 10 years. So
Wow.
if done right, and us wrestling fans and keep this telling the story correctly, I think we could continue to watch and support Cody Rhodes. Everybody's afraid that he'll get cold or stale, not support. I'm gonna put this here, and I know this is different. In if you could look it up in daytime Emmys, because this is a male soap opera. There's a famous soap opera actress called Susan Lucci, Erica Kane from All My Children. It took her for years to win their version of an Oscar for the daytime an Emmy. An Emmy every year she was nominated and never won that Emmy. Then she finally did after many years. So you even see that even in Hollywood, or even and you could still continue bringing that bridesmaid and finally getting there. But as well as she told the story, didn't stop her from being nominated as Best Actress of the Year, because she still did her job and her craft and kept people watching All My Children for over almost like 45 years on the air. People will still tune in my case. But I agree. You might get some people that say, oh, here we go, the same thing. But if you're adding a rock and you're adding some wrinkles in there, where you could. But again, it's up to the creative team in WWE to intrigue our creativity to want to draw in and ask and want to hear more.
Yeah, because like, and going in with that, like as far as like you just said there, like, um, it could still work. Like if you add like The Rock, or then like you said, if you add like, there's a bloodline story. The bloodline is not just only WWE. Like you got Zilla Too, you got some other wrestlers out there, making a name for themselves. So just like, if it's just like after The Rock leaves and it's just like still Jay and Roman and Jimmy and Solo and they're doing their thing, there's only so many times that they can like go so many ways with that storyline to where people would get like, oh, when is it going to end? When is it going to end? But like you said, I agree with you. Like if you go ahead and if you add like The Rock in, like they just kind of just low key did on Monday, or if they for the future add like some of the bloodline members outside of the WWE, like Noah family, then like it can still like go on for a little bit. It can be a little entertaining. So I'm with that.
And this storyline with the Rock and Roman, now that it is looking like it's going to happen, I think they need to go all out. They need to bring as much people from the bloodline that they can to just make this storyline as big as it could possibly be. But I'm trying to see a lot of storytelling in this rivalry with the Rock and Roman. Like just go all out, in my opinion.
And this is where I could see Rock's daughter being involved in this.
Yeah, add everybody into it. Get everybody involved. It'll just be big.
Yeah, I mean, like as far as and then kind of going back to the point that we was talking about a little earlier,
Mm-hmm.
the person to actually beat Roman, they're already they already have their eye on them low key, or they have to actually know and be very confident in them. And Cody is number one automatically because he's doing a great
Hmm.
job, not just inside of WWE, but outside, representing the brand. I don't know if you guys saw it on Twitter, but he
Yep.
just paid for
The wrestling club.
help me out, yeah, wrestling club about to go to
Hmm.
WrestleMania. So just doing things like that, shows that he's capable of like being a leader and being like, just not only like a physical champion, but like a mental like champion outside of WWE, doing
Correct.
the things and representing the company the right way. So they're already prepping Cody already. So like they have to have that aura about him to where Roman has already. So regardless if it's Cody or whoever else, and I don't see anybody else that could beat Roman besides maybe The Rock or even just the current roster, they have to already have been like, even just by now, been on a good, decent run and feasible run, and like knowing what they're knowing, and like having the backbone and everything like that to actually, once Roman leaves, oh damn, he's the one to beat. Now let's see how we can how we can get him down. And it's not just going to be a hot potato type of deal. WWE is looking at it from, you know, they're not going to break records anymore because Roman and Gunther, they're already like doing their thing or whatever. But as far as just like doing hot potato, like I don't like that. Like they're preparing for something different than that. So they have to have that aura. Like going back to what Jedi was saying.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the point with the hot potato, but that gets to know because it was a period in wrestling. I think around 2017 to 2019, things got fuzzy with the title. I didn't know who had the title. I didn't know what rivalry. It was just going around that time. I didn't know jack shit. I didn't know nothing because it was just they kept like just like you said, hot potato in the title. Like it was crazy.
And what we seen with Cody, kudos to him, and we spoke a little bit before we went on the air. Of Athletic Mind saw the documentary on A&E, not A&E, on Peacock, of Cody Rhodes. When he's going to the desert and his mission statement, returning to the WWE and so forth. And the way you see that he's conducting himself, because it looks like, they're preparing him, and they're preparing him with his mindset, his and how to be the face of the company going forward, where he's going to have to make all those appearances, the Jimmy Kibbles, the though you don't want to go there, you probably want to go to the other one on NBC, and you continue going elsewhere, the late night talk shows on Peacock, or being the face of the company here, showing your face there. He did a phenomenal gesture there with the wrestling club, paying for all those young men and women to go there, hotel, transportation, and WrestleMania tickets for Dean Perry, who does a phenomenal job, by the way, for the wrestling club. If you're listening to me and my voice, check those guys out. Buy some merch. They have a really nice sweater. I got to get me a sweater myself and a shirt from Dean Perry out there at the wrestling club. They do phenomenal work, and also Cody's conducting him, and I mentioned it before, and I'm going to say it here. Cody's conducting himself to be the next mime to take over the wrestling business as a business owner. So he's going to know what's right for business. Maybe it's Cody, that makes that last decision audible in of creative and says, you know what, let them have the WrestleMania spot. I think I could wait another year. I could continue working and learning and continue to grow the chase. Maybe he has ideas of how he could grow the chase. Remember, what is the biggest attribute of a babyface in wrestling? Is the chase and the sympathy of the crowd. What more sympathy and the chase he'll have if he can't get to Roman? Think about it.
Mm, that's a good point. That's a good
When
point.
when I was watching the documentary, and this Cody's a different person than he is now. He's learned a lot, but I did see how bothered he can be, with and this was a more sensitive situation with his father and Dusty's kids, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
That situation. There was another situation with the Stardust character that he thought he was gonna move in a different direction, and then he was telling me like, look, and he gave his all to that character, like even prior to me watching this, I was like, man, like, I would have never known he was not enjoying playing that character because he really dedicated himself to the character. He kept kayfabe alive. He was out in public wearing this, when he was enjoying time with his family. Like he really put everything into the character. When it was time for him to say, okay, look, I'm in a different place. I'm ready to move on from this character. They wouldn't let him. You know what I'm saying? And he eventually moved on. I just hope at this point, like you said, like he's a different person. We know the mind that he has, that he's more than just a wrestler. He's a jack of all trades. I just hope that he's more mature at this point, to understand that, sometimes your moment is not now. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, things change, new things come up. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to take that back seat for the better of the company.
absolutely. And let me ask this here. Cody Rhodes just signed a new contract in late November for a 5-year extension. Knowing that there were rumors of CM Punk not being there, he's got whatever his deal was with Vince McMahon and Triple H was part of it there with Nick Khan. All three were there. And knowing that situation, and they must have been awarded some stipulation for Cody Rhodes, because it shows like a Booker and Cody, and it looks like he has some input a lot in his creative direction. He wouldn't, if he knew things were going to be changing, because he saw that in All Elite where things were changing, and he quietly let his contract expire and left. Here, I think he would have done the same thing. Quietly let the contract expire and leave if he thought things were going to go a little bit out of hand or doesn't trust the direction of the company. And by him signing up for 5 years, that's a long time. That's a lot of catering backstage if they're not using him, or unhappiness. So he's got to know something, and I think it foretells a lot about Cody Rhodes going forward with it by signing for the 5 years. Or am I seeing a little too much or beyond with that?
Right, and there's another thing I wanted to say. Man, I forgot, bro. Man, nah, go. I can skip over me. I
Well,
forgot.
I wanted to say this too because I said it during your last stream. I know he was probably second fiddle when it came to Seth Rollins with his dad and everything. But I can say one thing he did pick up from his dad is learning the business and how the business goes and stuff like that. He's starting to embrace it a little bit more, and now he's probably seeing even more how special his dad was, and he's like, maybe I want to build that type of legacy. So when my kids grow up, I want them to know who their dad was, and that's just how I feel about it. Like Kevin said, like if he really knew something was gonna happen or they was gonna swerve him, I think he would have quietly just let the contract go and was like, yeah, I'm gonna do my own thing again. But I just think they got bigger plans for him, and I think he knows that. And I don't think it doesn't matter who comes in. I don't care who takes his shine. He's too over to be like, oh, I'm a give up type thing because this ain't the same Cody from 10 to 15 years ago, and this ain't the same company 10 to 15 years ago. This is Triple H. It's
Absolutely.
not Vince McMahon. I
Nope.
don't think Vince will play Cody like this to say, "Oh no, we're gonna go in a different direction." I don't think that's gonna happen. I think Cody's just too over, and I think he knows what's best for business. And I think he wants this storyline with the Rock and stuff because you could only do so much. It's not like it's an old match. We never seen Roman and Rock before.
Hmm. Right.
So I just feel like I said, this is the best opportunity. You might as well get it out the way because you don't want that what if that the whole Sting situation with the Undertaker and Sting. You don't want the what if. You want to get it out the way before Rock gets too old.
That's a great point. Yeah, because we know he's always busy, and I'm surprised he ain't
Yeah.
busy at this point with the new year. So we never know what'll come up for him.
Hmm. And I'm gonna keep saying this. Thank that Make a Wish kid because if it wasn't for that wish, I
Yeah.
guarantee you Rock would be making movies. He wouldn't even bat an eye.
No, for real. That's a great point. Great point. I wasn't even thinking about that. Like when he said he was gonna he made that wish. I wasn't. I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't thinking about Roman and Rock. I was just like thinking
Facts.
about him. Okay, getting in the ring, doing like a little match. Kind of like how he did at WrestleMania. It was an impromptu match, but in the WrestleMania match with him and Eric
Rousey.
Rowan.
Okay.
Remember
Yeah,
that one?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. The Wyatt family,
Yeah,
the Wyatt family. I remember. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I think it's gonna be like since maybe it'll be a bit longer than that, but I think I was thinking too much like that. Like I wasn't thinking about Roman up until Monday. So, but yeah,
There's also something I seen in the documentary with Cody, like, cause there was always this, I would say, narrative at this point, cause he said it that he left AEW because of money, and he was like, no, that's not the case. I left because of personal reason. I really wonder what that
Hmm.
personal reason is, but
yeah,
I
what
mean,
could that personal reason be?
we
We
could
know.
speculate. We know what it is.
Hmm.
It's he has a different mindset of running how the business should be run. With the agents, again, that's I didn't say it came from Cody, but from people close to him was again agents trying to correct talent on making the product better in the ring, and he knows that he's a student of that because who else would have been more tougher on his matches than his dad, and his dad was asked that from Seth, from Roman. You did hell of a match, but I need you to do this, 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 and explain them why. And I was also told by Bubba Ray Dudley. Bob Dubba was like, I loved about listening to the coaches from Dusty and guys like that in that camp. They would tell you why, and they'll explain to you why you should have done it this way. And then and what happens that when you tell them telling your talent why, the owner comes to hug you and mark over you and gives you hugs, you're not going to listen to the coach to tell you why you did it wrong. You're going to say, screw that. This guy that pays my check loves it. Why should I listen to you telling me why? Because you want it your way. And that's the attitude. That's why he saw the philosophy, the changing of the direction and the product on every night going out. He says, you know what? Things are going, I'm not going to be abruptive. I'm not going to be scandalous. something that I build, I'm not going to be the one to tear it down. I'll just quietly, abruptly exit stage right, and that's exactly what he did. And he was perfect. You know what? And he even had himself mature there by saying that, Chris. I mean, I loved it.
Yeah,
Oh,
and he didn't want to tarnish his brand when it came to say like the Chris Jericho situation, because then it would have been like, oh, so did Cody knew? If Cody knew, why he didn't say something in the company type thing. So
Mm.
now that he left the company, ain't nobody asking that question because he's not a part of that company no more. And he probably saw the writing on the wall with the immaturity with some of these wrestlers, like the whole CM Punk situation when he's trying to teach and learn. That's the crazy part. It's like CM Punk is mature to where now he's trying to teach the young wrestlers to last longer and stuff like that. And for him to do that and humble himself and you just backslap him, basically, I don't blame CM Punk for punching him and saying, okay, fire me. I'll go back to WWE.
No,
I
I mean,
was,
like,
I was. Oh, my bad.
no, I was just gonna say, like, this Cody saw the storm coming, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he left AEW. CM Punk, he was on the tail end of it a little bit, but I'm glad he got up out of there when he got up out of there because, I mean, even just being there at that time, like I think at that time he already pretty much matured. Like he wasn't the same guy that he was even like 9, 10 years ago. Like if this was him back then, who knows how he would have acted today? But he's already pretty much like matured at that point. So just him coming back to WWE and just like working with, like you said, they're working with the talent at NXT, and I'm pretty sure he was in there like giving him advice and stuff like that and stuff like that. It just like shows him maturity, and he got away from the storm, so like he still has a lot more time to do his thing like Cody.
Yeah, I was surprised that they even gave AEW the reference. I was like, wow, I was waiting on it. Like I was telling Kev backstage, I was like, man, I didn't know. Like I thought they was gonna do like, okay, he left. They showed a little bit of the promotions he went to, the little gyms he was wrestling. I thought they was gonna do a skip jump, like, oh yeah, he spent a little
Yeah,
time at this,
yeah.
this one wrestling company and then jump over it. I thought they was gonna do that, but I like how they, let him explain his whole story and told.
That because
Absolutely.
that way of it, that way if they would have did it like that, I think that would have been. I'll call that the Vince McMahon way. It's kind of like
Right.
let's say let's not revisit that. Let's just kind of like we have your time with WWE when you was there in 2014, and then we have your time here in WWE how you're now. No, Triple H's way, revisit the whole thing. Cody Rhodes way, let him do it. Revisit the whole thing, man.
Right.
So the whole story.
Yeah, it
Right.
was it was beautiful, man. I can't believe it took me that long to watch it, man. But it was
But
great.
hey,
Hey,
it came at a good time though because now the story it makes you appreciate the Cody Rhodes story, see what's going on. Also, what the adversity and also it can it when that came out, that kind of put like a little bit of a fire where, especially after Roman beats Cody, everyone's going up in arms. That documentary I think came out like about almost 40 days or somewhere in that. Don't hold me to the fire at my 30 to 40 days after that WrestleMania. um, and then you see the story, and then you go, "Oh, wait a minute! All right, let's, yeah, you know what?" And then you start looking at the history of this of the roads, from Dusty to Dustin, and you see that adversity that they're going through. You're gonna say, "You know what? The payoff here is gonna be great," and especially that Vince is no longer there. Then you know that Triple H, Paul Levesque respects the business, the history. And I didn't say Vince doesn't. Vince is the pioneer. He's the author who made the business, or he's from day one. You could think of the big hand that started writing the book, and now others are going to try to complete the book. It's the same thing in the story of the Bible. There's the creator, and then different prophets and a disciple started writing different chapters of the Bible. This is what the wrestling beginning is. I'm not saying Vince is God. No, don't misinterpret me. But he's one of the first ones to. He's the first one to start the book, and then of course, and he probably wrote maybe the Old Testament. And now the New Testament is starting to run by Triple H. So before everybody goes, Jedi says Vince is God. No, 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 no. I just wanted to clear that up
Nah,
there first. But I'm
nah.
trying
I
because you
like
know how
that.
people twist that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now these different people are writing the different verses of the wrestling Bible, the wrestling story until eternity. And I love that now with Cody. we got some people that knows the business, respects it, and knows it, understands it. And I mean, I know between Nick Khan and Triple H, they know what is the business. It's about making money, what makes money, and I think they know. That's why I don't feel so bad or worried that they're going in a negative way. If whatever direction they'll go, I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy it, but don't make it corny. That's all I say. Please don't make it corny or patronize us. Just and I know he won't because he's been hitting on all cylinders when it comes to right now wrestling the way all time, and I want to get this stat. I saw this stat right now that I'm looking. Hulk Hogan in his years of his streak defended his title 468 title defenses.
Damn.
Roman 54. But here's the thing. There were and everybody what was before this there was and I remember when I did this channel when I started talking wrestling, when I started doing wrestling podcasts, and again, I'm not taking any shots. You're a part of that program because you were the beginning as well, and we had Mitch on from the wrestling experience as guest, and they will come on and they will complain wrestling is boring, 50-50 booking and repeat matches. Hogan in that 468, if you look at the numbers of repeat matches in there, guaranteed he has a lot of repeat matches, a repeat opponents. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do the math. I mean, five. What do you say? 400 defenses. It ain't a much. It ain't a lot of wrestlers. You know what I'm saying? 400. Come on.
No. He's fighting
I
the
mean,
same Paul Orndorff. I mean, God knows how many towns he must have wrestled them and how many times a day because they used to wrestle twice on Sundays, and that wasn't literally. That's not even. That wasn't even. That's where the reference probably came from.
oh,
Yeah,
that
most likely.
is crazy.
That's like it's not that many damn wrestlers and way he defended that title. Because if he beat that many people, like different people, come on,
No,
man.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
crazy.
he must have fought Bad News Brown so many times. I seen him fight Bad News Brown so many times at Madison Square Garden at the house shows, and I've said it so many times. I've told you time and time. I used to go a lot to the house shows. My uncle used to take me. Used to see Vladimir a lot there and so forth. And there was a lot of repeat Hulk Hogan matches. But who cares? As a kid, let's go Hulkamania. Beat the bum. Marty Piper and Hulk Hogan. How many times they from WrestleMania 1 and throughout they wrestled up and down the East Coast and all over across the country. Kang, my goodness, how many so many different wrestling opponents over and over, repeating different 99 out. Count it out. So let me ask you this: the way modern technology is now with the social media, heck, we saw in the holiday tour the Dominic and Punk matches on internet. A guy stood there with his phone and recorded the whole thing, and we watched it. Imagine if Roman would have been doing those type of repeat matches, and we saw it in the holiday tour. We saw Seth Rollins beat McIntyre like 3 times before they did it on Monday Night Raw. Imagine if all that social media, the backlash that Roman will be getting for fighting the same people over and over. Athletic.
Oh yeah, look, social media with social media in any sport, the criticism is always going to be 10,000 times more worse than back then when there was no social media. You know what I'm saying? So, that just what comes with the new times.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
Terrence, right? You think they'll go crazy, right? If he would repeat and wrestle the same wrestlers over, we were getting that already with Roman.
Listen, they were being a frenzy because especially just look at how Twitter is today, like speculation and then all this. If Hulk Hogan or if Roman Reigns like defeated Seth Rollins a dozen times and then he defeats Drew McIntyre times that and so and it's like, okay, who have you beaten? He hasn't fought the same person that many times, and granted, he shouldn't. It should be just one person, or if it's Cody again, and maybe twice, but that's about it. They will be in an uproar, man, for real. I'm glad it's not like that with Roman.
Yeah, it's truly special, man. I remember the dog days of Roman Reigns. Oh, I want to throw up, man. It's a whole lot better now. I'll tell you that. He's a legend, man. He's a walking
That was my
legend, but I'll
boy.
tell you that.
That was my boy since then. I was, and like it hurts, and then like it also is, it's satisfying at the same time because like I was always like a fan of him and the Usos and stuff like that. So like watching him during that time, you can tell like
You
it's
see it.
in a fantasy world, like in my mind, the fantasy world, I want the crowd to cheer him and stuff like that. But at the same time, during that time, Vince was like making decisions and booking him the wrongly
Bruh.
and doing all this other
Like
stuff.
it's
And like, I'm like, come on,
it's
man.
so look, it's so obvious, Terrence. Like I don't know, like in retrospect, they played it out not perfectly, but they knew who was ready, right? They went with Seth,
Mm,
but when I was watching, I'm like, oh yeah, he's gonna be the one to topple these guys. He going one day, he going to destroy them, beat the hell out of them. He's gonna be the heel. Like
yeah,
you could just see the aura on him. He was meant to be a heel at first sight. Like just his
yeah,
aura, the way he'll spear you. He just had the attitude, the mean streak. I'm like, it's gonna be him. Then they went with Seth. I was surprised because I didn't really look at Seth as being the one who was going to get the rub first. I always thought it was gonna be Roman, but Seth was ready. Seth, I feel like he had
yeah.
more experience than Roman. He was just more seasoned, so they went with him, and it made sense, in retrospect. But I always thought it was gonna be Roman to do it.
Yeah, it made sense for that. That was the right decision to do. Like it was a nice swerve for everybody.
Right,
And then like at that time, kind of going off a little bit. The only time during that run, that little babyface run that Roman had, that I actually heard no kind of booze was when he won the championship on a Raw. I think it was in Philly or wherever it was, and it was like a surprising cheer because at that time, every time he came out, it was just straight booze and booze and booze. But when he won the
right.
title, Philly was going crazy, and and to this day, I don't know, like I don't know what caused them to do that, and then kind of just have him. I'm guessing it's just like the whole creative run because they know like where everything was at the time with Vince and Roman and everything like that. But everything is right, like right now, as far as with Roman and how things should be, and everything happened for a reason too. So like, yeah, man.
Yeah, I really like. My bad, Kevin. You about to say something?
No, 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 no. Go for it. Go, no, no.
Oh yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
was just about to say, in 2014, I thought the crowd they were into him. They was, around that. But when 2015 came and the Rumble came and
Yeah.
they wanted Bryan to
Mhm.
win,
Mhm.
that Daniel Bryan coming back from injury and he
Yeah.
still was. I couldn't believe he was still over the way he was. They still wanted him to be the guy to win the Royal Rumble, and they went with Roman Reigns, and they just spit that completely out, bro. It was bad, and I think that was the start of something bad for him. That's where it started really for me, right there.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy that night.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
As we right now, the WWE is gonna do that program that's alive with that special announcement. We didn't intend it to be kind of a watch along. We wanted to talk about Rock and Roman, but since we're on and it's currently on right now, Triple H has an announcement. So we continue to have that conversation. We ask you to participate in the chat. Give me your questions and your thoughts. All of us on the panel will continue the debate. We're not going anywhere just yet. Maybe while we on the air, we'll get that breaking news where we'll find out what Paul Levesque has to say. He mentioned something earlier, and of course, he mentioned that Toronto is going to have a phenomenal weekend. It's a whole entire Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They're going to have SmackDown in Toronto. They're going to have the Money in the Bank pay per view, and NXT is going north of the border. Kudos to those kids out there in the performance center. You guys are going for Heat Wave in Toronto. So you're going international NXT in 2024. Shawn Michaels and company there, and at the NXT, they guys are. You know what? I'm so happy for that. For all those talents, are some of them are friends, and of course are going to north of the border to wrestle. Good job there in
That's gonna be
2024.
dope, man.
That was dope, Terrence.
I I
Yeah,
got I
man.
got I got a question for y'all. I gotta ask y'all this. Being as though it's WrestleMania season or it's near WrestleMania season.
Yeah.
Out of the 30s of WrestleMania, from 30 to 39, what's your ranking of those? Or what was the best and what was the worst?
Oh, 30 to 39. I have to think about that. 'Cause,
I was a little
damn, yeah.
disconnected with it. Be honest with you. One of damn. To me, my favorite Royal Rumble is Royal Rumble '92, where
Hmm.
Ric Flair not only wins the Rumble, he becomes the World Heavyweight Champion by winning the Rumble. To me, that was one of my favorite Royal Rumbles of all time. I believe it was in Orlando, Florida, too, if I'm not mistaken. I wasn't living here in Orlando. If I might be wrong with the location, but '92. was to me one of my favorites. I mean, wow, it was something big there for me. The most recent Royal Rumble, damn, I think it was last year with Cody or the year right or the year prior to it. I like the year prior where I think the year prior when we got to see because it allowed Mickey James to return and I started seeing a little
Wait,
different
wait,
opening
wait.
door.
You talking about WrestleMania or Royal Rumble?
No, Royal Rumble. You asked me Royal Rumble, right?
No, no, no. I said WrestleMania. My
Oh,
bad.
okay,
Yeah,
I went to
from
Royal
30 to 39.
Rumble because that's the closest one coming, the closest Royal Rumble. No, let's go WrestleMania. And WrestleMania is so good all around.
From 30 to
I
39. Which the best and worst?
I to me, I really like that WrestleMania where Cody returned. That whole Dallas card was just phenomenal. But also when the ladies closed out, where Becky became Becky Two Belts, that was so memorable because it was a historic moment. It had the women closing out, and my goodness, and people were they delivered. You also had the WrestleMania in Tampa with Bianca and Sasha, where two African American women went for the world title there as well in WWE. That was a historic moment. Kofi Mania, you could say. I really don't see. The only one I could say was a negative was the pandemic one.
Mm.
Okay. What about you, Terrence?
I mean, I've been sitting here thinking about it because, like, not that I've forgotten about so many of them, but just listening to Kev like running them off and kind of like, oh, okay, this happened, this happened. First off, like instantly, I think of the 38 when Roman and Brock fought, and then when Cody returned. Um, I'm just going down the list. I think 31 was also another one of my favorites. Not at that time because he cashed in on Roman, but just looking at it from the perspective of now, Seth Rollins, cashing in the main event, and not only
Yeah,
just
Right.
that, but like him and Randy before like that same day,
Yeah.
um, that card was pretty good. I don't think there's again like they when it comes to WrestleMania, period. They try to go all out, and they everybody they step up their game. So it's like it's not looking at it from not even just from 30 to 39, like even before then. It's always been a spectacle. Not really including, there was a few matches in the pandemic one that I liked, um, but not really including that one. You can't really like I can't really say there was a bad one, but if I had to go, and I don't want to say all time favorite, but I'll just say, damn, that's a good question there. I'll
that
just say
is.
from 38. I like 38. I like 31. Also like Kofi Mania. I like Daniel
Mm-hmm.
Bryan when he won. Um, it's a close second. Like if I had to choose, I like all of them. I'd just say 38. Just well, you know what? 39 because I went there, but like to actually watch the replay of it, even just that was witnessing that there, that was something in and of itself. But I don't know, man. I can't definitely answer that. If I just pick one, I'll just say 38. All of them are so good.
Yeah, I definitely got a lot of them that I thought was god awful because I remember a lot of it, because
Yeah.
WrestleMania is something I pride myself on not missing, and I missed two out of the nine. You know what I'm saying? So, but I really feel that there's no way that WrestleMania 30 can't, and it's totality, because all of these WrestleManias have great moments. But if I'm looking at it like how was the entire show, some of them are god awful. You know, you know. I think WrestleMania 30 has to be number one. It's nostalgic for me. It had very high moments, very few low moments. I don't remember any low moments from that WrestleMania. Then after that, I will have to go WrestleMania 39. I thought last year they didn't rely on any part timers. They use their roster. You know what I'm saying? I
We'll
thought
get them back on in a
and
minute. Mm-hmm.
and I thought it was beautiful. It was the best WrestleMania I've seen without them relying on any part time. It was beautiful. Then after that, I'll go 31. I thought 31. It didn't really have many. dull moments in it either. I thought it was great. Then after that, forgetting one. Oh, 38. After that's 38. 38 was good as well. The return of Cody, the Stone Cold thing. It was just overall great. I thought both nights was good. A lot of people shitted on night two. Maybe because of the way it ended, whatever. But I thought WrestleMania in its entirety was good for 38. Then when it comes to the bad ones, bro, it gets ugly, bro. I thought 32 was god awful, bro. I thought 33 was decent. 33 was decent. It had a few low moments, but I thought it was pretty decent. I enjoyed that WrestleMania. 34, god awful. 35, god awful. 36, I didn't watch. I didn't watch that one. Um, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't watch that one.
I
37,
like how you led up to it. You was like 34, got up. 35, got up. 36, I ain't even watched that
yeah, I didn't watch that one. Uh, 37, I don't remember. I don't. No, I didn't watch that at all. So I can't speak on that. I need to go back and review that, but I didn't watch that at all. But 30, what did I say? 32, 34, and 35 were terrible, bro. Like they had great moments. There's not gonna be a WrestleMania where there's not at least one great moment, but in its totality, terrible.
man.
Wow,
I
because
remember.
I didn't watch 37 and I believe 36. Those are the two that I mix. I
Yeah.
want to say hello first. Let me acknowledge Miss Amy Warner. Says yes, she's gonna date herself. Favorite match: Roger Slaughter and Pat Patterson, first Intercontinental Champion. Those are those good old days. That's the WWF. Good job there, and of course those are. Oh my God, I go as far as back as the Golden Age as well. Of course from '83 with '84, of course with Hulkamania, the Sheik taking the title from Backlund, where of course you get the throwing of the towel. So I go as back as you. Don't feel bad. We seen a lot of good wrestling, Amy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah. I think this I think it was a lot of not a it was like half and half for the WrestleManias of the 30s, man. It was just a lot of low moments. Vince McMahon just doing just I remember for WrestleMania 34 when I thought Bobby Lashley was going to return and he was going to be Braun Strowman's opponent, his opponent for the match with Sheamus and Cesaro, and they had this kid as Braun Strowman, a referee's
Oh, I
kid
remember
as his.
that.
I was like, oh
Oh
man,
my
that ruined
god,
the
bro.
entirety of the show for me, bro.
Oh my god, I remember
Because
that.
that main event with Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar it was like basically John Cena versus Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam for the title. It was a squash match. It was rarely any offense from Roman Reigns, and he got destroyed. And it was like people thought he was
Not
leaving anyway, so they thought Roman was gonna win. But when he won, I was like, oh wow, okay,
not for
Yeah,
nothing.
it
That's
was gonna win.
another WrestleMania in Louisiana. They had 30 there, and
Yeah.
then 4 years later they went right back to Louisiana. I
yep,
mean, the Silver Dome. I mean, that's where Hulk Hogan made the mistake, right? They called it the Pontiac Silver Dome. Was it on 34 that he
yeah.
came out? Oh my
No, that was
God,
30. That was 30 when he said that.
I was
Hmm.
30.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
30.
that was 30. No, no, no. Yeah, that was 30. That was 30.
Yeah, that was
Because that was
30.
Daniel Bryan.
The Superdome. I mean, I
And
just said the Silverdome too, and it's the Superdome. Yeah, I did the Hogan myself.
and and Dane Bryan did come back on 34. I forgot about that. That was a feel good moment. I forgot about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was good, man. That
Let
was
me
great.
ask. Let me ask this. I don't think. I think that already went off the window though. Every 10 years, I think WrestleMania should have went back to New York some way somehow. But since New York City doesn't have a big stadium, they'll do it in New Jersey.
Hmm.
And no offense to MetLife, but I think that place is garbage for football.
Mm.
But for
Oh,
wrestling, it's good. Maybe for wrestling, it might be good. For concerts, it might be good. But for football, it stinks. That's for another story for another podcast. Um, and WrestleMania is usually in April, late March, early April. It's cold up there. That's why I didn't even think about even contemplating trying to go to WrestleMania. It's in Philadelphia, but the climate. I'm like,
I mean,
I mean,
I never
Junkyard
been
Dog, Tony
during
Atlas.
that
There you
time,
go.
so I've never been during that time. So I've been to Philly before, but not. I don't think that during that time. But I know it can get cold up there.
It's a crapshoot. It could be like the weather is what we're having here right now. It might be nice during the day, but once it gets, the sun goes down, and it will go down earlier than here in Florida. It gets cold. At least for us.
Oh,
it'll get cold, and for these wrestlers that are gonna come out with no shirt, and all the adrenaline kicks in and all that, but it's gonna be kind of chilly there. It's
That's
I
still
know
gonna
they
be
want to
inside.
capitalize on the stadium still. It looks good when they did do it here in Orlando because I've been to both WrestleManias here, and the weather's been phenomenal. I mean, it's great, but up there, that WrestleMania. Did you Athletic? Did you went to that WrestleMania right in New York?
Oh no, I wish, I wish. I've never been to WrestleMania. I only been to SummerSlam. That's my only wrestling event I've been to.
But
Yeah, I've
I
never been
know
to outdoor.
I seen pictures. I can't tell you I was there. Or I seen pictures from JC Jane, NXT's own JC Jane, when she went to that WrestleMania. And listen, I'm gonna tell you this from experience. I'm talking about the old Giant Jet Stadium in the Meadowlands that was across the street. It was August, and I went for the kickoff classic. August in New York, where this in we had to leave in the third quarter because it was that wind surges up and it is so cold in August. And we didn't bring a jacket. We were just I had long pants but no jacket, and we had to leave. And they were selling hot chocolate and coffee in August in New York for the kickoff classic. And I could imagine there in April how cold it's going to be because it doesn't get hot, although climate. But I don't know. That's what makes me worried about why they have it in those northern cities. Stadium, that's kind of like rough. So I don't know if WrestleMania will go back to a New York.
I know that I haven't heard anything recently, but I know, um, like a while back they was talking about maybe next year's WrestleMania will be in, I think, Minneapolis
It's in
or
Atlanta.
something like that. Oh, it's in Atlanta. They
I
said,
think it's
all right.
Atlanta. Don't quote me wrong. I could have sworn I saw WrestleMania in Atlanta.
Oh no, 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 no,
You
no.
know what?
I think Terrence is right. I heard something about it being in Minneapolis. I heard something about that.
Now, but you know
Yeah,
what?
I've been
You know
hearing that.
what? You know what? Watching this special, they might actually announce it on here. This might be one of the announcements on here. They haven't announced it on
Imagine if
here.
it's John Cena gets his way in London.
Oh, wow. Yeah, London recently, they've been, that'd be big. No, but
And
you should watch.
we got to give kudos to London. They support wrestling no matter who it is. All Elite, Impact Wrestling, wrestling in general thrives so strong in England or in London and that part of that region of the world. Phenomenal job.
Yes, for sure, man. Definitely. I love
No,
the
it's been
London crowd.
okay. Here we go. 2025 location will be in Minneapolis. Oh, rumored, reportedly heading there.
Right.
Yeah, that's Brock's hometown, man. That should be where he retire at, man. My guy Brock,
Yeah.
the GOAT. You know what I'm saying?
Amy,
Yeah.
good luck to your Buffalo Bills to beat those fish. And that's going to be a Sunday night primetime game. That's going to be fun. I know you're going to be all in your blue and red. Good luck to that one for that NFC East title. Okay, so we're listening and mommy's having a conversation. I like to hear what they're going to talk to her about because next month it's going to be in a home country in Australia. You're going to see talent get now push here in an upcoming Monday Night Raw and maybe some great Survivor Royal Rumble um presentation in the Rumble. Like I could see a Bronson Reed go out there and clean house and become a powerhouse at the Rumble, setting him up where wow, come out and he could get over without going over, setting up now for Elimination Chamber, heading back. I don't think he's Australian, but he's from New Zealand. But that part of the country, that part of the region, as well as some guy we saw on Tuesday night who came back to NXT, who is one of the hottest villains on the mic, is
Hmm.
Grayson Waller.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Oh
You
yeah,
might be,
that was my
you might
that
be
was
one of the.
my bad.
No, no, you good. I was just gonna say like they announced. They haven't announced it yet, but they said they're gonna announce like two people that's gonna be in the Rumble this year or whatever. But I think one of them might be Grayson. Yeah, because he'll get a good like pop or whatever. Was he in it last year?
Not
I
at
don't
the
remember.
Elimination Chamber. Remember, he was fighting Grayson Waller. Bronson Reed, I believe, was in the Elimination Chamber last year, and he did a hell of a job.
Yeah, he did a phenomenal job in that
He did a
match.
phenomenal job. I was like, whoa, big guy was really great. He's another one, and it's a tough one, but you telling me that he's an opponent against Gunther, even though he doesn't go over at Elimination Chamber? I can see. All right, let's go.
Hey Kev, I
Um,
gotta tell you, man. I was highly impressed. I don't really know much about Grayson Waller. I've never watched the match. I was highly impressed with what I seen from him in that ring when y'all was showing me. Highly impressed. I just think for me, I think as he progresses in his career, it just I just feel just a pet peeve. I just feel like some guys they just don't have like their appearance, like their attire doesn't have a main event type of look. I just think once he changes that, he'll be all good. You know what I'm saying? He's really good, man. He's really good. I'm really looking forward to see how his career turns out.
Have you seen him
Oh,
on the
he.
mic, or have you heard him on the mic,
No, I haven't heard him on the mic yet.
Oh.
bruh? He has no filter. I just say that. Like for WWE standards, and if they decide to like take it there, he can take it. He can take it there. For real,
Yes.
Oh, I'm
man.
looking forward to it.
And athletic, everybody goes ooh and ah for Maxwell Jacob Freeman on the microphone. Oh,
Right,
he's another Miz. He's another this. Grayson Waller is right there and even topples a little bit of Maxwell Jacob Freeman, in my opinion, because he doesn't need to use profanity.
right.
And he could get to the punchline and pick it up in the air like that. And Grayson could go on the he already he zinged the Rock already. And he already zinged them again when the Rock announced. He says, "Look, the guy that you to Austin Theory, the guy that you had him go over has returned. But you know what? We scared him so much he went to the red brand. I mean, dude. I mean, the guy cuts up with stuff like damn, Grayson. I'm telling you, keep an eye, and you're not gonna be bored, or you're gonna be pleasantly entertained with a Grayson Waller, because that dude has a it factor.
I encourage you to go back and watch some of his promos on YouTube or something like that, just to get a glimpse, a taste of it. Cause I wish you could see him live in person, because it's even
Oh
better. Kev,
yes,
tell him about the story live event where you had the sign for the
yes.
what was it?
So I go to Terrence was with me. We had a house show for the NXT brand in Orlando. So I made it because right before that he got into it on a Twitter insult to the wrestling club. That's the group of the good teacher in Brooklyn, New York. She has like a hobby club of wrestling, showing a bunch of kids, a group of kids in the school, teaching them about wrestling, the matches. They got to do essays. It's not just sit there and watch it. They got to watch and break down the matches, why they like the matches, and all. It's very educational, and he's teaching the kids. He's doing something phenomenal. So Grayson said something about if I remember something negative about what I'll cut a promo on those kids too, or like F them kids, but not in a profound way. And he kind of took a zing at the wrestling school. So I came up and I made a laminated thing of the wrestling club, and I told Dean Perry that I was going to, and I was gonna take a picture, send him a picture of the wrestling club, and I'm gonna go zing Grayson Waller, and I go with the sing and I take a picture and all that. And Grayson, what he was going around was taking people's signs and like, oh, even if you're cheering for him, I love you, Grayson Waller. Look at the sign, and he'll rip it right in front of your face. Whack, whack, whack. And that was his old gimmick. So it's like, you ain't gonna rip my sign. I'm a laminated one, and I'm holding it. So I'm over here going like this. Is you know what? If you bring those little kids, I will punt them and I'll kick them too. This and that. And he tried to rip my sign, and I ripped it back. I go, nope, you got to be a little bit too quick for me. And then he goes, I got a little respect from Grayson Waller, but it was cool interaction with Waller. But I'm glad that he did not zing me, because when he zing people, he takes their soul out.
Mm.
Yo,
Yeah, I mean, he told me that he made this one girl cry,
yes,
one ugly little girl or something like that.
it was an older woman. I wish it was a little girl. I mean, and I wish, but this was an older lady. And she was there. She was like, "Oh, I love you, Grayson. I think he's cute." Had a crush on or love him. And she looked at her and goes, "With you? You're not even a two. You're making the arena here look ugly with yourself here." Yo, he shook her. He shook her. She was there just staring into nowhere, an abyss. Like, what is my existing in life? Grayson Watt. And the thing is, no profanity, not even calling her but just I mean, ugly, and I mean, the way he just delivered the punchline like that. Now he just looked at it and boom, he didn't think, and you didn't see him. Some people you could see them try to compute what they're gonna say. No, it just whatever
Right,
comes out
off
of
the
his tongue,
dome.
bam. I'm like, one other guy who just disliked him, and he kept zinging him. Great, and I guess he must have said the word thing. He goes, "You don't shut it." He said, "Shut it." The one time I heard him curse was he said, "Shut up, the bitch. Why don't you always come here every week with the same damn jersey? You
Oh, I know you're talking about.
He burned them every week for the past months. Every week you wear the same
Yo.
jersey, the same clothes.
Oh
Look
my
at it, it's
God.
ragged. You can't buy any clothes. The tickets are for free here. I mean, buy yourself a new
Yeah.
jersey, new clothes.
Oh, he talking
Oh,
crazy.
yo,
Come on,
he
man.
zinged them, and the thing is, his voice doesn't is loud, and this is why. And commercial break, the whole arena. You don't need a microphone to hear him. He shook
Yeah.
the whole crowd. I mean, one of the greatest promo, and I'm gonna look for it. And I hate to do it, my friend, because he's a good friend of mine. A good friend of mine. I'm not gonna name his name, but him and Waller go back and forth at it. And the guy likes to sit in the front where I was usually sit. And sometimes, a lot of times in the front, and Waller him, and he knows this part of the show, but they will go back and forth, heckling Waller and Waller back. And then they did a Grayson Waller effect because he had like a talk show, and then he says, first time champion, and he goes, we all remember our first time, and our first time for anything. He kind of meant, losing your virginity, but he says, except for that guy here, he never had,
Oh yeah,
he
he
never
told
lost
me
his first time.
that. Yeah.
Oh my God. And this was live television too. Wasn't even in the commercial break. This is while the Grayson Waller show was going on. And
Yeah.
he wanted to get that guy so bad and zing him that he did it on TV live, right to the crowd. Boom. That guy, when he talks, he has a tongue that is wicked. I mean, my God, Grayson Waller just, I mean, he cut a promo when he was on Christmas vacation last year on Braun Breaker while he was on vacation, and he made sure that went viral. He actually cut a promo on Taylor Swift. I mean, dude, this dude is, and he got the
Oh
Swifties
yeah.
go crazy on him.
You
It
know,
looked, oh my God,
when like back when Vince was in control, like when NXT guys would come over to the main roster, he would water them down, man. I felt like,
yes,
Kevin Owens when he came over, like they still kept his edge, but after a while, like he became watered down, bro. He's not. I don't
Yeah.
care what anyone says. He's not the same Kevin Owens, bro. He's like he doesn't have the same edge no more. Maybe it's just he's going through a period of time when he's changing. I don't know, but he's just not the same, bro. Like I hope with this guy, like he remains the same when he moves to the main roster because he has an explosive, personality as y'all telling me,
oh, he's
Yeah.
the
It
same
doesn't.
guy on the
Yeah.
roster.
Mm-hmm. He's the same guy.
He's
He
the
just he
same
hasn't
guy,
he hasn't been like unleashed like that.
right?
You know.
It's
But
not his time yet. It's not his time for him to go in there but I'll tell you what, the times that they put him on TV and they allow him to, he is excel. Because when he first came up, he had like a injured leg, but so they did the Grayson Waller effect on SmackDown, and he was very entertaining and he still looked for trouble and he looked for mischief. He is that type of guy, and he's special. Grayson Waller, that is the next up and coming heel that is still, he's about 2 years away from being a main eventer in the company, but he's there and he's planted in the right place, and he's got the it factor, man.
he already had him on the when he had his show. Like he had John Cena, or excuse me, he didn't have John Cena on the show. He actually had him cut a promo in London with John Cena. They can. It's a definite difference between um, Austin Theory and Grayson Waller. Like when John Cena's in the ring with Austin Theory, I pray for Austin Theory's soul. Like, because John can just rip into anybody and that's it. But when
Yeah,
Grayson was in there, Grayson not only held his own, but like he looked like he actually belonged in the ring with John, and John he looked like he can pretty much like he had a respect and everything like that. But as far as just like the company trusting Grayson, um, up until a point already, like I think didn't he have Charlotte on his show before? Yeah,
he had
Charlotte on the show
Charlotte.
before, right?
Yeah, yeah, he's had, yeah, yes.
He had a few top stars on the show, and not any like, not just anybody but you know, they believe in Grayson Waller already.
Yes,
It's just a slow climb. That's all it is right now.
because the top is top heavy. The main event
Hmm.
card is top heavy right now. You're not gonna put someone, because if you say Grayson comes in, he's the top guy. You're like, come on, man, this guy, who's this guy? You don't even know. You just figure out who he is. If they put him up there and push him, oh, here come, the way they wanted to do with Theory. I think Theory gets a bad rap because Vince was trying to push him immediately up there,
Yeah,
young
too
guy,
fast.
and that's why the wrestling community kind of revoked it a lot on Theory. I think Theory is very talented. I like Theory. I think Theory. I like Theory, but it's
Yeah,
not his time. He's not there
yeah.
yet.
I think he's. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's very talented. I just think they like. I don't know if it's him, his creativity, but I just think he's corny, man. Like for all the talent he got, he's corny, bro. He need to change something. I was telling myself like this guy, he's good, but he needs to change along the way because I could really see the talent. I could really see him at the top one day. It just like one time they had him with this awful theme music. Then they had him with this new thing that's all right. It's better than the previous one. It
Yeah.
just his just creativity needs to work on that a little bit more. He has everything else, bro.
That's what growth. That's what growth.
But yeah,
Mhm.
Remember, he comes from he comes from the NXT, but his gimmick was the way, and I think they were a little corny.
hmm
And I think he's trying to find himself in the main roster there. Remember, he was the hand man for Vince. Vince was trying to push him a certain way and become a little bit of that selfie gimmick was kind of douchey,
yeah,
and kind of like you said, corny. And then Vince gets pulled out of creative and he just felt lost and back took a little backlash, but he's still trying to prove himself. So Theory is still lost trying to prove himself, in my opinion, too. But I think they believe in him. I think Triple H believes that he has something in Theory, but now it's up to Theory now to evolve and get away from that stigma and work hard and get over either as a ultra heel. And I think that's why they placed Waller with him. They trust Waller
Mhm. Yep.
microphone wise, where he could learn and help him um, get to that other level. Because if not, they're going to move. Well, they're going to move Waller up more, and Theory is going to have to even be lost or whatever the case is. But he's right now. You got that time. Be a sponge, and do things together with Waller because right now they could be a hell of a tag team. Like what you can see, they team up, and right now they're losing, but doesn't mean they lose. They're going to be jobbing forever. Rollins went that whole year jobbing, and look where he is now. He lost three matches to Cody, and before that, the storyline was he couldn't win to get into WrestleMania. So we have to relax on the wins and losses. This is not AEW where you need, the records matter, where they abolish that because it's wrestling. It's predetermined. There's stories to be told. McIntyre is losing because there's a story to be told with Mac. McIntyre is trying to go. It's going to go nuclear. I'm going to hate the world because everybody keeps interfering. I'm going to destroy everyone, and that's how it goes.
He's he's gonna go. He's gonna go. 2011. CM Punk sitting on the stage, nuclear, and watch. He's gonna just go off on everybody, and they be like, "Whoa, wait, what's going on with him?"
you know how much.
But
My bad.
no, no, no. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say because we brought up to see if he do that. You know how I just think about it. You know how much they gotta believe in you for them to allow you to even have that type of burn on the microphone. That's crazy. If he does get that, that'll be
And
crazy.
it's not teleprompted with and here's the I mean I, and here's the question I'm going to ask about that. If Vince McMahon was in creative, do you think Grayson Waller will be Grayson Waller? I'll ask Terrence first because we knows him and we seen him grow up. What's your thoughts?
I think Grayson Waller, if Vince McMahon was creative, I he'd either still be in NXT or he probably would be like not in the company.
Hmm.
That's what I think.
Hmm.
That's how much I believe in Grayson Waller. Not a
Wow.
Triple H involved.
Okay. Okay. He does fit the bit though. He's 6 foot what? 6'3", 6'2". Let's put 6 foot. Let's put 6'3" to be for argument's sake. Give or take a couple inches here and there. For some people inches matter, but let's go for
Well,
argument's
I
sake.
mean, just looking at it, I'm just looking at it from a creative perspective because like he could he could still be in the company. I just think that he won't be.
The
I
push.
think it will go like the route like Athletic was saying as far as Kevin Owens. Like it'll be a watered down version of him, but it'll continue to go down a little bit. And then I think at some point he'll just kind of get fed up, and then he'll either go off or he'll just leave or something like that. Like I don't like I believe in him. It's just I don't think he will be what he is right now, and he's just getting started right now. But I don't think he would be like right now how he is now.
I got you. Got you. They're interviewing Bianca, and Montez, we're gonna have a reality series coming up. They're gonna see the insights of them there.
Bianca.
I got a question. What's up with that Joe Gacy guy? Is he like a ripoff Bray Wyatt, or is he just similar to Bray Wyatt?
Similar.
Similar. Okay. How good is he?
Thank you, Amy.
He's you can say it, cause I don't really know how to like, cause I want to say something like as far as like I want to just say he's a Bray Wyatt, but he's a little more different than that. Like
He's not. Yeah, he's not. He supposedly portrayed a dark character, or a disturbed individual. With the
right,
schism. Trying to like a cult. Follow me kind of deal there. One thing that hurted Joe Gacy was a lot of the budget cuts. He had Parker Brodeur there, which was I forget his name in WWE. I know I got him by his AEW name. The guy with the tattoo looked like Brock Lesnar. He was kind of that menacing guy that he had him in control and leash. When they removed him and released him, like Joe Gacy's character went kind of little fish scale. They tried pushing him with Braun for the world title. He wasn't a good opponent for Braun. They didn't have any chemistry in that program. He tried to kidnap Rick Steiner. That kind of was like, and then they tried a schism where they put the young Grizzly, young Bretts over. And they tried then, that wasn't really getting in. Then they put Ava, the Rock's daughter, which got a little momentum. It was pretty okay. And then
yeah.
Grizzlies weren't happy, and that went again another release for Joe. And now Joe is looked like he's just lunatic. So I don't know where they're going with Joe Gacy. To be honest with you, they could let him. I don't know if in the Indies he seems like a nut job type of role. He likes playing that kind of role. I don't know, Terrence, when it comes to Joe Gacy, his character. He was supposed to be a white six. I don't know. People say yay, no. We don't know.
I don't know. Like I think it just because now that I'm looking at it as you like explain everything, it's like seems like everything that either just has to be a solo act and they have to like try to find that niche with him, or they have to find that actual right tag team partner or like faction to work with them that they also believe in they know that won't get released and that can have good chemistry with them, because it seems like every time he's like with somebody they get released and it's like okay, and then you put somebody else with them, eventually they get released and it's like okay, but they keep him, so it's some kind of like it kind of speaks to on the positive side his character,
Mm-hmm.
because they still keep him. They just can't really find if they're looking for somebody to work with them for the long haul, at least for for like a short period of time, just to kind of get him over. They never could like really find that, but they believe in him to some aspect, is what I'm saying. So I don't see him getting released. It'll be a shocking thing, but for him to still be here, that says something, you know.
And I think he cuts a good promo, Terrence. Regardless of the
Yeah,
fact the crowd, he gets the booze and the nuclear heat when he gets
yeah,
on the microphone. He cuts.
hmm
He's well spoken. He cuts the promos. He's slowly to explain himself when his promos. You can understand it. I kind of like Joe Gacy's little creepiness there. Of course, we haven't found the right opponents or the right storyline with him going there, because I think that Braun Breaker storyline hurt so much because he losing Parker Brodeur really hurt his momentum, and they kind of thrust it there with a little bit wet behind the ears, Braun, and they didn't hit. It didn't really hit. Braun and Ziggler was a hell of a storyline or
yes.
chase there. That was really fun, and then to follow that was a tough act to follow for Braun and Joe, where they tried to give it a couple months of it, and it just didn't resonate. It didn't hit.
I think they just have to. I don't know. They're trying to do something now. I'm not sure
I don't know what it
exactly
is
what it
either.
is, but it's one of those things to where they just have to tune in and see. But I don't think there's like I don't know. I don't know about because he's always been like a question mark to me as far as like and I wasn't like when at the time when he was with the Ava and the Diaz or whatever you want to call them. I don't think there was like a point where because they was going for a little minute. They was going strong, but something like started to happen. Then you start to hear rumors of them wanting to leave and all this other nonsense and stuff. And it's just like eventually they get released, and now they have the promo to where him and Ava break up, and it's like okay, so now where does that leave him? And now he's like kind of this lunatic type of deal where he's on top of the performance center one night, then he's in the crowd one night, then he's under the ring, and it's like okay, what are you trying to do? But I don't really know about him right now. What you
So
think?
I hate to. Well, let me interrupt for a second here. Apparently tonight, it's still 15 minutes while they're still live on the air on the Peacock. They just showed them on Hulu. Will be loving the WWE. Rest Marriages and Ultimate Tag Team. That's the show, February 2nd. Bianca and Montez inside their abode home, their lovely marriage. They're going to announce two superstars revealed as entries for the Royal Rumble coming up. So who could it be? I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be anybody that, and they're going to announce it now. So looking at the silhouette, looking at that outline in the silhouette, stay tuned. In about 2 minutes, they'll let us know we're on the air. We'll break it while it's live. Let's take a topic. Who do you think it is? Is it somebody in the WWE or outside? Let's not put names because we'll be here talking forever. Inside the company or outside?
Is it for men's or women's room?
One of each. One of each. Let me be specified.
Oh, one of each.
They have a cutout of a woman and a cutout of a man. The woman looks familiar. I'm just saying. Don't bank on it, but I don't know.
I mean, I don't go by like the cutout unless it looks if it looks really familiar. But like, um, I would say in the WWE for both.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say in two. Yeah.
Here we go. We're gonna find out right now. Let's see. For a drum roll, please. Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna wait first until I see the picture put in there because they're talking to different. Let's see. Well, we know which one of them is. It's one from within the company, a female. It's Becky Lynch. Oh, look who's here.
okay. Oh, okay.
It's
Okay.
Shitstain Nakamura. He's gonna
Yeah.
enter. Okay, so he'll be in today.
Yeah, that's how I go
Gamura.
by silhouettes.
You didn't
Like
go by the
they
silhouettes.
yeah, because they did to throw you off. That did look like Sasha though. She looked
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I did see something. Yeah, she's definitely coming back, bro. I seen something where, like, the same thing try to swerve us with CM Punk, bro. It's crazy.
They said they updated her profile on WWE, but I still gotta see it to believe it.
Yeah, gotta see, of course. Yeah, Triple H, he unpredictable, man. That's a clever man right there.
Yep. So
Quite
good
a
job
man.
there. So it's Nakamura and Becky Lynch. So Shitstain will get into the Rumble and he'll get to get in there and get an opportunity to try to finish his story.
And remember Cody? I think Cody's in
Oh, he's gonna,
there.
he's
Why
gonna
you don't
nip-
like shit? Why you don't like shit?
No, I like Nakamura. No, it's just my pronunciation of his name. It's just that. I did say it right. I said it right. Shitstain Nakamura.
Shinsuke.
Yeah.
Shin,
Shitstain.
Shin,
Yeah.
Shinsu.
I thought you would say shit stain.
No. The S is silent. The H is silent, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna talk to Cody. Look at him. He's even interviewing in a suit. I mean, he's just looking the part. I mean, Cody puts the part on there. Interesting there because a lot of speculation that we talked about. We thought TNA was gonna merge with WWE, working together. And that didn't even come up, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's coming a little later on the road.
Yeah,
But right now, it's about the Rumble.
he said a couple announcements, so that I'm pretty sure that's not the last announcement that's going to be made.
Like, Matt, just wow. I mean, Triple H is going to come talk next to close out here the last few minutes. So stay tuned here. I mean, it's still.
He could say it. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, imagine that'd be good for both companies, to be honest. Because then that'd be good for you because you can go back because you know they're gonna put it on the Peacock. And you can go and revisit some of those matches that me and Chef Dan was talking about, as far as
Oh yeah.
TNA and X
Well,
Division.
it's gonna be on the TNA Plus app starting tomorrow.
Oh, there you go. You can even then if they don't merge, you can still see it.
And that's where I can see the WWE moving to that platform. Could it be that? And that's when he mentions the TNA because they're going to move to the Endeavor platform, which I hope is not 10. If it's $10 a month, I hope WWE is included. I don't want them to be separated with WWE this, or if you got to pay $24 and you
Hmm.
get both of them. That's a
Yeah,
lot of money, man, for a whole year. Even though you're getting good, I mean,
they should if they combine, they should just have everything like you said like that because I'm just not trying to pay. Although I love WWE, but I'm not trying to pay that much. I'm glad they own. I'm just glad it's not like the old days where pay per view where you pay what $60 or
50,
$50 for the pay per view.
59.99 per.
Yeah, I was not a
Oh
fan of
hell
that.
nah.
I was not a fan
Yep.
of that.
I never paid for a pay per view from WWE a day of my life, bro.
WrestleMania cost me $99, man.
Oh
I
Like
just
my
stay
goodness.
tuned in. I just stay tuned in the next day on Raw, and they usually get my life. So I'm glad they got this $10 thing now.
No, when I was growing up, like I was like, you know how they used to do like the preview of what happened in the pay per view the night before. Like that's how I know.
Mhm.
I just look it up on the internet to
Yeah,
see, if they. That's how I was not watching no buy no pay per view.
that's what
You
I'm
got
saying.
Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman is next. He's gonna talk. Maybe he's gonna talk about what's gonna happen tomorrow for SmackDown, setting it up if we're gonna have an answer from the tribal chief on what someone wants to sit at the table. We'll find out. We'll find out in a second here. But we didn't anticipate this stay this long, but there's a live special going on, and we are the dons of the watch alongs. So we're
Yeah,
watching
man.
along this WWE special here. So we're definitely going to continue talking chop there. We gave our thoughts on The Rock and Roman. We ask you if you're new watching us for the came in and now, you just got to hit the video from rewind from the beginning. About first 30 minutes, we mentioned what we gave our thoughts there, and you could see that and hear all our thoughts there and our opinions and agree or disagree. We'll love you to comment in the video. Either you're listening to us rewind or at the moment. We'll love to hear from you.
And then let me ask y'all this. 'Cause I know it's I probably know already, but then again, I actually probably don't. Just a prediction answer. Um, because they're gonna go with it. Who do you see winning the I was gonna say John Cena, Seth Rollins and CM Punk match at night one? Who do you see, and who do you prefer?
That's a good one.
Um, I see. I see Seth Rollins winning it. Cause I really think they gave him what I call, and excuse my French, they gave him a hair nigga damn title. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like he was begging. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm not crying, and oh, I'm not getting this, and I'm not getting that, and then all of a sudden we got this title. So I feel like if they put CM Punk over him, I feel like he's gonna start complaining, but or I feel like they already know at this point how it's gonna go. So I don't know, but I would like him to go over. It feels right anyway. I mean, CM Punk, his time is up. Like I said prior, like it's you could give Seth Rollins a rub. I think he deserves it. Whether he's still the champion or not, I think they should go with Seth winning that match. And
Okay.
also that'll maybe Seth Rollins. 'Cause I know he really has legitimate heat with CM Punk, although they're being professional in the storyline. Maybe that'll allow him to have a newfound respect for CM Punk, putting him over as well.
That
Okay.
one's there. That one's one way they could go if Punk does the job and try to mend some fences. You're like, listen, we make a lot of money, kid. I understand you didn't know who I was. Now this is who I am, and probably does the work there. Also, remember April, that April date where Seth Rollins' contract with the WWE and Becky both have their expiration date there, and 2024 we've seen a lot of names coming up. We'll get that. We'll break that next. Coming and speculation on names to the WWE. A lot of names has come up where a lot of money is going to be tying in. And if all elite wrestling misses out in these guys and WWE do bring some guys there, would he get desperate to want to give a lot of money record-breaking money to a Rollins, where it'd be enticing to Rollins to want to. Now that we know Will Ospreay is in the AEW, Omega, Brian, the names, and it tells you, willing to pay him almost like 15 million, whatever the highest grossing contract for Rollins, and a dual package with his wife. Could they make the jump? And that's interesting. I don't think it will happen, but just put it in a what if, like we've been doing before. That's crazy. But if I see Punk winning if Punk wins over Rollins and becomes a new champion, Damian Priest is walking out as champion that night. That's going to be a successful cash in, because they're going to beat each other so bloody and pulp. Where I think that's the one way I see Rollins will say, you know what, I'll drop it. I know that Damian's time is coming up, and Punk will have a very short title run because on the same night, because Damian will be opportunistic, cash in and win. That's the way I can see Rollins dropping that title.
Oh, that'd be good. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that'd be
Money in
good
the
if
bank,
Punk does
man.
one.
Yeah, that money in the bank. Um, I just I see it as like not that I don't see it as if CM Punk wins, Seth Rollins goes on a rampage, and this contract and the whole situation, ironically, is something to deal with. Like I don't see it as that. I just see it as like if CM Punk doesn't need the win more
Right.
so than Seth Rollins needs it. Like CM Punk, he can put him over. CM Punk is not going to gain anything because he's already come back. He's already as we get Triple H, I think he's going to announce something here. CM Punk doesn't really need the win, so it builds Seth Rollins up a little bit more. So I see both ways Seth Rollins winning, and Paul Heyman is here on screen.
There it is, like the wise man.
Let's see what he's talking about.
Let's see what is he going to say, because he always sings, Kathy Kelly.
Yeah,
Here he goes.
Caleb Bryson too.
What's going on, Kerbin? WrestleMania 40, Rollins versus Punk main event night 1. Nobody wins because Priest crash ins. Yes, that's what we just finished. I say, maybe Rollins will continue holding that title, but either way, I'm all right with that. Heck, I sit here and I have Damien Priest's shirt every night. So every other time I watch wrestling, I had it on NXT. I will be more than happy. Night 1, Damien Priest, world champion. But yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I think I could see that, because that's also an X factor. If he doesn't try to catch it in and fails in Illumination Chamber or on Monday Night Raw, because he's been trying to cash in, Curvin. But unless if Drew McIntyre continues, I can see Drew and Priest wrestling 1-on-1. I don't know if it's going to be for the briefcase, but at WrestleMania, where even if it's not for the briefcase, I can see Damian lose that night, and then if he does, leaves the world champion because he'll cash in. Because he's getting fed up, and Judgment Day's gonna start eventually getting fed up with that. Okay, so we left the wise man praying.
Yeah, I had it on mute because I was trying to see what the hell he was talking about. He just praying to the Samoan dynasty up there in the wherever he's at.
To the elders.
Yeah.
So like in the young Rock is to High Chief Maivia, Peter Maivia, like his grandmother will always say, will reference to.
High Chief versus the Tribal Chief. Look at that.
You got to get approval from the High Chief. So we can see how that goes there. We're waiting. Okay, we're waiting for Triple H. Let's see. Oh no, that's it.
That's it.
Nope, no Triple H. So that was it. Okay,
Oh, so
that was
this
very.
just okay.
That was very anticlimactic then.
Yeah.
Do you think McIntyre, Sheamus, Bobby, AJ Styles done anything with the WWE? Some of these guys are main guys, they're making money. They're making money merchandise despite not having the title. Bobby Lashley, I kind of want to see where they go with Bobby. You know, he had a nice United States title run. How do they reinvent Bobby Lashley? Because then you kind of seem like you're going to recycle the Hurt Business again, which is wasn't bad. But let me ask you guys: do you want to see them kind of rehash like a Hurt Business?
I mean, if they do it right and if they do it better, then yeah. But if it seems like it's just gonna be like the same deal or whatever, and doesn't really get that much momentum or that much like belief in the actual group the second come around, then no, don't do that. Just do something else. But do something that's gonna be, regardless if Bobby's in a group or not. Like he needs to. And I'm glad this thing is with him and the Street Profits are going, even though they're not sure if they want to go face or heel at this point because the crowd is kind of like letting them know that at least there's something going on with him right now. So, but yeah, if they're gonna if they can capitalize, and if it's like a Hurt Business 2.0, and it's gonna be good, and they know it's gonna be good, then yeah, go for it.
Okay. What
Yeah,
about you?
yeah. Seeing him in another faction. I mean, I don't know. I really don't. If I'm them, I don't even know what program to really put Bobby in. I guess. I don't know. I don't even know how to feel about it. I did see him and Angelo Dawkins and what's oh
Montez.
man,
Montez
Montez
Ford.
Ford. Um, I never would have expected that dynamic to come together, but being as though it is, I guess you could work with it. Maybe they're using Bobby to uplift them because we know Montez Ford has, he has star written all over him. So maybe that's the direction they're going to swerve. Maybe Montez to turn heel and get a match against Bob. I don't know what direction they're going in with that, but I mean, it's something for Bobby to do, I guess.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was about to say that, man. You just like listening to my thought. I said if they're gonna do that there where they're gonna have that group, the main guy of the group eventually has to be where you're gonna elevate Montez Ford. Where Bobby Lashley kind of like not Judgment Day because you don't want to be like, oh well, here's the copycatting of the same storyline, lazy creative. But you could do it where the guy that's going to be the main guy has to be Montez Ford. He has to be your main guy going forward. He gets the big push, the big rub going forward. But then I think timing is sucks because you're going to have him be this major mega heel when he's about to do and the crowd is not allowing him to stay heel. That's another issue there. How do they combat that? Because everybody wants to cheer them, and especially now you're going to have Love in WWE, the reality show there. It's going to be even more of a challenge to make Montez that heel and then Bobby again as a face as a heel, and you keep Montez as a face. I don't know if it's going to work either because unless if BFAB again, we saw her endearing herself to Bobby Lashley backstage. Also, if she endears herself with I kind of don't want to see Bianca and Montez together in a wrestling program. You don't see Becky and Seth, although they acknowledge that they're married. I kind of want to keep Becky. I kind of want to keep Montez and Bianca that way too. Like they're together, yes, they're married, but they're not in the same program on the same group kind of deal. Because I think it works that way. When you start bringing them together, it kind of gets. I don't want them to get to that. And I know Triple H and Creative won't do this. I kind of don't want to see that Rusev Lana. That was to me was so off putting to me. It just I just hope that doesn't go that route with them.
Yeah, because it'll that just it just it brings it down. Like it's not
Trashy.
gonna be like yeah, you can't really you can't look at them like the same way because it's just gonna be you getting beat down. No wait, is he gonna come save him? Oh, all this other nonsense going on and nah. Like they just need to keep how they are. Like how we know about their personal life. We don't really need to see them on screen. Have that. Not everybody can pull off a. Although they didn't start that way in real life, everybody cannot be a Triple H and Stephanie on screen
Right,
and off screen. That's all I'm saying.
right, right. And that was a slippery slope.
Yeah.
That was a little bit sleepy. And you look, and I like what Calvin says. He says you need to turn Bobby Lashley, keep him the faction babyface, of course, because let's talk about this Karrion Cross group. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
We're gonna see something about it tomorrow. There's so many different directions. Some people say it could be the Author of Pain, along with Paul Ellering, joining by the faction. But then if you look at the video, there's a video on YouTube with Bo Dallas want to keep the legacy alive for the Wyatt Six, where Karrion Cross is part of this group, and then you see the same exact cutouts that we saw on Karrion Cross's vignette in that same video that Bo Dallas was talking about. So it's the same exact. They just took it out and they've used it. They could have changed of plans, change of heart, or it still kept that where it could be Author of Pain or whoever those people are, those other two members. Interesting because they look like either way, the way they're coming in, they look like they're gonna be the big nasty bats.
Yeah, man. I'm just happy they're gonna be used, and I don't think it's gonna be like a not a one-off thing. It's not gonna be a still thing. Man. It's gonna be something because we can all agree like Karrion Cross needs something to kind of get him up there a little bit because ever since they just brought him in last year, had that little like one-off face-off, I guess, with Roman, and then that was pretty much the biggest thing that happened to
For
him
him.
right now.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
forgot about that.
Yeah, he put the hourglass on the apron and turned it upside down, TikTok, whatever, but they never really revisited or did anything with that big time for him. So you know,
Whatever
I love
happened to I'm sorry. Go
no
ahead.
no I said I love Roman's reaction and face when he looked at that. He just laughed
yeah,
at it. Oh my god,
yeah,
priceless. Priceless.
yeah.
You were saying
But
whatever happened?
Oh yeah, whatever happened to Pete Dunne, man? I liked him, man. When
He's
him and
he's
Alistair Black used to go at it, man. Woo!
He's
Hey,
getting a new tag team
good
partner
TV.
tomorrow night. Tomorrow night on the watch along, we'll find out who's his tag team partner. A lot of speculation of who could it be. Tyler Bates from NXT is named. Bring the bruiserweights, together there. Tyler Bates, a really reckonable wrestler. He is. I mean, Tyler Bates is talented. Yes, just don't let him fool you on his stature or the look. Tyler Bates, it could go. He was one of Triple H's and William Regal's one of their first prize in NXT UK. First champion, inaugural champion for NXT UK. They really like Tyler Bates. I remember they talked to him to the moon, and if he gets to be Pete Dunne's partner, that's a really good thing in my opinion.
yeah, but he's still around, man. He's Butch now, which I think they need to just go ahead
Oh,
and
he's still Butch. Oh, that's
yep.
cringe, bro.
The name,
Yeah,
Oh
the name,
man,
the
bro.
the
name, the
name is still
name.
Butch,
Yeah,
but he's still Pete Dunne. He still does the same
Okay,
thing
okay,
pretty
okay.
much. Like that's why he got. I don't think whoever his tag team partner is tomorrow. I think eventually after that they let him do like a single thing or whatever, and just have him have that singles run because Pete Dunne is phenomenal. Like he's the bruiserweight. Like
Yeah,
just man, him breaking those like fingers and arms as
that
well as that man.
that aggressive style, like
yeah.
that
Yeah,
that Daniel Bryan, Shinsuke Nakamura type of wrestling, like
The Brit
ugh.
that British strong
Yeah,
style, phenomenal.
yeah.
I yeah. Could it be Sheamus returning?
that'd be good. That'd be good. I was thinking of and this is out of left field because they haven't been using them, but maybe Cameron Grimes.
Yeah, he just mentioned that his SmackDown run has been so disappointing. We Calvin, we go to NXT. We seen Cameron Grimes in the NXT world coming up as the former North American champion. He was super over with his gimmick to the moon. Um, there's
Yeah,
something missing in the main roster, especially when he comes out. I think his introduction, because it sounded cool in NXT, but in the main roster, it kind of sound. We don't. Are you hip hop or you're a country? That did the music, the intro music, sometimes dictates sometimes a wrestlers if they're gonna get over or not too, because the music is kind of catchy. They already got your attention, and then you want to pay attention. If the theme song is kind of shitty, you kind of like, this wrestler stinks. I hate this intro. At least sometimes. I hate that perception that we judge. That's kind of like judging a book by its cover too. If we start hearing it, that's why Pretty Deadly needs to change that theme song too, man. They're really good,
Yeah,
Athletic, and that theme song it does them no favors.
they that theme song they had in NXT before they changed it. I think it was doable. Like it was better than what they have
Mm-hmm.
now. Now it's like cringe. Like it's like what the hell? What
Yeah,
the hell
that's
they
a big
playing?
part. The theme song that's a big part of like what gets somebody over. Like for me, I was never really too enthused by Seth Rollins. Like for me, I knew his talent, but I was never really. But when this new theme song came, and then a lot of just the creativity, like with CM Punk, I wasn't into CM Punk like that until he just completely reinvented himself and made himself undeniable. Like he's that, everything goes into making somebody over, bro. And if the theme song, hey, your theme song could be, if your theme song is average, or if it's not even good, and you still can have that effect on the crowd, then you're just an anomaly.
Yeah, man. It's all
Absolutely.
about that intro. Think about it. Stone Cold, glass
You hear
breaking.
that glass shattering, you get excited. If you
Stone Cold,
smell,
yep.
you know,
Seth Rollins, burn it down. CM
yep,
Punk, that static. It's like you know, you
it
know it's
just
And
something.
gets you.
Yeah.
and Terrence, that's why I do not like CM Punk's remix of Cult's Personality. It's terrible, bro.
Wasn't Chef Dan said the same thing, right? Or was
Yes,
it you that
yes,
said?
yes.
It
No,
was me.
they both said it. They both he agreed. He agreed. He totally agreed with Athletic really hold. I mean, passionately when he said that. Yes,
No, I'm willing.
yes.
I'm willing because when they played it, obviously when they played it in real time, like I was just marking out. We was doing everything with it. I went
Right.
back and listened to it. I think either it was on Spotify or like on the next night on Raw. I was like, this is like a live version type deal of it. I don't really like this. This is not the original. Where's the original
Right.
at? Play the original. The original is more nostalgic. Like when he first
Right.
came back with the WWE Championship and they had that face off with Cena. Like that's bring that back. Like that one was. I think they probably will eventually, but it's nah. I don't. It's just nah. It ain't it. It
You need to
ain't
Right.
it.
boycott it, man. He need to hear the uproar, man.
Yeah, man.
No, and then I know
I tell
Kelvin
you
was
what.
asking up. Go ahead, Cameron. Sorry.
No, I just I tell you what. It's I'd rather have him have that than to have another theme. Or not even that. Just if you're gonna do that, bring back his other one, This Fire Burns or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like that one. So go ahead, Kev. Sorry.
No, no, I was saying that he also agrees because Shayna Blazer has a terrible theme song. And
Yes.
but I'd like her presentation with the Ace is like, but you're correct. A theme song makes and breaks. It tells you the direction of the way the company wants to push you sometimes because it felt like they half-assed it with a theme song. I'm glad that Nia Jax changed her theme song. I like Nia's new theme song, and now it's starting to push her. Going, sometimes the theme song tells a lot of a story there. Forward because people want to hear it. People want to hear it. The more they want to hear it, they get to you. They're invested in your character. They're going to give you more TV time, and that's what's something big. Hopefully in the upcoming year, some of these wrestlers say, I need instead of a gimmick change, I need a theme song change. Hopefully they go there.
Yeah.
And 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 to speak on another note, there's a lot of wrestlers who I absolutely am upset they changed their theme song. The list is so long, bro. Sheamus, I mean Drew McIntyre, I mean the list goes on, man. Like some of
Everybody
these
wants
theme
broken
songs are
themes.
awful.
I mean, I like Sheamus's theme now, but when they first changed it, yeah, it had to grow on me. But I still like the OG one. Like, just a thing, come on, just like
They're
yeah,
so
I
nostalgic,
don't like
bro.
that.
So
Yeah, man.
nostalgic, bro. Like MVP, he said he never liked his theme song. I don't get it. I mean,
Oh
What?
my God, I love that
What?
I
song.
mean,
Count
that's
MVP?
one, two, you hear the clock ticking. Tick.
yep.
Oh, dude, that was a
Oh,
good
MC.
song. I'm coming. Yeah, oh, that was
Man.
good. I like the MVP's theme song.
He's probably the only one who doesn't like his theme song. I mean, I don't know. That's
Damn,
crazy.
Oh
damn,
damn. Just
that
the
was
whole
a
when he came out, he had the whole smoke and the little like stay up in the back where he'll come out the football terminal with the little MVP in the man. Come on, how can you not? Come
how
on,
you
I
not
man.
guess
gonna
because
like
I
that?
guess the only way I see him not liking that cut. I guess because he thinks the lyrics of the song is corny. I guess he wants to, bro. This is this is wrestling at the end of the day. You don't have to have no like number one hit, like it's a track
Right.
and it's on the billboards.
Right.
Like, come on, that's
You
probably
need
what his
you need
mindset is, bro. Like,
you need 30 seconds to come out. That's it. You got 30
exactly.
seconds to play your song, or maybe less than that, pal. And then after you leave, another one. Carlito's new song, I agree with you,
No.
stinks.
No.
I hate that song. We were at
No.
NXT. We're like, yo, that song stinks.
They should
Even the
have the
new
original one.
LWO song stinks too. I'm glad that Santos went back, well, because they were gonna do a disjustice, hiding Legado Fantasma. My God, what a
Yeah.
freaking theme that Santo Escobar has.
For real.
Legado. I
For
mean, they were
real.
when he changed it to the LWOs. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. No, saca tu bandera. I'm like, oh, come
Latino.
on. I mean, come on. I think it's corny too. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the LWO songs. I could do. It was like, like okay. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I'm not
You know,
feeling
I don't
that
like
one.
about it. I don't like about it is that you have the 80 part in the front of it, like when it starts. You can have a different intro, but like the
Yes,
song itself, to me, it's not the best, but I can fuck with it. Like I like it, but like just have a different intro to where it doesn't remind me of somebody else. Like not that there's anything wrong to be reminded of, but you want your own. Like you want, everybody else has their own. Like even like Santos, he has like as soon as it comes on, you know it's him. Like it's not anybody else.
correct.
Viva la raza. Latino. What?
Oh my, yo, combo.
Besides Jim Johnston and CFO, who else makes the theme song? That's it.
You know,
But Jim Johnston's retired, right? He retired, if I'm not mistaken.
believe so. In the early '80s, it was Jimmy Hart. Believe it or not, a lot of those a lot of those themes in the early '80s and before Jim Johns, they were all Jimmy Harts. The Sexy Boy was Shawn Michaels, was Jimmy Hart. Credited there, which is of course the vocals was Shake Sensational Sherry, Shawn Michaels, but it was Jimmy Hart's who came up with it. Jimmy Hart was a very creative person, not just in the ring for the WWE, but also with the music, with the promos, and man, Jimmy Hart is very unsung in the world of wrestling. He was another one, but now these days they just got to find the next creative minds that will get it. You know, there's a lot, and here's the one thing that I love about it, and it's a cheap plug because my son is in Full Sail, learning music major. They have that there with the working relationship with Full Sail. They could find a young, hungry kid who could help them with some beats to make songs for these wrestlers. So Triple H, to look into Full Sail, look into Full Sail. There's some kids there, especially my son.
Like
Hire
Jim Johnston had the vision, man. He'll look at your character, like Jim Johnson will look at your character, look what makes you, and then just start thinking of something and just make magic in the bottle. Like he was
hmm
great, man.
No, he was
And you notice,
phenomenal.
with with every turn change with The Rock, like everyone, like he changed it up a little bit. Like he was still like the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
dun, dun, but he changed like the beat, like the hi hat and everything like that. And
Hmm.
like that's all pretty much he cut the basis of it.
yeah. He said he just started adding like extra instruments to it, like to his final
hmm
version. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and
I
hopefully,
think today is Def Rebel. I think it's Def Rebel,
yes,
something like that.
yes,
I think yeah.
yes, yes, and hopefully the music gets better. But I mean, those are the tunes that will touch our hearts. And Jason Michael said AEW didn't. No, I'm gonna put this one here. AEW drew 810,000
Yeah.
viewership last night, while NXT was 740 around there. They were really close to the numbers wise.
Wait, they drew what?
800. Now I'll get the numbers correctly. Let me look for the numbers correctly because I want to say with the right with the right facts. I don't want to just say it hypothetical. I want to make sure I get the right facts because that's the best way to go with the right numbers. But if I find the
Damn.
yeah, it was a real close. I know it was 800,000 to 700,000, but I want to get the exact numbers. Oh damn, where is it? I had it here and I couldn't find it. Ah, I got it. All right. So 801,000 for the demographics 18 to 49 or 0.26, while the NXT was 768,000 with
Wait.
that was a 0.25. So 0.1% separated All Elite Wrestling from NXT New Year's Evil, where of course NXT was giving us supposedly Trick Mello and Ilya drama saga there. Of course, where Dragon, we didn't know Carlito was going to be there. It wasn't advertised. It was supposed to be Dragon Lee in that 6-man tag against Catch Club Quarter Club. Also, we had the women's title match, but Dynamite was supposed to show us the mission statement of the devil. This long, drawn out mystery where Samoa new champion issuing the new 2024. Were they going to mention Maxwell Jacob Freeman? Is he gone? And they're going to acknowledge that he's not with the company anymore, which they kind of think. I think they said he's no longer here. XYZ, and they only drew that amount. There you go. There you go. There you go.
There you go. You know what assignment is.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But what you look at the numbers rating wise, there was no college football. While Raw did 1.5 or 1.8 million and they were going up against the not the national title, the playoff, college football playoff at the same time, and they drew that good number. We saw that how stacked Rock came back and all that. What does that say with the All Elite in Wrestling viewership? It's people are not really that invested because I don't know. There was also talks all internet all day long that Mercedes, aka Sasha Banks, was supposed to show up there, sign the contract, was supposed to make a debut, although from the wrestling universe, but not the All Elite Wrestling, not the con man, just the universe speculators, the so-called journalists, the Saps and the Melsers and the Rosses and everyone else got it. We don't know if they got it wrong, but she didn't show up. That's all.
Well, I mean, I'm glad she didn't show up. But I had another question, or not really relating to this, but for both of y'all, I'll go with Athletic first. Athletic, how do you feel about Jey Uso's theme of their original tag team? Yeah,
He's muted.
Mute.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was answering. I was on mute. My bad. You said his theme.
Yeah, how do you feel about his? Because it's basically the Usos theme, but how do you feel about just him versus Jimmy's original? You like it?
I really don't like. It's certain theme songs like I just look forward for it to come on. Like, oh, this guy's coming on. Oh yeah, I gotta turn it up. I gotta surround sound. I gotta turn it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and his theme is just not one of those for me. It's don't get me wrong, it hypes the crowd up. You know what I'm saying? They're into it because of the hand waving gestures and stuff like that. But I don't really like it. I never really liked the original not the original Usos theme. The one when they was a tag team and they changed it. You know what I'm talking about. It's basically the same thing. I never really was a big fan of it. So I don't really like it.
You like Jimmy's? Yeah,
Jimmy's. I forgot how Jimmy's goes. How does it go?
It sounds weird. It sounds like the piano ding 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 ding.
Oh, it's probably it's like a generic type of.
No, it's a good one, but the start is kind of funny because I thought it was. I was already waiting for Justin Timberlake to come out, the Crimea River, but then
oh yeah, I gotta listen to it. I gotta listen.
Uncle Howdy. Or Uncle Howdy. Remember Uncle Howdy?
Oh yeah. Probably it's probably the same guy that makes the Uncle Howdy theme. Created that one.
But I like when they first introduced it, Athletic. Like I think I'm a Bloodline fan anyway, but I like the tag team theme is basically just like Jay's theme, so that's why I can't really like give it too much credit on there. But when I first heard both of them, I like Jimmy's better than Jay's now. Jay's is just good for like that the crowd hype and stuff like that. But I want to get that out.
What throws me off with when they were the tag team with the when they got repackaged with the new theme. Like I like the beginning. I love the beginning, like the way it starts, the beat and everything. But when the lyrics come, it's like, dude, you want that? That's kind of like it throws the thing off for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like they could have put more creativity into the because the beat is perfect. I like it. It's just it's just chaotic.
I think it was their first time in the studio too, so they had to. I think they had to like. I think the guy that was like working with him because they before then they weren't really like they're wrestlers, so they're not like even though they got that vibe like that street vibe and like that
Right.
Samoan but like black type of deal. Like they're wrestlers, so like to get them in the studio, they had to. I heard they had to like be convinced to kind of like kind of turn it up a little bit and like kind of because they're not really like a lyrical kind of family or a twin brother thing or whatever the right word is for it. But so just them. I don't know if they kind of can't. I know they've been with Day One for like for the longest, even when they had like the face paint or whatever like that, like legit, like that phrase. But
Yeah,
as
that
far
been
as
yeah,
like the
that been
lyrics,
yeah.
yeah. But as far as like the lyrics and stuff like that, I think maybe the guy that they're probably working with at the time probably kept them with it. Well, I mean, regardless, I just like because it's hyped me up. Like it's a good gym workout. It gets you hyped up and crunk whatever you got there in the crowd. You get hyped up and stuff. I mean, I love it. I just don't. I love it. Only reason asked about that J one is because like it's just that
It's like Roman Reigns when he did the little remix with the Shield theme
yeah the
song.
shield yeah it's just muse it's like what
Yeah.
I feel like I should have been in there like nah say if you go say this like he that's and you know what I'm glad you said that because I don't know if I told Kevin that but I think I told somebody like it's he basically did the same thing Roman did when he first broke out of the Shield basically the same thing. Hey man, who knows? He could be the next tribal chief one day instead of Solo.
You never know on that. You never know. Now, I know. Let's talk about speculation with free
Yeah.
agents, and I know we had a guys talk about this. Of course, WWE has a lot of key interest in Camille, former NWA Women's Champion, and the reports are if they are bringing Camille Linens for an NXT to get them acclimated, and I think she will come to NXT because they will pay her pretty good money to be in NXT to develop her, get her in the system. A phenomenal NWA wrestler. She's the another version of a Jay Cargill. She's at 7. She's at 5'10". Totally chiseled. Fits the bid there, especially if Tiffany Stratton is going to get elevated. Interesting to see her coming there as well as WWE with Gilia from Stardom. Pretty much on the broadcast, they said she is going to the WWE. Big promotion. I don't see Tony Khan signing her, and she wants to go WWE. Also, Stardom will be in Philadelphia right before her last match, a couple days at that WrestleMania weekend. So, if anything with Gilia, will be in WrestleMania or Stand and Deliver because they're saying she'll be going to the NXT, similar to Dragon Lee, because Dragon Lee also came back polished. Dragon Lee was Triple A Mexico. We saw him on All Elite Wrestling, and then he's in NXT. But look where he's now. If Gilia or Camille, I don't see a long run in NXT. But like Kelvin says, that she needs more work on her promos, which they're gonna give her the best of the best in working promos. They're gonna have top-notch workers there, and if they're going to work with her on promos, they'll get her ready because she fits the boxes and fits the bill. And now that WWE, you see now that they're going to Toronto for Heat Wave, why not bring boost up a couple of star attractions there with like a Camille going to Toronto at Heat Wave and Gilia, in a program at Toronto that will sell up the building even quicker, guys. Those are some of the names there. We also have some names from New Japan come out. But first, give me your reaction on these ladies. I know you might not, even if you don't know about them, but they are coming with star power in the IWC world, in the eyes of the wrestling community.
Um, Athletic, you go first real quick. I'll be right back real
Um,
quick.
I, I heard you talk a little bit about it. Kev, with Camille. You said she's like another Jade Cargill.
Yes,
Hopefully she's more experienced than Jade Cargill, right? She is.
she has been a champion, but Kervin, because one thing about I was hoping NWA will get a TV deal. They're on YouTube a lot. They don't even have a real good TV deal, and their pay-per-views aren't frightful. And they'll normally go up against like SmackDown or I want to get into NWA more into it. I was hoping that they would have got that CW deal so I could watch it, put it on DVR, and to see more of her. I think she needs. That's why NXT feels more better for her to get her out of that system. She's been wrestling since 2017. Um, I think she needs the NXT brand. I think there's star there because she checks the boxes, everything, but she still needs fine tuning.
Okay, yeah, I definitely and you were saying like she's like an Amazon type of she's tall and I think the roster needs a lot more of that because we only got a few exceptions. We got Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax. Those are the only ones I think we need a more variety of athleticism to the brand. It's not many gigantic, larger than life females on the roster, and you said she could really go. So I would like to see it, man. I would definitely like to see it because I think in terms of the women division we need like it needs more of like because we know with the men's division we have so many um characters that strike fear into opponents, have that aura. We don't have a lot of that in the female division. We need more of that, just a little more, not too much, just a little more, just to make it more, just have more variety.
Yeah, because unfortunately the injury bug has hit WWE again with Raquel Rodriguez has a some kind of illness. I don't know if it's going to impede her from wrestling more, but she has to take care of that. Don't know what's her schedule going to be like, where her diagnosis, where that goes forward. And I'm not saying Camille's going to fit a Raquel, but she has that kind of stature, that kind of look like a Raquel Rodriguez. Just the only difference, Raquel is Mexicana, she's Latina, where Camille is Caucasian, where it's different, but they fit that stature built, that tall powerhouse. And if Camille could get seasoned in the NXT verse there with some great coaches. And speaking of great coaching, but before, let me answer this question real quick. Out of all those different Spanish countries for a pay-per-view, I think Mexico City with Mexico, I think is the front runner. I don't know if the government in WWE in Cuba, I don't think they watch too much WWE in Cuba, to be honest with you. Dominican Republic, that'll be another destination. I don't know if they have a big stadium where they're going to draw a big, maybe, not for a pay-per-view, for a house show. I could see it happening in Dominican Republic, yes, but I don't know if they'll do a premium live event there. I could see it in Mexico City because they've been teasing about going to Mexico City. Also, they want to do NXT Mexico. So what a way to set that footprint, having a premium live event so people get enamored and they can start working there and have an NXT Mexico. With that, you feature Santo Escobar, Dragon Lee. You got so many people. Andrade returns because he's another name that's been rumored to it. But now back to where I was saying where Camille might come in. There's also video surfacing where you've seen in Natalia's dungeon in Tampa. We're seeing Jade Cargill going at 100 miles an hour, working her butt off. She just came back from her grieving with her mom, but now she's right back in the ring and she looks sharp with Natalia working there with men and women. She's moving, and my God, the video footage that they placed there of Jade looks spectacular. No one thing that Natalia, I know when she sometimes come out and I go, oh, here's Natalia, she's the special or number one contender. There is a purpose for Natalia. Natalia is not just a name; she's an in-ring coach, a student of the game who's going to teach these business along with her husband, Tyson Kidd. Their value. That's why they kept them so long around, and they'll continue to keep them around. And wow, I can't wait for Jade. And there's also a little peek there. We saw Odyssey Jones, getting in there and wrestling, but with a person that is not WWE roster doesn't mean nothing because we've seen Moose from TNA participate in these work sessions in the dungeon, and we know Moose is a TNA wrestler that and mix it up with the WWE wrestlers, but the ring is affiliated with WWE. The turnbuckles are WWE, and we see none other than Ricky Starks working not with just Odyssey, with other talents in there and interesting to see Ricky Starks. We know he's best friends with Cody Rhodes, but is there something there maybe we're teasing a little bit ahead? Ricky Starks will be a free agent. I don't know when, upcoming this year. Could we see a Ricky Starks in the WWE?
Possibly. I don't think it should be soon though. I think it'll be like a little bit later down the line. I think Camille and uh, I don't know how to say
Galia.
Julia,
Julia,
Gilia,
Julia, Gilia,
yeah,
Julia, yeah.
yeah. I think they'll be in the WWE before if Ricky Starks decide to come to
Yes.
WWE.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But I haven't seen like I'm looking at a match here with Camille, trying to see how get a feel for how she is. She's a big girl, like she's
Told you.
tall, glamazonic, like she's not.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't been fighting yet, but yeah, just the intimidation factor is there. The intimidation factor is there, and WWE needs a little bit more than that, more for that. Yeah, I don't want to be across the ring looking for her. I'll tell you that.
Right.
But I think I heard something. I don't know if it was her or you probably mentioned it earlier. Um, is there like who is there somebody's gonna be NXT bound? Was it like Camille or Julia?
Both. Both.
Both?
Both are NXT bound. Both will be NXT bound when going to the WWE. Gilia wants to learn how to do NXT American television, work wrestling matches on the American television, and she wants to learn that. And that's telling me she's a student and smart. She's going in there, humbling herself to go down because that means she wants to be a mega star when she comes to the United States. There's nothing wrong to going to NXT and working back up. Then because if she really was selfish, she would have done what the Maria May did, which she has a bad reputation not being a really good wrestler, going right into AEW, right into the TV, and not going and working her way up. That's nothing wrong with that. Everyone's going to try to poo-poo it. Oh, you're going to go to NXT. The AEW fans that will love if they were to say Gilead was going to AEW, they'll be throwing a parade right now. But yeah, seriously, they'll be throwing a parade. The fact that she's going to NXT is to learn. What a better place where you have all these minds and coaches to help her get to that level. And I'm telling you, that's going to be like a Dragon Lee only had a short cup of coffee in NXT. Yes, he's still the North American champion, but he's featuring on SmackDown. He was on Survivor Series, ladies and gentlemen, in the pay-per-view. I could see that with Gilia, and I could see the same thing with Camille. And once they get the promos and get that going, they're going to have that opportunity for them to get that exposure. And these ladies are just going to kill it off the screen. It's going to be a fun time for the women and the men of all the free agents 2024. That's why I mentioned earlier, if WWE are rumored to sign all these names, or not all these names, where does it leave a Seth Rollins? Where does it leave a Becky Lynch? Unless if they get a contract extension already and not allow there. And also Drew McIntyre, I believe. But although I think Drew McIntyre might have signed an extension, don't know yet. But he's another one that might, I could see where he could just say, I'm going to go. Because he'll go to AEW and they'll put him on top of the card as a champion if that's what he really wants, or does he want to get paid? That's the question for McIntyre.
Yeah, man. I think Camille and Julia, they go down to NXT, but I don't think they're not gonna stay down there long.
Nah.
And when I say long, I mean like Braun Breaker long or Carmelo long. Like they're gonna be down there for a while, but they won't be down there. They'll be down there. I just say they'll be down there enough, because like I've seen like clips of Julia on Twitter and stuff like that. She looks pretty decent. Like she looks really good in the ring. Looking at Camille here, she's got the stature. She's showing her power and everything, strength. It's not gonna take. They're not gonna be down there for that long. And granted, they shouldn't be, like, because I'd love to see somebody like Camille or even Jade Cargill go against like Charlotte or like Rhea Ripley. Just for like that. Because we got a lot of like fast movers, like some high flyers in the women's division. But going back to like what Athletic said a little earlier, like we need some of that powerhouse. Like we have some, but we need just a little bit more in there too, just so we can have a little bit more like competition and like intimidation factor and stuff like that. We can have more like top heavy. That's what I should say. women on there.
No, agree. And
Although
speaking
maybe
of
on live Jack too. So
Speaking of Charlotte, she had successful surgery yesterday. She put out a thank you to all those that wish her and updating. And she had the surgery in Alabama, in Birmingham, Alabama. I believe Dr. Scott Andrews was her physician, if I'm not mistaken, there. So she had successful surgery, thanking all the well wishes there. So get back in a speedy recovery for her. And another news note there, TNA Hard to Kill. Only 316 tickets left. So the venue was set up for 1,200 plus, and they have sold. They're currently there's 316 tickets left. So good job there on that venue. It's a small venue in Las Vegas, but still in all, it's still moving up, and a lot of seats are filled up, and a lot of the upper decks are not the one. Everything below is really full, and only just the upper decks are the only things that are not there. That won't look too bad on TV if they don't sell it, but I think they'll sell half of that. I think there'll be like 100 to 125 tickets away from a sellout for TNA, their first pay per view of the year, or premium live events. Now they calling them that for Hard to Kill, which is a good thing. I mean, so that's a good thing because that place is gonna be stacked with wrestlers. We saw Alex Hammerstone from NWA that you guys mentioned a lot on our chat. The WWE from MLW will be going to in TNA Impact, so that's another name there who looks the par there. I don't know what's the deal why WWE really didn't they pursued him, but not too much. I think there's some issues or something that, or he has a stereotype that he had maybe in TNA. It probably is a short run where he shows that he could work on that big stage, and then they'll probably maybe AEW or signs him or WWE. If and they didn't say how long he was going to be in TNA, but it might be a one off or a couple shows, and then trying to showcase himself to the big companies. You never know, Alex Hammerstone.
Speaking more onto the free agency thing. Wasn't Okada a free agent? Did he re-sign with
He
New
is.
Japan? Oh, he
I
still
don't
is.
know. He still is. They didn't mention. I don't think he signed. Re-signed. He's gonna be he's still got a couple more time, but I think he's gonna be a free agent. Okada. I don't know if WWE fits him though. I would like to see Okada, but I don't think he fits this WWE system.
Yeah, it looks like he's definitely like over there in Japan. They really value their people. He's a megastar, but I don't really realistically see him leaving.
And
I got a
what's
question
gonna
for
be?
y'all.
Yeah, get Terrence.
I was just gonna say, what do y'all think about Nick Nemeth over there in the Japan now?
Love
You
it.
see it?
Love it.
Yeah, yeah, I like it. I like it. Like he's been at the top. In WWE, he's had great moments. But it's like when you're not in WWE, like going to New Japan to me is like that's I don't want to say that's the ideal place to go, but that's like you're exploring some of the best wrestlers in the world, not just the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like you're getting different. You're creating an opportunity for yourself, like Cody did. You're creating an opportunity for yourself to learn more about yourself, to see, what can you learn, who can you learn from. It's just a great experience over there in New Japan. Like some of the greats have left WWE, went to New Japan, came back. So he's no exception.
I loved it because he quickly made an impact there. Seen from the clips, I wanted to get up. I got up. I missed I saw the latter part of Wrestle Kingdom this morning. Um, when he went after Finley, that's
Hmm.
also he's NXT bound. I think both David and Ron Finley are both going to NXT. Those are Finley's sons. I believe they're going to finish whatever obligations in NXT. In New Japan, they will become in NXT to America bound. That's what we heard. I don't know, but for him there, Ziggler, Nick, phenomenal job there because I think they'll push him and he will get a different aspect of the business. If he goes back to and listen, he's gonna have his cake and eat it too because we know New Japan works hand in hand with AEW. So he could work a program with his brother in the Forbidden Door if they want to do that, or if he wants to really wrestle his brother. So they could do that. That one off there. Also, Impact Wrestling works with New Japan at times. Oh, they have done pay-per-views, collaborations as well. So I know he's gonna wrestle on the 19th or the 20th in Puerto Rico for WCCW something in Puerto Rico. That he's going to have his match there, so he's going to be there. So that's good for Ziggler, Nick. So it's good to see that there, that the guys have opportunities. I like the fact he didn't go running immediately to AEW. I like that the fact that he went to New Japan, where he's going to learn a different style. And he looked like a superstar, Terrence, when he came. If you see that little, my goodness,
Yes, that promo that he cut. And did you see, like, I didn't realize it until the other day. Did you guys, I don't know how much you guys are on Twitter, but did you see that courtroom thing? Where somebody, like, they ran and jumped the judge?
yes, yeah, he
He kind
reenacted
of,
that
like,
pretty
did
much
that.
yesterday.
Yeah. And, like, after that, he cut that promo. It was like, man. And, like, a superstar was. Like, you get, Dolph, man. He was in WWE, but I feel like, taking that experience from just being in there and then also having that confidence and knowing that you're that damn good, as he likes to say, it's like the sky's still, to me, it's still the limit for that guy, man.
Let me
Like, no
let me
matter
ask
where
you
he
this,
goes.
guys. Let me ask you this question about Dolph Ziggler. I think what hurt Ziggler not get too big popular in the WWE, because we kind of saw his act a little bit before in a different way in Billy Gunn when he was the Ass Man. He didn't say he was the Ass Man, but those mannerisms, it felt like it was you were copy and pasting Ziggler. I know he came out of that Spirit Squad, but when he started doing that other stuff, it kind of felt that way. Me, at least me, I'm going to talk about myself. What? Because I didn't think it hit Ziggler too much because I felt like I was watching, a rip off of Billy Gunn.
Um, you talking about when he was like coming out and like shaking his ass and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, like, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with it. I think it's just like him just trying to like, because he stopped doing that later down the line or whatever. I think
Mm-hmm.
it's just him trying to like find something like to be more of him, to find something like that he's, dare I say, like comfortable with, or like that can like kind of get something that he can like go on with and just kind of get catchy and just to find himself. I think pretty much like, even though it's WWE and it's scripted, but just kind of like find his own. There you go, find his own and see how he can like, carve out his own path and how he can like, how people can like know him, and then later down the line, once he stopped doing that, you don't really need to like, he didn't continue to do that, but he's still like, you know, dare I say, stole the show pretty much like almost every time he was in the ring. Um, I did not like the fact that he, was using like, I think I kind of compared him like later down the line to Shawn Michaels, because like he kept doing the super kick and he put his hair in a ponytail, and he started wearing long tights and stuff like that or whatever. Just like those fights or whatever. But like as far as just Dolph Ziggler being Dolph Ziggler, like throughout his career, like when he first, remember he first came in, he was, "Hi, I'm Dolph Ziggler," and he was trying to like shake everybody's hands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think it was just, it was just his way of like, just okay, what's next? Like, what is he gonna do to, try to get over and like, try to like, what can he do to separate himself from the crowd, pretty much, and everything just kind of like happened, for a reason that just culminates to where he's at now, and I think that whatever kind of run that he's gonna have in Japan is gonna be, pretty decent, pretty phenomenal, I should say.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do a good job in
I
Japan.
I think and I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked that question, Kev. I think, and I'm also glad that Terrence brought up Shawn. I feel like he was always a mixture of Shawn Michaels and Billy Gunn. Like I seen it very early on with the Billy Gunn, with the Famouser and the white boots, and you know what I'm saying. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of the mannerisms. I didn't even know when he used to gyrate and all that. That was a nod to Billy Gunn. I didn't even know Billy Gunn used to do that, but I definitely seen that early on. Then Shawn Michaels along the way. That's where he started to show shades of that. But I think what really hurt Dolph Ziggler, like why he never really, like, he was stuck, in like, because you remember the world title with the secondary title, he was stuck in that, that ceiling of his careers because, and then it got, he went downhill from that because I just felt like he always made his opponent look too good, and he was always the go-to to make an opponent look spectacular in the match, like.
Yeah.
And that's what really hurt him, because his ability to make his opponent look so much better than him You know, not in terms of like outdoing him in the ring, but just to deliver and make what they're doing to him look so great. Like WWE just overused that continuously and continuously, like to a point where like he was just, I don't want to say enhancement, like, but they just never really used him as anything other than making guys really look, you know, good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's just how I saw it.
I get
No,
you.
no,
I
I
get you on
get
that.
you. I get you on that one with him. We'll see how New Japan works for him. I think it's gonna work phenomenal. I think he's gonna do a good job. And where we see him again in the United States pretty soon. Well, that's a talent that if he wants to continue to wrestle in the United States, he will have his name, stomp his name or stamp his ticket anywhere he wants there. Kervin says he likes Osprey, but a draw for Japan, but not for the United States. He's gonna have an opportunity with All Elite Wrestling now. He signed with All Elite Wrestling. I don't know the years for Will, but he was gonna be able to go back to Japan and go on those different independent runs that he likes to do. Phenomenal talent, but hopefully the one thing that worries me about Osprey, his style of wrestling, the injuries. He is one of those guys that leaves it all out there. He oohs and ahs the crowd, but he even does it in independent scenes. So you gotta respect that he gives. When you go see Will Ospreay, even if you pay $7 or 25 or in 1,500, you're gonna get the same effort of a hell of a 5-star, like they say, or super duper match from him. That I respect a lot for Will Ospreay. Um, does We all know why he didn't go to the WWE. His ex-wife Blair Davenport is in NXT. She's getting married with soon to Osborne, a negative relationship. He wants to be in England, all that stuff. Those WWE was never in his cards for all personal reasons. The money, they would have given him the same money, the exposure. He would have got fame. He would have made a lot more money. But it's personal. He for Osprey in the WWE. That's why he's not going there. But he's a good talent. The same thing with Hijo de Valquinho, another one, hell of a talent, but he does too much stuff, which you got to respect, because if you're watching him for that might be the first time ever watch him. He's gonna put on that show for you, even if it's just a rampage or tape show. He's gonna go give you his, and I respect that to a degree, but you at the end of the day, it's a crew business. Once your body gives up, they won't book you. They won't even think about you. They'll move on to the next act, which will pace himself a little more in his wrestling abilities for both Osprey and the El Hijo de Valquinho from AAA Mexico.
Uh,
What
um,
about Go ahead. Go ahead.
oh no, no, because
Athletics.
I was gonna bring something else up. Go ahead, get yours up first.
Well, I was gonna do the same. I was gonna do the same
Oh, okay,
thing.
okay. All right, let me just say this thing. I wanted to ask you this. Cause I haven't really got the chance to admire this guy's work or really watch him like that. But I hear the hype, and y'all even mentioned before, LA Knight. Like, what makes him so special? Like, what
Yeah.
is it? That's
Because
it.
he conducts, you know what it is, when he comes out and when he conducts himself like a megastar. Um, the way he talks, the way he presents himself, and the way he's showing. See, sometimes confidence could open up doors and opportunities that if even if you might, you could be, you could. Let me put this way. I'm trying to think of a wrestler, a big Omos. Omos is 7'2", monster, but he hasn't separated. He hasn't really shown you anything to separate or hey, I gotta make him my main event. But meanwhile, you could find a Rey Mysterio because of that confidence, that aura, that mystique. He held the WWE title. He been a main eventer. You could put him in the main event even at his age at 45 or 47, and you're like, oh yeah, Rey Mysterio. People will draw eyeballs because he conducted himself in that confidence, that mystique. He belongs. It might have taken LA Knight so much time in his to get to that mystique and that confidence, but he's oozing it because he's listening. He finally learned the art as a wrestler to listen and register what the crowd is wants. And if they like just the yeah and the LA Knight, that confidence that who he is and presenting himself that way and listening to the yeah and listening to the crowd, darn it, if it works, why break what's not broke? Why fix what not broke? and the way he presented himself, it said, "Screw that Max Dupree crap. I'm going back as L.A. Knight." And when he did it, yeah, people were like, "Oh, he was catchy with that." He knew what to do. Right place at the right time. He might not be the most. Look, Hogan wasn't the best technical wrestler, but Hogan was just a leg drop, a spotty slam, and hulking up, and we're on our way out. It's the moments, the register, the wow factor, and I think that's what LA Knight is currently these days.
He just connects. He connects with the crowd. It's been like that even before his days. Like not really including Max Degree because I don't know where Vince was trying to go with that, but he just connects. Like it's with since what TNA Impact days he was with him.
And
Everybody's just been on the
NWA.
same. Yeah,
Hmm.
NWA. He just connects with the crowd in a way that you know, just like how most stars do. Is like he's not gonna like you said, he's not the most like technical savvy or whatever you call that. He's not a high flyer. He's not the most gifted like physically. Um, he's a big guy, but he can move in the ring. He'll surprise you at times, but when it comes to his promos and stuff like that, he connects with the crowd and people love him. So
People want to hear from him. They just want to hear from him. And remember, Stereo, I was looking for someone in stature. Wasn't talking about the level of wrestling technique because Ray would run 4 circles around LA Knight. When I'm talking about stature wise, Omos was 7 foot and Ray was small, five
hmm
11, 5'7", whatever in that range, and he made it work. Well, Omos, he could just be intimidating. He can look wise, you could say main event, while Ray had to work his butt off to get
Omos
into
is just
characters.
trash, bro. Just say it, Kev. He sucks, man.
No, but
He's
but I'm
horrible.
I wanna because I think Curvin was like it was ridiculous to mention Ray ever with Mary Mysterio ever, right? But I wanted to show like different type of contrast. I'm not saying LA Knight is bad as Omos. He's not. He's a good wrestler. He's pretty is. He's a really good wrestler. But he's not going to give you that technical prowess. Like oh my god, he's not the Danielsons and the top notch of the wrestlers of the wrestlers. He's not going to win a tournament, a G1 tournament. He's going to entertain. He's going to be an entertainer, which you see that he's just hell of an entertainer, and that's you don't have to get over with your moves. You don't have to. Not everyone is meant to do 450 hammer Phoenix splash. There's guys that just entertain us, tell a story, and that's what right now LA Knight does. He tells a story in the ring with his either microphone skills or getting the crowd just chanting a simple phrase. And yeah,
yeah. Let me talk to you.
there you go.
I wish Chef Dan was here. He could, he
Oh, he loves LA
we
Knight.
break it down, but like, cause that's his boy. So
Mm-hmm.
he gonna give you the technical stuff on it. But
Right. Rhea is different from China. Totally different aura.
yeah,
Um,
hmm
where China and China didn't hardly speak. China was very quiet, but she was the enforcer, intimidator. While Rhea has a personality. See it making the Judgment Day, looking mommy on top, and all that stuff. They're different, but people like to. But they need a barometer, Kelvin. They need a barometer to measure. You need a measuring stick. You need a compass or where to begin or what level or where they're going to. And I think that's why it's not the comparison. It's more like a barometer to compare where you're heading to it. And I think people misinterpret that saying they're the next China. No, they want to compare the barometer. They want to see if they stack up or they're impactful in that generation, like a China impacted the Attitude Era. Will Rhea Ripley impact this current era that we in? I call this the Tribal Chief era. Be honest with you, this is the era of wrestling is the Tribal Chief era. Because that's where or the bloodline era, either one you want to call it. This is the era that I think Rhea is just one of those in that era that when in a few years from now, people are gonna probably say, "Oh, she reminds me of Rhea Ripley." No, Rhea was just
hmm
so different. So every era has something different because China, for being a number, the way she broke out as a woman wrestler, you can never compare it to the Fabulous Moolah. They're totally too different, and
yeah.
it goes on and on and on. Yeah.
Speaking of eras, what era are? Because I know we passed the modern era. They call it what do they call this era again? They called it something, man. I forgot, bro.
I'm calling it the
Oh
bloodline era or the
man,
tribal chief era or
it's they called it something, man. I forgot, man.
the Samoan dynasty era. I really
Now
because
they called it something like because it went. They said modern, and then it's. Oh
Modern
man, I
day era
can't
or
believe I
something like
forgot.
that.
No, 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 no. Cause they said we're past the modern era. They said it's. I forget what era they coined it, bro.
Oh,
So they have
Man.
they have a coin phrase, which I first time I'm hearing of it. To be honest with you, I really
Oh man.
wow. Okay, that's the first time.
The. Oh, that's crazy.
This
I gotta
gotta
look
be
it up.
a social media type of era, like a social media era,
Oh yeah,
or
yeah, 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 yeah. It's something like that. It's something like that. They said. Oh
digital era,
man,
digital media
something
era.
like that, bro. Let me look it up.
Okay, because right now social media dictates a lot of what
yeah.
happens, with wrestling too, because of the outroar or backlashes or discontent, because and some of these companies listen to that for a degree, and they want to try to, or they hear their feedback from a product. People didn't, back then they didn't know the real feedback. It was by TV ratings. People didn't tune in. They knew they wasn't really working that well. If people didn't tune, or vice versa, then they'll make a change, and sometimes it'll be a little too late to grasp at that crowd back. Attendance, or well, people will still go no matter what to these house shows and all these other places, but it was TV ratings was the way. Now this was social media and other things. That's how they know if their product is resonating in the world of business. Did you find it?
Uh, you get me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh man, nah, wait. All right, so I'm looking at it now. Maybe I got it wrong, but it says okay. So it starts with the golden age, 80s to 90s, new era, early to mid 90s, attitude era, of course, 90s to 2000s, ruthless aggression era, 2002 to 2008, PG era, 2008 to 2013, reality era. That's what I heard, but they're saying it's from 2014 to 2016. And they saying that this era is the new era, 2016 to present. I heard reality era. I don't know where they
I thought
get
it was
new era.
I thought you had the COVID era, and then you had this. Okay, I
I,
mean,
I I feel like they when they name the eras is like like from periods like from years apart, not from like what could I say, like major issues that happen in one period of time. Like it's like from years, like what era wrestling it was.
yeah, because this could be, you could say this is the TKO era that we're in now. The Endeavor TKO era, because this is where, now this is where it starts, where we can see now, if Cody Rhodes does complete a story, now he's part of the TKO face of the company. And you go from there. And how long is this reign? Then that's the Cody Rhodes era. Or we could say the TKO era or the Nightmare era. I mean, it only is who makes that lasting impression in the history books that we're going to remember them talking about coming on for years to come. 10 years, 5, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. It's what, almost 30 plus years, and we're still talking about the Attitude Era, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, and so
Right.
forth. So it's phenomenal there.
As polarizing as those guys were, like the era itself wasn't even named that because I would feel like the main guy in the attitude era, of course, Stone Cold. The Rock comes right after that, but the era itself wasn't named after Stone Cold. It's like the attitude era is all about what type of wrestling are we getting, what type of
Right.
product are we
Yeah.
getting. So
hmm
the ruthless aggression era was the product, like when they name the era is more so what the product is. You know what I'm saying? Like they said the reality era 20. What did they say? 2014 to 2016. So whatever product of the basically the categorization of the era that we're in. Like what type of product are we getting? So I wouldn't know what to name this era at all, but
Digital
it's
era.
pretty good.
It's the digital era. Everything's Twitter, social media, or the social media era. You could be one of those. You could go that route, because this is wrestling with the Meltzers, with the Meltzers, the SAP, all the wrestling informers, so called, that wants to spoil, give the card out. Even us right now that are speaking on podcasts, internet podcasts, jobs were created out of the digital media world. This digital so that could be the era of wrestling that they're in. Could be that's one. Only time will tell what they want to name it. But let's face it, a lot of jobs, a lot of people are employed on Wrestling Inc. and places like that because of the wrestling business thriving and people just talking. Busted Open is about to go 24/7. They're 7 days a week already. They're about to go be 24 hours of wrestling talk. So just think about how
Oh
the
damn.
industry. So you could see it's like a digital media or social media era because what of all the difference? That means more jobs. So you're looking at 24 hours a day, whatever I'm money, with 4 hour shows. Divide that by how many of the hosts or people there. That's more work. That's jobs where wrestling creates. So there is a business aspect. So you could say this is a social media era. I mean, if you want to go that route.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That'll be a good way. I like how they coined the reality. I like that one, but they're saying it's for 2014, 2016. I don't agree with that. I still think that's relatively PG era.
It could be PG, but the reality is where they were starting to use more of their names, like they're now no
Right.
more of the gimmicks. Then people were coming
Hmm.
out with their whatever their government names, wrestling
Yeah,
under their
that's
own
true.
government names, not just. And then we started seeing that a little earlier when Scott Hall and Kevin Nash returned. And no longer Razor or Razor or Diesel. Now people were coming in with other names, and we started seeing that back and forth. Also crossing like AJ Styles when he came to WWE, came as AJ Styles. Vince didn't change his name there either, and vice versa. Maybe that's why they call it reality names wrestling. Maybe because we found out. I think around that time we found out what it was Paul Levesque. I never knew that. Who would have told me that when I started watching wrestling or in the back then, Paul Levesque. I'm like, who the hell is that? It's Triple H. So it's crazy. Maybe that's what it is. Guys, I don't.
I don't
Right.
know. I just think it's the bloodline tribal chief area right now. I
I
think it's
think
the
it's a
bloodline area.
bloodline with a digital with a social media aspect. I think it's a bloodline tribal chief or Samoan dynasty rise or the Samoan dynasty era. I really think that's where we're sitting because we don't see it just across in WWE. We see the Samoan dynasty all across. Samoa Joe now becoming AEW world champion.
Hmm.
You see Hikaleo, Jacob Fatu. You got so many other, not just them, Tonga twins who are in Wild Wrestling. They're very popular there, Samoan. So you could say the uprise of the Samoan dynasty, and they don't have to be a bloodline. It just could be just Samoans, just uprising. And they always been in wrestling, but now they're just more mainstream because of the way we could consume things. In it shows, or it could be an international because now we feel like wrestling is even more international than ever. You have the Latin, the Samoans, the Japanese market. You have so many, the European market. Um, you know, it's so many different, and then now all together, we even had an Indian world champion in gender.
Oh
So
God.
and it's still so we've seen that that's also it could be international era where everyone now gets a piece of the crowd apart that everyone it's so many different ways that we could go on, and it's good because it's showing that wrestling what Vince wanted was to take the WWF global, and slowly but surely it was global and it continues to be global because Wembley sold out. If it wasn't for Vince's thought about going global, Wembley would have not done great the
I
numbers it did.
I don't know why you had to bring that up, Cat, with Jinder Mahal, because that just brought up a thought in my mind. My mind just be going.
No,
I
go
don't
for it.
like Mustafa Ali. Great talent. He could run a little stale. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the time they didn't even have him on TV. But a guy like that, he gets let go. Didn't really get a really big opportunity, maybe because he's a small guy. I don't know. But Jinder Mahal just comes back with jacked up muscle. Like, oh yeah, we gonna put the title on this dude. Like I hate to say this about this man, bro. Cause I'm sure he's a great dude, bro. But they had this man look like an absolute joke for the majority of his career. Then all of a sudden they just want to make us believe that he's just, and then put the title on him for obvious marketability reasons. I hate that was disgusting, bro. That was egregious to me.
One of Vince McMahon's this because I go a little back. One of Vince McMahon's biggest calling card before you were born. He's always said this phrase. Anything could happen in the world of in the World Wrestling Federation before they changed to WWE. Anything could happen in WWE. He kind of took that away, like from any given Sunday, anyone could win a football game. So he wants that, and everyone knows, especially in our sport, that we know it's predetermined. Some people say fate. They don't like to use that word. It's predetermined. Of the outcome, he wants you to go any given night. Anyone could be the world champion. All you need is 3 seconds of glory, and you get over. He proved it every now and then. WWE, what's called slipping on a banana peel. In one any given day, a champion or anyone could slip on a banana peel, a la Razor Ramon versus the 1-2-3 Kid. That's why they want to keep that in the wrestling business. Not all the time everything is chalk where you see, oh, this guy's going over. There's always that once in a while the slip of the banana peel, like, oh, I didn't see that coming. And that was a nice swerve that didn't even expect that from Vince McMahon to give it to a Jinder Mahal. Doesn't mean it was right or wrong or indifferent, but that title range wasn't that long lived either. So when I heard Jinder won the title, because I was a little disconnected and I saw that and I heard it, I was like, all right, a little bit different, something different. I bet no one's expecting Jinder to win that title. Um, but it's a swerve. It's just a swerve, a banana peel moment where, any given Sunday, anything can happen in the world of wrestling or entertainment. So that's what's pretty much what he's living up to, the mantra out there. And that's going to continue from here on until the end of time, of wrestling time. There's always going to be that any given time, any given match. You might think, and nope, something else, a different outcome comes out.
And the reason that I even brought that up, not to diminish him, as it's
No,
just
I got
it's just what I was seeing for so many years from him, and then they just rushed it. And not like Drew McIntyre, he left, he went and explored his opportunities, learned new things, came back, reinvented himself. No, Jinder Mahal was the same dude, bro. I mean, he's not that good in the ring. He came back with jacked up muscles, and they just. And I definitely get what you're saying. I never looked at it like that. Thank you for telling me that, because I never even looked at it in that aspect. But I just feel like I never mind him even just becoming a champion. Just the seriousness and the believable, just making it believable. It just wasn't like okay. You look at Kofi Kingston and with him being with the New Day, and then his opportunity finally came. I didn't necessarily think he had the seriousness or the gimmick, but it definitely told the story. You know what I'm saying? This is something that has been long awaited for many years, and people felt like it was postponed for whatever reason. And when it happened, it was a feel good moment. Even though when he became the champion, and I was looking at a lot of stuff he was still doing, I'm like, I don't like that. He's not serious. It's weird. He's the top champion and he's shaking his ass. It's like I don't like that. But he got his opportunity, right? Then Big E got his opportunity. It told the story. But Jinder Mahal is like, okay, he's the first Hindi WWE champion, but what else? Like, what is he doing? What impact is he making? I
Yeah,
mean, for his
yeah.
country, of course, he's shining light on that. But would they even look at him as a serious champion? Like, I don't even know. That was just a weird period. But I definitely get what you're saying, that like Vince tried to make it as though like everybody has a chance, just to make it like a reality, like the underdog story. Like we never expected that, like. And he had legitimate heat from that. I guess that's the best part about it. He had legitimate heat. Nobody wanted him to be champion. Nobody really liked it. And when he
exactly.
lost, it was probably a feel good moment.
And let me ask, if you really hated Jinder, you'll now want to tune in even more to see him lose that belt. You want it. You know what? I can't wait. You know what? He's gonna fight this one. I want to see him. I hope he loses it. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna enjoy that he loses the title. I can't wait for them to get his ass kicked from here to Kingdom Come, because I can't stand Jinder with the title. That's what it's about.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Right.
And
And
again, yeah, go ahead.
oh no, go ahead, because I was going
No,
I
no, I
was
was
going
gonna
to say
say,
here.
no, I was gonna say also Toma Tonga is done with New Japan. Announced another Samoan, I believe. Um,
Hmm.
I forgot who is his relative, but WWE was enamored with Toma Tonga last year, or keeping an eye on him. Another one that fits the bill, another male wrestler who from New Japan would love to see work with WWE, but we can't sign everybody. That's the crazy stuff, because we have a lot of young NXT talent that's ready to burst on the scene, and you can't load it up too much, because then they start getting budget cuts, and then we don't know who our favorites go elsewhere. That's been with the company for a long time. When you start bringing in a lot of new talent, and fresh blood is good, but damn, about but keep an eye. SmackDown's gonna be 3 hours now in the
Oh, it
fall.
is.
In the fall.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, that's what
It's crazy.
that's my reaction too.
And it's crazy because people are pushing for the show for Raw to be put back to 2 hours. They say, "Oh, let's make SmackDown 3 hours too," since they want to keep talking. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I wanted to ask y'all this, because this has been on my mind. I never got to ask y'all this. I like to just ask questions. I like to hear, what y'all think of this, because we talked about it a little bit early, just slightly, with the Undertaker and Brock, with Brock beating them and all of this. And I heard Paul Heyman bring up a scenario that I believe is absolutely true. He tried to, he threw us a hint, like, and I'm gonna talk about that. But Do y'all think Undertaker, like, I feel like this is the perfect scenario for him to go out. I felt like at WrestleMania 28, that was the perfect way for him to retire. It would have been good, but I guess the streak ultimately, all things are meant to be broken. But I feel like that's something that should have just been untouched. I don't know. That's just my personal bias. I feel like the way WrestleMania 28 played out, it was a beautiful story. He should have went out and retired then. Do y'all think that's a place where he should have retired at that moment in his career?
I mean, I can see what you're saying as far as because like how not only how it ended. Let me just give it correct real quick. We talking about when it was the Hell in a Cell, right?
Yeah,
Hell in a Cell. Okay. Yeah, I get like if you look at it from the aspect of like how not only how the match ended, because like there was a few moments where like we thought the streak was gonna be over with, and it didn't end. But the way that they kind of basically broke character at the end, they all hugged each other and got off the stage and did a little arm thing or whatever on the neck, and then they just walk off to the back or whatever. Um, I mean, I don't know how you would like. I mean, you could break it down a little later, but as far as like, I don't know how you would think of as far as a breaking of the character and then like saying, "Oh, this is like," and they kind of said it on camera, like this is like the end of an era,
yeah.
type deal. Um, so I look at it from that aspect of it. As far as like how the ending of the match went, I'm sure there's more to it. But as far as like WrestleMania 30, when he lost the streak, I think like if there was going to be any ending to his career, I think him losing the streak would should have been like the ending of his in ring career as far as I'm
Mm.
concerned because he already had been like cut the hair and try to go for a new look and stuff. Like he still at that point he could go pretty good in the ring and him losing to Brock who was still going to be in the company after that time anyway. Um, like going back to what Kevin was saying earlier as far as like passing the torch or passing the that aura of Mystique over to Brock who eventually ended up having that. I think it would have been perfect if Taker would have just kind of have his last match at that point, and then because the match that he had with my boy kind of like it was kind of tarnished it a little bit. I think just that 30 match would have been perfect. What do you think, Joe?
1 second, let me answer. Repeat that one more time because I was writing here to answer. Terrence, give me
Um,
answer one more time.
he was saying that he thought the WrestleMania 28 was the perfect moment for Taker to go out and have his last match, and I was just saying like I think that's a pretty good one. But myself, I think WrestleMania 30 would have been like, because he lost the streak and everything like that. He was looking pretty good at the time. So, um, again, him losing that match and like you were saying earlier, him passing the mystique with that aura over to Brock, who was going to stay in the
Right.
company after that time anyway. I think that would have been the perfect way for him to go out, losing the streak.
No, I think he retired right. Him going out with losing the streak, you're gonna remember him as a loser. Losing and losing the streak, and he's gone. Having come back and having that couple matches before, having that interaction with him is I'm okay with it. Um, some people want him one more match. I don't. I think his final
Hmm.
match he looked a little too slow. And we saw him with the NXT in person. It looked great to see him do the limited amount of moves there, but he could probably still go, but it's not that you could tell he's older. No, I don't want to
Yeah.
have my lasting memories of an old, really bad, wrestler like we saw with Ric Flair in his retirement match. I think he retired just right. I don't think anything he could have done different. In my opinion, I think everything was fine. The Brock losing and coming still wrestles, I'm okay with it. It didn't bother me because at the end of the day, what he did for the business and what he gave his life, the way and kept in character for over 30 years, as a dead man, dead ink, he earned a right. He earned the right to say when you want to go out, not because you lost this. We're not, we should think you should retire. Now, if he chose that way, I'm gonna end it and he chose it. I'm all right with it too. But if he wanted to continue with the match, what he gave into the business, I think he earned it, in my opinion. Which I'm not gonna sit here and harp too much about when he should have went out. If it should have been 30 or at 33. because of that. Because of that, what he brought to the business, dude. I mean, that character. Even when he was going in the
Yeah.
hotel rooms, in the airports, staying that dead man character, not being Mark Calloway. That's bro, that's crazy because I think that cost him marriages as well.
when when I bring up that question, I'm not trying to say oh he should have
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
trying to
no,
say it like that. I
no.
try to
In a storybook
really
ending.
like when I watched it at that moment when live when I was watching it, it really didn't hit home until now how significant that moment was, and I think they
Mm-hmm.
ruined it when they had brought Shawn Michaels out of retirement, and then they had to that ruined that, and I think that moment should be highlighted even more because I feel like it was that significant, especially how they coined it, the end of an era, like the Hell in a Cell
Hmm.
match. Who was Undertaker and Triple H had been a part of the most Hell in a Cell matches. Undertaker was a part of
Yeah.
the first, I believe. Also, they faced each other 3 times at WrestleMania. This would be the third time. The whole storytelling between him, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, it all came full circle. And then he was 20-0, a perfect 20-0. You know what I'm saying? Even number. You know what I'm saying? So I just felt like at that moment, and he was at his best. I felt like that was when he was absolutely still at his best in the ring. But after that, he started to slow down a little bit. I think we like the CM Punk match after that. That he still looked good, but then you see the next match with Brock, he just aged so quickly. Like he was not the same guy he was a year prior. So just felt like 20 was where he could have went out at his best. And of course, it's Undertaker. If he feels like he still got a lot to give, he was never gonna retire after
Yeah.
WrestleMania 28. But I just felt like the setting and the aura and the way that match went down. They even had guys talking about the match after John Cena, Randy Orton. It was a perfect setting. You know what I'm saying? That Hell in the Cell, it was just beautiful.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. I hear you on that with the Undertaker. I loved him when he was going and when he was phenomenal there on that. Toma Tonga. I know he mentioned earlier there. He is the son. He is the nephew but adopted son of Haku. But he is 41 years old. So I don't know if WWE wants to go in. I know they liked him before, but to
Oh.
bring a 41-year-old in, there's nothing wrong with that. You saw LA Knight is over at 41, 42 as well. But he's
Damn.
a hell of a wrestler in New Japan for Tomatanga. He could bring him in. He is part of that only lineage with Haku and so forth. He could continue the story later down the road, maybe. I know WWE was very enamored with him. We seen him in CML. He was a former CML tag team champion, of course, Ring of Honor. He's part of that Tavern or Matt Tavern and Rocky Romero group there. Who knows if he shows up with the WWE? I'm gonna say I think he stays in New Japan or All Elite Wrestling or Ring of Honor. I don't know. I don't know because there's so many talent. You don't want to have an overstacked card, a book, or overstacked roster because I like Tomatanga, but he wrestles well. But then I'm not comparing them again. Before you guys say, "What are you doing?" It's like having another. It's not. You could have just stayed with Matt Riddle. He's gonna have that kind of impact. Not that he's gonna wrestle like Matt Riddle or he's gonna be a goofball like Matt Riddle, but where he will be on the card, the way Matt Riddle was, I think we could see the ceiling of Tomatanga will be like a Matt Riddle. You could put him up. You could main event, but was he really gonna be the face or go over? Maybe not. So for that you could have just not released Matt. And Matt did it to himself with all his stupidity outside of the business. But yeah, that's where I see if they think they could have another Matt Riddle slot that they want to bring with Tomatanga, that's probably where they could do guys.
Oh my tongue. I've never seen him wrestle. Is he like, as far as wrestling wise, how is he?
I seen just a couple matches. He could at times he could be the matches I saw a couple high flying action there. Also he's not. He was a former. He has some open weight matches with the Bullet Club with this guy Carl Anderson from down there. Yeah, they had some hell of a match last year in Wrestle Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, that was a hard hitting match between those two. I think he took the title away from Anderson last year at Wrestle Kingdom, or I believe it was Wrestle Kingdom. I don't remember because I don't. It's hard for me to watch New Japan with all the wrestling we watch and the time. And when I recorded on access TV is so old, like happened time wise that I sometimes I lose
Yeah.
interest because sometimes people spoil it on the internet, on Twitter, and you're like, why am I gonna watch it sometimes? Unless
Right.
if they tell me things like that. But no, no, so that's why I say he's kind of like a Riddle-ish type, a really good wrestler. I mean, comes from a good lineage family, but I don't know. I don't know if they'll sign. I mean, damn, there's a lot of people. Unless they, I don't know if he's wanting to go to NXT. That's another thing. Some of these people, some of them, they want to try
Yeah.
to get NXT because where they feel. Here's the thing: do these wrestlers think it's degrading if they say we would like to sign you for NXT? Do they find it, back maybe 2 years ago, and they might have thought that going to NXT was degrading, but the way WWE is pushing NXT as a third, not just a developmental, but a third brand, is it really? Let me ask this question: is it really a degrading, or downgrade if they tell you to go to NXT? If they want to sign you for NXT if you're a free agent from an independent scene. I'm gonna ask you, Terrence, first because you watched the quality and the way they conduct in NXT. What's your thoughts?
Man, going to NXT is you're going to WWE basically. Now I can see how you're saying like 2 years ago, maybe. Um, but do I think going to NXT now? Nah, not at all. Like I can see how people like saying like as far as their experience in the ring. I would just bring up one, even though she hasn't been in the ring just yet in WWE. Sending her down to NXT first, Jade Cargill. Like
Mm-hmm.
again, there's nothing wrong with, and then even just going down to NXT and the Performance Center is nothing degrading, nothing wrong about that. Like there's, you have to have now again, you gotta remember these people. They're coming from not only like other like different scenes of wrestling. They're coming from other brands and other countries, and things are done completely differently in the WWE. Like you just can't show up and start. You can keep your style, but there's a way to actually like incorporate your style with theirs and make it better, and give that live aspect that larger than life type of deal when you're in WWE because it's that's why people go. That's why people go down to the even if that's why Randy Orton when he was out he came back. Now granted he's a 20-year, 30-year vet, however whatever it is that he is, but he goes down there to train and he's not training with the older folks. He's training with the younger stars and just like
Right.
getting those reps and stuff in. Even CM Punk is another one. Not just saying that the old farts can go down there and do it. The younger talent can do it, or the experienced out of WWE people who've never been in WWE before, potential WWE, potential NXT signees. There's nothing degrading going down there to do that. You get your reps in, you get your training in. They got promo school down there. They got the little classrooms and rooms and wrestling rings, and they'll work with you. They got the coaches and everything like that. It's not any other, not to knock any other wrestling school or nothing like that, but WWE is different from a OVW, from a whatever it is, because it's top of the line, man. It's WWE. It's nothing degrading about going down and even just starting on NXT. Like that's for a prime example. Even though he wasn't really a big star in AEW or whatever in the independent scene, the biggest star I should say, but Lexus King. He where is he now? NXT. Do I think he's gonna stay down there for a good little minute? Maybe, but maybe not. It depends on how fast he develops. Jade Cargill, even though we're talking about maybe she could start on the main roster, maybe like she probably could start on NXT, but she could also still make an appearance at the Rumble. Give a good showing there, but still also make her debut in NXT and possibly maybe stay down there for like maybe 1, 2 or 3 months or whatever like that, and then maybe go to the main roster. Like going down to NXT is not degrading. You don't have to like go down to NXT for a long time. Like I feel like that's what people are saying. Like going down there is degrading because you feel like they're gonna be down there forever. No, I understand some people take time to like. For example, I'll bring out one, Angelo Dawkins. He was down there for longer than Montez Ford. He was down there forever. And then for him, he just came to the main roster with Montez Ford, I think I think in 21, I want to say. But he's been down there, I think, for a long time. Roman Reigns, he was down there. Another example. Not that long though. Granted, he was in FCW, but he was down there for a little bit. He started in NXT. Look where he is now. There's nothing wrong with going down to NXT, even if you're a big star. Like, let's just say another one. Like I like him, but where he started at Samoa Joe, he was a good one. He came down there first.
Yeah,
AJ Styles probably should have went down. And another thing,
Nakamura.
Samoa Joe, yeah, they're Samoa Joe is very, in my opinion, he's very good on the mic. Even before he came down to NXT in WWE, like he was in TNA, he was another one that was really good on the mic, really good in the ring, in my opinion only. I know how Kevin
No, I
feels about
100%
him,
agree with you
but
on that.
he was another one. He was top notch, like,
Yep.
and then but he chose to go down to NXT to kind of. I think a lot of
Wow.
people
I never
I
knew that.
think a lot of people chose to go down to NXT to get that WWE experience, to get that feel of it, see how it is, kind of like see how they can work with themselves and kind of build themselves up a little bit and see how it is and like carve it out, get that little like mixture of it, and then that's when he moved to the main roster. Now, I think his roster run could have been a bit better than what it was before he
Yeah,
left,
facts.
but I'm just saying, like,
Facts.
another one was AJ Styles. He didn't go down to NXT when he came to WWE, but he was on the same level almost as like Samoa Joe, but
Yeah.
he could have he could have went down to NXT, and
Yep.
it would not have tarnished like his legacy or nothing like that. Remember, he was in New Japan Pro Wrestling before, like after he left TNA or Impact. I think he was working with him at the same time. I'm not sure about that timeline, but he could have chose to go down there. It would have did nothing to his legacy. Who else? Kevin
You
mentions
you had
Nakamura.
Nakamura, who was
Yeah,
well known in Noah, New Japan, and coming to this market. Not only getting acclimated to learning the language. That's the same thing with Gala, with Julia. Julia now wants to come now and learn like a Nakamura, like an
yeah.
Asuka. Asuka, one of the greatest NXT
Mm,
Women's Champion
yes.
run coming
Yeah.
in here. Those are the type of deal they treated that way like they did it before in the black and gold era. I think that's why a lot of fans were up in arms when they went to the 2.0, because it was fully developmental, like developing and everything looked green. Maybe that's why they were up in arms because the NXT before, that's what we saw all these people come in from the independents from another company, get to learn the WWE system,
Yes.
in Full Sail in the Performance Center, learn what the WWE is all about, promo wise, what to say, or maybe read a promo because back then promos were written for you. You weren't in liberty to read your own promo or say what you needed to say or get over the way you need to get over. Maybe learn that. That's maybe where some of these stars went to. Why they went to the black and gold was to learn how to read from there and get into the system. But now the way WWE is pushing, especially now making that announcement today that they were going to have a heat wave was going to be in Toronto, their international pay per view in quite some time now. It's been years that the NXT has gone. Now it's going to go international. Granted, it's Toronto, but it's still international. You need a passport. You got to go through customs. You got to go through all that. So it's not like, oh, Toronto. No, it's a big deal for everyone that's going to Toronto for that premium live event. Um, it shows now that they're trying to go global. Now, wow, when WWE, if it does phenomenal, does well, and people know that, and you're going to put some of these wrestlers, like a Julia, like a Camille, like a let's say Tomatanga, let's say Hammerstone, let's say they go to NXT, and let's say they go to next, in France. What makes you think that they won't put a NXT on on a Sunday right afterwards? With Great American. Now, well, I can't say Great American Bash, or you can have the Great American Bash that same
Yeah.
Sunday somewhere else where when and the card is still stacked because you're gonna have and NXT they have nothing wrong with their premium live events. They've been a chef kiss of ever since
Hmm.
they left the performance center. They've been phenomenal. I can't tell you on NXT last year from Vengeance Day that was boring. None of them. They were all phenomenal. I mean, they keep getting better.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, how the hell they're gonna how they gonna top it? They say, you know what, hold my beer. And if now they're gonna bring even better wrestlers in, or I mean even better wrestlers, established wrestlers, because they got great wrestlers in NXT. But if it's going to bring more to add to that, they're only going to get even more compelling. I mean, I'm excited for what's going to happen for NXT going forward. With that said, I think that's where NXT is going to thrive. I don't see it as a developmental or degrading aspect. Maybe the internet universe will say it. That's just a small minority. Athletic.
Um, I have a lot to say because I absorbed a lot of what y'all was saying. I definitely agree with the point that in years prior, NXT was looked at, and the way it started was looked at as the new version of OVW, right, or a different version of FCW, right,
Yeah.
a developmental territory, right. But over the years, it has grown and it has progressed, and we're seeing that. But for a lot of people, they're not, maybe they're not in tune with the fact that NXT has become totally different beast. Yeah, a part of it is still developmental. Yes, it is, because there's a lot to be learned there. There's a lot to, for a lot of people. Before it was like, okay, we're bringing in some guys who are not that experienced, inexperienced on how WWE goes, or they're just flat out green all the way and they're here to learn. Now it's a variety of many different things for NXT. NXT, on NXT, as we were talking earlier, you're allowed to be more edgier. You're allowed to, you know, I want to say live on the edge just a little bit more than you are on the main roster. Yeah, and light is being shined on you for doing that. You know what I'm saying? Opportunity, when they see you working in NXT and doing the things that you're doing there, they're able to see a shining star and, oh, okay, this guy could be the next guy. You know what I'm saying? His time will come. You know what I'm saying? But NXT can still thrive and explore. You know what I'm saying? Like going back to what y'all saying about, is it degrading, bruh? Charlotte Flair was on NXT before she got hurt. She's the greatest female wrestler of all time, bro. If you can't humble yourself like she did and be over there, then who are you? Bye. There's the door. I mean, come on. If she's able to do that and not be complaining and and giving back to the sport, bro, I think that's a big part of that, bro. Just giving back. Seth Rollins, like he was just over there defending his belt over there. NXT is a different place, man. So if you're turning that down and saying, "Oh, yeah, this is now I don't want to be over there," and you're spitting in the face of many great wrestlers who have come through NXT and made it to the main roster, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or they had a great experience before WWE, went to NXT, then made it to the main roster. Spinning a lot of people's face, man. I understand why people feel like it's degrading or you're leveling me down because of how NXT was in the past. It was viewed as strictly developmental. You didn't see much variety over there as far as guys on the main roster mixing it up with the guys on NXT a lot. Now you're seeing a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? You're seeing guys who were just world champions. You're seeing them now. They're on the NXT brand. Like I just said, Charlotte Flair, she was a part of NXT, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if you, like I said, if you can't humble yourself to be in that atmosphere, bro, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. I like I said, there's the door, bro.
Look, I give you an example. The Righteous, Vincent with his partner. They were in NXT. We saw them. I even said hello to Vincent. When he was there, trying out, and WWE wanted to sign both the Righteous to NXT deals. I believe they were going to be maybe part of the Wyatt Six. We don't know. We don't know. Not just me saying they were there. They were going to be signed by the WWE. They were at the Performance Center. They were shown around. They sat at the NXT on the hard camera side in the well area. They didn't sign with WWE. They went with AEW to ROH. Now they're doing nothing. Where they would have signed with NXT, they would have been probably one of the top tag teams right now in NXT. And it's unfortunately that they couldn't be utilize their talent, and they might have seen it degrading. Athletic.
Can you hear me? Oh, my
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mic be messing up, but yeah, like I was saying, bro, like NXT is different. Even myself, and I have to say this about myself. It took me a while to understand that as well. It took me a really long because I didn't break out of that shell of thinking that NXT is more than just developmental at this point. I was still thinking in the minority, but I like what I'm saying. Like the other day, like I said, when you were showing me the guy we just spoke on, you know what I'm saying? He's great, and I got the opportunity to see that and and learn about Grayson Waller and see what he's bringing to the table. You know, and I'm not an avid NXT watcher. I wouldn't sit up here and lie to you, but just by me seeing what that the nature of the talent that's there, it lets me know that wrestling's in a great place and NXT is offering great opportunities, bro. That cannot be turned down. I don't care who you are, bro. Like NXT is a great experience, bro. You can learn a lot, like you said. I didn't even know a lot of stuff y'all bring up. I said they have what type of classes?
They do promo classes there. I
Promo
mean,
classes. I mean, come on, bro.
classes,
Like,
teach them the art of promos. There's different coaches, not just one person. There's so many different coaches in the performance center that work hand in hand with all these young talent. And even if you're reinventing yourself, listen, you gotta. If you're a wrestler that's been, you're 27 years old and you're been in the business since 18, you're almost 8 years in the business, and you're still in the independent scene, and you have a tryout for WWE. You have to try to make the most of it and get in there because any independent wrestlers that's listening, and there's nothing wrong making money in independence. That's fine. But if you want to make some more money or just go have the NXT experience, learn because you're not doing something right. If All Elite Wrestling WWE has not called you yet to go to their main roster and you're still in the independent scene, there's something that's missing. Try the Performance Center. Try to get on, or even OVW with Al Snow. Well, they're doing some phenomenal work in OVW. Get there, see what's going on, or try out. At least you're going to know a barometer where you are, and then you determine if you're going to stay an independent wrestler, what's your ceiling, or you're really going to make it in the main company where you're going to make some money or try to make some money because once you hit a certain age, it's the stereotypes come in where and also the bumps wear out on you. And you're an independent contractor in the independent scene. You have to pay for your own medicals, your own treatment. You're traveling. So if you're an independent wrestler, an inspired independent wrestler in your youth, you're gonna when you listen to that call or your school say there's a tryout for NXT, you got to try to do whatever you can to get there and make an impression. And tryouts because they always hold tryouts twice or three times a year for NXT. I'm looking for young, inspiring talent because it's a young business. They're always revolving. Not every young talent that comes in the door of NXT makes it on NXT for long. They get released, but they get propelled into the independent scene where they could reinvent themselves and be seen elsewhere. Many names have left the NXT brand, never made it to the main roster, and they're thriving. Look at Deanna Peraza. She right now signed a hell of a contract with All Elite Wrestling, part of the NXT system. Didn't get elevated to the main roster, but she was in the NXT. She was trained. She did a phenomenal job getting over in Impact Wrestling. Her and Chelsea Green. Chelsea didn't have to go back to NXT. She graduated NXT. She went right. Although we saw her in the main roster with a couple of programs there with Stephanie and all that stuff many moons ago. But she just came right in and look at what she's doing in WWE. So NXT program. That's why it's one thing that All Elite Wrestling should do if they like to copycat the WWE. They should really copycat a performance center. Really seriously, and that will suck for us as a WWE fan. For wrestling all around, it's a grand slam because
Yeah.
they'll teach these people how to take bumps, put a better product, get hungry talent in where maybe your budget doesn't have to be ballooned getting ex wrestlers. You create your own and then you pay your own and then you grow within and everybody wants to go running to your schools rather than the WWE to NXT. So that's something he should have done from day one. On it, I don't know if Cody wanted to do that, Terrence, because it's going to remind him a lot of his dad. That's something maybe
Yeah.
that's yeah.
Yeah. And he even said like a little bit of it. Like it just like it's that little like ghost of like Dusty being there, and then also just like it just reminds him of it basically. It reminds him of it, and I'm surprised with the fact that he just even came down there, which is like big in and of itself
That
for
was a big
him,
deal.
like personally for him, not for me or anybody else, for him, because that was he even like and he came out and it was a pretty good deal, and he somebody asked him if he would be if he does he see himself like down there, maybe like one day maybe wrestling a match or like maybe even like when his time is up in the ring, like possibly doing something like Dusty or what Dusty was doing, like in the role of like being a coach or something like that, or maybe even a general manager or something like that. maybe he would consider it. I wouldn't put it past it, but right now it's really not about that. But just NXT in general, man. Like, come on. If you gonna, you basically, if you sign a contract with NXT, you basically sign a contract with WWE.
Exactly. Exactly.
And
You are
and
a WWE employee. You get a WWE W-2 form. You're a WWE employee.
look, if you turn down the opportunity to work with Shawn Michaels, bro, you missing some sales, man. I mean, you miss like that's disrespectful, bro. Like if I'm offered that, bro, I'm taking that. Like it don't matter what experience level you're at. You have to understand that you have to be humble in this sport, especially if this your first time in WWE and you was on the indie scene or something like that, bro. You have to come over there humble because if you come over with the mindset, I'm an indie dude, I don't need this. I don't. Bro, they absolutely don't like when guys from the indies come over with that attitude, bro. They don't like that. So you do that, you're automatically showing them that oh yeah, you're not a guy who, or you're not even mature. I won't say you're not a guy who they work with because you can change and probably get the opportunity again, but you're not a guy who's ready yet mentally. You're still immature in your immature ways, stuck in your ways. So I mean, like I
Yeah.
said, bro, opportunities are there, bro. Take them.
Now we don't know what the financial contracts are. Now could be that they could make more on the independent scene and the money. It's a financial thing, especially a wrestler. Like maybe in the case of the righteous, where it might not be the money that they could do. They probably saw more money in All Elite and say, you know what, we'll go to All Elite because we're going to make more money. We've
Right.
been veterans. We've been veterans already, and we've been you know we gonna get paid more. I could see that. But if you're a young wrestler and you're gonna get better TV time, maybe you might. And then usually the NXT contracts, I think, is like about 2 years. I don't think you're not gonna be signed there forever. Rare when you see the
Right.
Kaden Katana, like Katana was on there for like 5 to 6 years. She was there. She was there for a long time in NXT.
Mm-hmm.
But usually they don't get to stay that long. Either you sink or swim, or you sink or swim in a couple years, 2 to 3 years tops, and then either you go to the main roster and they'll release you up there after a while. If they're not using you if you haven't learned, or they'll make an idea and they say, this ain't for you, like they did with Alexi Lurie. They said no, this is. She said it wasn't for her. You move on. So it all depends about the money as well for some of these wrestlers. But if there's wrestlers that they could see there's a future, like a Camille, like a Gala, they like a Tamatanga. If they do, they're gonna pay them well, but they'll stick them there to learn quickly. And you know what? We'll put some matches. Yeah, you're gonna pay a little more, and then you go. Like I think the independent wrestlers, depending compared to the NIL, that I think their contracts are way different money wise. But time wise, I think the NIL wrestlers
Yeah.
get more time that they could stay in NXT than the independent wrestlers. If Terrence, you think that makes sense, or you think they all have the
If they
same?
can stay, if you say if NIL stays in.
Like I think the NIL wrestler, like they'll hire someone like let's say like Obafemi, for
Okay.
example,
Okay.
he probably has a 3 year deal to learn. Like not like for instance Lola Vice coming and she wasn't NIL, she wasn't independent, but she's coming from Bellator. I think she has 2 years rather than three because she's been a professional athlete before as a
Okay.
fighter. And I think, but they'll pay the money will be probably different. Probably the maybe Lola or Valerie Lorena was going to
Mm-hmm.
make a little more money because she's coming from a professional background. She give, hey, I want to make almost the same money as I made in Bellator. So they'll pay her around that, whereas compensate her well, rather than the NIL athletes who's been on scholarships and knows how, and they'll pay them well too. They're not going to give them peanuts either because they all give them.
Yeah.
And by the way, athletic, they 90% I believe they live, it's all housing taken care of by WWE. They live in the apartment.
Wow.
They have a whole complex bought. I'm not somewhere here in Florida, Orlando. They have a whole complex where it's NXT live. So room and board is free. They get paid their salary and they have to travel, but they travel in cars. Mostly all their house shows is in the Florida state. Not maybe the most 3.5 hours, 2 hours driving, maybe one
Mm-hmm.
way, and so and everything's so they're making money, but they don't have to pay the utilities, the housing because it's part of that. As long as you're an NXT wrestler, you get the free room and board.
Um,
Wow.
yeah, I think they're. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I agree with that because it's like it's two different deals, NIL and then not just the independent scene, but like you said, like with Lola, like she's had like not wrestling experience, but just like experience like elsewhere to where she
Talking
was
on
in
the
a
mic.
situation, yeah, and she knows how to like deal with like a contract that's like
Mm-hmm.
not just any old.
Live.
You can't just give me any old deal. Yeah. It's definitely different for sure in that aspect of it. Yeah.
The same thing with Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee's not getting that same contract as Bear Heel, Trey Bear Heel. He's not getting that same
Definitely
contract.
not.
No, it's not picking on
No.
Trey. Trey's gonna grow. Trey has the physique, the big. He's a big lug. Guarantee when they unlock that, he's gonna be a powerhouse. We're like, oh damn, remember how we used to make fun of him as, and now he's like one of he's over. Same thing with Trick came in. Trick is one of the most over wrestlers. Remember when he was in part of that 2.0, he was jobbing a little bit. Not no, he didn't do much in wrestling moves, but now he's one of the hottest acts in the NXT. Where we're thinking about when is he gonna join the main roster soon because he's really that on fire. Those type of things. I think Dragon Lee has a bigger deal, more money wise, because but his contract is going to be short in NXT because they know he's going to make main roster. And then when they make the main roster, when they say it official, they bump him up to main roster money. So it's also keeps them hungry to try to grow and get out of the NXT, not get out, elevate themselves where they could see them being used on a Monday, on a Friday, on a premium live event, because they're really that over, and that gives them an incentive. So I like that. I like that as well. Yeah, him and Eddie Thorpe. Eddie Thorpe probably has another contract. Eddie Thorpe came from New Japan with reputation. Eddie Thorpe is not a slouch. Um, he's getting paid pretty good money from coming from a New Japan. Now it's up to him now if he could translate in NXT. Right now he's on a little okay. Now with that underground gave him some momentum. He's got until the end of the year. Then they have to make a decision with an Eddie Thorpe. Does he go, or maybe they'll release him? Thorpe is one of those type of guys. Von Wagner's another one. He's a free agent. Um, Jake says Von Wagner's another one who's been there for a bit. Been through the system. He fits the bill, but he's gotten over lately because he started talking about his personal. He unlocked something. Now they're going to give him a little more time because he unlocked something with the fan base. He brought reality into his gimmick with the why he looks his skull looks a little weird or funny, looks like a caveman because he was a kid. He had surgery. He was born with a defect, and that bringing him character. So that's what an NXT does, and it's up to them. And I love what they're doing. They're allowing these kids to bring some realism into their characters, not like before when it was Pritchard and Vince was a little more taken away from Triple H. They had to pretend to be a persona. Now these wrestlers are bringing realisms into the character. Like Eddie Thorpe is Native American. I think Trey Bale here is a little Native American as well. That's something into their character. Fallon Henley, little country girl, into her character. The same thing with all these different wrestlers. You could see Lola Vice, the MMA background, into her wrestling gimmick, into her character. I think why NXT is hitting that because there's also realism into their promos, into who they are. And I think we, as a fan base that watches it, if you watch it, you connect with it if you know who these wrestlers are.
And it helps out a
Right.
lot being down there. It helps out a lot being down there. Just just going off of that, like if you don't know where to start, they'll work with you, and then like if you still don't know how to like kind of like how or where you fit in, they'll work with you a little bit more, and they'll until you can get that and cultivate that background, that character, and get yourself a story. And if you have to like kind of like incorporate some of your real life stuff, like as you said, to help like get yourself to stand out a little bit, then hey, do what you have to do, and then just like you said with Von Wagner, it helps out a lot. Even with although I have to like read up a little bit more on him, Obafemi, the 22-year-old, which I don't believe he's
He don't look
he
22, but
yeah,
man,
he does
goodness,
not look 22
no,
at all. It's just
Whoa, that dude that he's 22, bro.
that's what they
that's what they
say.
say.
Man,
I mean,
he
he just
lied.
he
He
just
get
signed from
30.
the the NIL. I mean, he went to college here. I mean, he went to school here from Nigeria, and now he became wrestling. Had that big monster of a body, and they say he's 22. I mean,
Yeah,
he
he's
could be
30.
27, and probably they register him 5 years later in his village, and I don't know, I don't want to sound like I'm being ignorant. I'm just saying it. That happens in the Latin. My grandfather was my grandfather many years ago. I'm talking about God rest his soul. He was born October 18th, and they didn't register him back in those days until November 18th. And I'm born in that day, and we thought we always had a birthday there. No, that was what they registered me on my birth certificate, but I was actually born a month before. So you never know with these countries. You've seen it all over. They just maybe that's when they register the person's date of birth. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Probably. But he looked like
Just
he's 30.
speculation, but yeah, he
He look
look. Yeah.
he looks a little older. He looks a little older, but he fits the part. He looked like a badass there on that winning that breakout tournament. He was on
And he
fire.
can
He
talk.
he checked the box,
And he can talk.
and he could
And
talk.
he's
Right,
very confident in himself. And
right.
that's a big thing coming in, especially coming in if you're that young and just like coming in there on your first month or however long he's been there, that's a very big thing, a very positive thing too, because you need that.
And he signed. I think he's you know what, he's part of that group, Terrence. He's in that group with out of the OTM with Bronco Nima. I think he was
Hmm.
actually after that because he was with those two with Chegwig. Remember him and his tag team partner with the overalls, the,
Um,
the
I know
overall
you're talking
brothers.
about.
The two
Yeah, the
overall brothers,
boots.
they're part of that group that came in and with the performance. And I think Jakari Jackson, that's that group there. The Jakari with them, that's that
Oh,
class that was there. And I
okay.
think that was the first class they introduced us when we were going regular. When we first started going to 2.0, and that was the first class that they introduced us. And that's that, and that's now we starting to see them in the breakout. Like Jakari, if it wasn't for
Hmm.
her wrist injury, she probably would have been in the women's tournament, breakout tournament,
Yeah.
where we would have seen her possibly in the finals. And who knows if Lola actually wins this? Maybe she's the one that loses, and it's Jakari with that
The
tournament with
contract.
that
Yeah.
contract because she's the more the heel, and Metaphor is totally on top. Just think of Jakara challenging Lyra for the title. You know how the performance center will be going. That crowd will totally be for
Yeah.
Jakara Jackson immediately. I
It'd be a
mean,
toss up.
immediately.
It'd be a toss up.
Exactly. So damn, her injuries there, but hey, there's still hopefully she's gonna heal and feel better than ever. And of course, you know, just think of all that different scenario there. So we see a lot of these wrestlers come up and grow in front of us. So that's why we enjoy talking about the NXT brand, and we don't see it as we don't see it as a downgrade. We see it as there. Oh, I can't wait for when they go to the CW network. That rating number is going to go up.
Yeah,
At
for
rating
sure.
numbers, they're going to be in the millions. They're going to be at least in the 1.2 to 1.5 million because it's free TV. People are going to want to watch it. Kids, and they're safe. They don't really curse. I don't know how it's going to be. Terrence, I'm asked that question.
Mm.
I wonder how it's going to be with the performance center with the chants because they're going to be on live public TV. If they're going to be a lot of censoring or they're going to somehow tell us to keep the profanity because they're on that kind of TV. Will they make an announcement? It'll be interesting.
I mean, like, 'cause it's not a whole lot there, so
Hmm.
um, I wouldn't look too much into it, but I think they should be all right. Like, I don't think it's gonna be, and then if it is something, it's not gonna be like a consistent, thing where they just keep like going off on somebody and they say this and that, and it's like every time. So, um, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal about it. And then it's on free TV too, so we can't really, you know, nothing can't really happen.
No, no, I get you there, and it'll be interesting because if all Elite stays at that same channel, let's say they don't in a perfect way they don't change, they stay exactly where they're at. I think NXT will get better ratings than AEW. And it's even going to be worse once they go to PBS. I mean, I don't know who's going to watch Dynamite on PBS.
Right. I know I ain't watching it on PBS, TNT, PBS. Hell, you can put AEW on USA, and I still won't watch. I just watch for Raw or SmackDown.
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting because they haven't announced that because it's coming soon for SmackDown for USA Network
Raw.
Raw where they're going to next. It'll be interesting to see on that there.
So, did I miss it, or what was Triple H's big announcement, bro?
It was the 3 days in Toronto, 3 full days. It'll be SmackDown in Toronto, followed by Money in the Bank, Nova Scotia, and then Heat Wave for NXT. All three programs will be 3 nights in a row in Toronto. What? And I text that to Terrence. It sucks
Mhm.
being Edge because he could have had his retirement match this summer
Yeah.
and he would have went off in the sunset in Toronto. Where now he wants the AEW to go to Toronto because he wants to finish his matches, his career in Toronto, which WWE did that. But sucks for him.
Bro, oh man, he really, man, wow,
Hey,
like,
WWE did put a contract. He did
ah,
acknowledge that the WWE put a contract in his email. There was a contract there for him to sign, but
Yeah,
he
no.
wanted to. But he wanted to go the next. He wanted to wrestle with his best friend Christian, which I respect that. I'm not going to because let's face it, he wasn't. He was just going to occupy a top roster spot on the card, and he wasn't going to be champion. But I respect that. They're going to use him more in all elite wrestling. They're making him feel kind of special. I can't get mad. I can't get mad with Adam. I always say Edge going to AEW. I really can't
yeah,
get mad. I really
I,
Yeah,
don't.
it's his
I
decision
do
too.
get it,
So it's like,
cause Christian Cage, now, yeah, I get it. You know, he want to wrestle with his guy, you know, cause Christian Cage ain't getting no offer from WWE anytime soon, bro. So,
No,
you
he's
know,
50. He's 50 years
yeah,
old. He wasn't coming back. Even if he was coming for that, maybe a one match nostalgia with Edge and that's it. But no, he wasn't coming back for no run. So hey, if the con man needs him and they need him and they're being, you know what, people, Christian, by the way, is doing phenomenal work on the mic. He's entertaining. Um, yeah, you know what? That's a good move for them. As much as how much crap that we say they and how much bad the product really is, but Christian is a bright spot there for them, and even Edge and at there. But I don't. But they don't have the pizzazz where they're gonna move the needle or move or help that company grow because their time
nope.
is limited for 2 years tops. At top performance before the crowd. 2 years tops maybe, and I'm being generous there. Uh,
it's so much
Yeah.
has-beens there, bro. It's crazy. They got more has-beens than they do actual, young talent. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, bro.
Or
Like,
or
yeah.
or
where's
you could put
where's
it, or
where's
you
the
could put it
character
like this,
development? You know what?
or you could put it like this, like they're pushing more has-beens
Right,
than they
right,
are
right, right.
pushing what they
Right.
should be pushing. The younger
Exactly.
stars and get them
I'm
Yeah,
just
over.
that's
wait.
true.
I'm just waiting for Christian to ask Tony Khan about his father because Shad Khan and cut a promo on that. That'd be hilarious. Your father? I see you have a father who lets you spend all the money on bad wrestling company.
Oh man, that'll be. Ooh,
That would be
ooh.
crazy. Let me ask this final topic here. Adam Cole. I know that everybody was saying they were grooming him as the next Shawn Michaels. Oh, a game
What?
changer, a needle mover in the WWE. Um, I'm gonna make this statement right now. It might not. It's not gonna be popular if it gets tweeted. You know, Vince McMahon was correct for wanting to make this guy a manager to Keith Lee because all he does is associate himself with four other people like a manager with the elite, and you could recycle one of the most recycled gimmicks in wrestling. He's always got to surround himself with three other guys. Boy, he makes Saraya a run for the money in trios because my God, he I want you to try to do this on your own, pal. Injuries, whatever the case is, man. Um, what and again, I don't know, injuries and WWE is correct. Vince was right. I know it wasn't popular by all the WWE guys. They wanted him, stay there, but I think Vince wanted him to be Keith Lee's manager. He saw something that he has a ability to be that type of a handler, and I think time always tells the truth. And I think that's what, with me, my opinion, that's what Adam Cole is going to be.
I mean, he's always hurt, so he
Yeah.
wants to stay in the wrestling business. I mean, find another way to stay in there. That's all I would say about that. I mean, I did like him when he was in Undisputed Era, but I never really seen him as a solo act, and then he gets
He's
hurt.
always got
And,
three other dudes around him. He's worse than Page, and on that video, worse than Page. Always with three dudes around him.
yeah.
So you saying he needs a faction to really thrive?
Yeah, and when he does a
Uh,
good job, and that's the role of the manager. I saw Bobby Heenan do a phenomenal job with the Heenan family. I could go back and forth all the way back. Don Callis. In the recent, with his group. There's
I
some.
just I just think, oh man, like he's good on the mic. Like I feel like if he is a manager, right, he is just in that role permanently. Like and strictly, it's like he's so good on the mic that he get to talking, and we look at him like, damn, he should get back in the ring. Like
And then when he
I don't
does
know.
athletic, his body gives up on him. A foot
Yeah,
breaks, neck. His he twists his testicles. Something's wrong with that guy.
yeah,
Yeah. Bruh.
man. Well, I don't
That
remember.
man
Was it that
chewed
bad
him.
when he was in WWE? His injuries?
Nah, he got hurt, but it was
In
like
NXT. But then he never. I don't think he got hurt that much in NXT. I don't think he got hurt.
no,
I wasn't
he didn't
really
get hurt.
into the black and gold. I didn't follow the
Seems to
black and
be
gold.
a trend at AEW, huh?
It seems to be a trend there, but I think he did get injured one time in the main roster, and then Vince was like, you know what, maybe we should put you in that gimmick, and that's where disconnect was. And Keith Lee had a nasty bad attitude, and he got released, and then Adam Cole followed all that, whatever. They ended up somehow in AEW. They just ended up in AEW, and in there, they neither one has proven Vince McMahon point correctly.
AEW need to protect their wrestlers, man. Son over there is not working to where all these guys. A lot of them already injury prone, but their injuries are even more horrific over there. At AEW. It's getting crazy. I don't know, man. I don't
Well,
know.
the answer,
Daniel Bryan, another one.
yeah,
He gets more hurt than in AEW than he did in WWE.
that's right.
So it's
Yep.
like, come on, man.
Let me answer this quick. Tyra and Johnny on the ROH brand. They actually were on tonight. Jake. So Tyra, not they don't do nothing much there, but they're part of ROH. They were on tonight on the. If you pay $10 for it, you got to see them on that app. No Britt Breaker or no show. No, they get hurt a lot. A lot of the wrestlers and there's been a lot of great Twitter accounts called AEW Botch, now ROH Botches, and Tony Khan and Edwards, the referee, goes out of their way to try to block it on Twitter on that guy. He records
Mm.
what he does. He shows the videos of the major botches in AEW, which is every show, and it's not just one wrestler; it's a bunch of wrestlers with their botches where dangerous. I mean, you saw this on Monday Night Raw where Giovanni Vinci hits the back of the head and immediately they call the match. One of the biggest matches, one of their biggest stars, got hit by a Commander, just a regular high flyer to John Moxley, was pretty much dropped on his head. The referee, and he was concussed. He was
Oh, God.
the referee went and still went for the pinfall instead of recognizing he was injured. Moxley was so hurt that he didn't kick out of the 3 pin, and he pretended that that he kicked out. The referee like pretended that Moxley kicked out, where you blatantly see, and you see the crowd in the front like, what the hell? It was a blatant. He was pinned, and the referee pretend like he kicked out, and then the again allows the wrestler to do another same exact move that gave him the concussion again on Moxley. And Moxley, of course, they found out he was concussed, and they had to give the title to a no name. It was supposed to be like a light work pumpkin squash match, but they want to make it, instead of having a simple 1, 2, 3 on a squash you match, AEW wants to put on where, oh, look at this spectacular, where even the jobber has a chance of winning. Like he'll come out and he'll end up doing an S5 followed by a Walls of Jericho. Then he'll hit you with the Hogan leg drop, the rock bottom, and then you kick out at 1. And you kick out at 1. That's AEW. Even the jobbers could kick out at 1.
What? What?
Instead of having a old fashioned squash, you have Moxley go in there, squash the damn guy, and you're not in my level. He defended his newly won title. No, he got concussed,
So
and he had to drop
so
the title to that jobber.
so they have an enhancement time and kick out at 1.
All wrestlers kick out at 1. With you, they could
Wow.
do, and meanwhile they'll do a backhand slap like Eddie Kingston did and win a Triple Crown title. All he did was a backhand slap, pin, done. Guy is dead, but he was in a coma for 3 months. And yeah, but meanwhile they could
Bro.
they'll jump off. Dude. And that guy, that AEW botch guy, showed when I believe FTR, I think they spiked power drive someone from the top rope, and they kicked out at 1, or it was a 2 maybe. But still, when you're getting spiked power driver from the top ropes, you're not kidding. You ain't kicking out at 2. Not in 2 seconds. That's gonna you're gonna be days, and
That's disgusting.
they don't protect the moves. Yeah, it looks great, don't get me wrong, it looks phenomenal when they execute it and they do all that stuff sometimes, but then when they want to wow the crowd so much that guys get injured and hurt. I mean, the names of people that get hurt because of the stupid moves there. Thunder Rosa, she took about almost 2 years, almost a year and a half of her life just to come back because of a botch. People botch his moves time in and time out. That's why it's taking Jade Cargill so long to get to acclimated, because she was taught wrong. There's no performance center. They only wrestle now. They wrestle now maybe twice a week. They only wrestle one day. Back then they were only wrestling once a week on Dynamite. They didn't do house shows, and they would come on in and let's do this all sloppy with no rehearsals. I'm pretty sure, and that's why guys were hurt. Men and women were getting injured.
Yeah, something I hate to say it, but if they continue on that trajectory, something catastrophic is gonna happen,
I mean,
and it's
that
not
was
gonna be good.
that was catastrophic there when your newly crowned champion got concussed on live TV and he didn't kick out, and the referee allowed the wrestler to put the wrestler on the same fucking move, excuse my language, that hurt his neck, hurt him, and concussed him again. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Waiting for someone to pretty much die? Yes, Jameson. A lot of speculation is why she did not show. It could be that. It could be that. And now we say that. Why would you go there? We mentioned that, and that's a good point there too. Yeah. So that's bad, man. The injuries. Adam Cole hurt himself walking down the ramp and jumping off the ramp to try to save MJF. He's fractured his ankle 3 different spots. How?
Damn.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like you said, they need to listen. Well, they're not gonna do it, but Tony Khan's not making it better for any of them guys. Keep patting them on the back and rubbing their feet, man.
Yesterday, he wanted to ooh and wow the crowd so much that Daniel Garcia was making a move and getting on the commentary table. They both slipped off the damn table and fell. I'm like, he wants to do, I want to do this, power bomb. I want to do this stuff, and he slipped. I mean, either that or or sometimes if he puts someone on the table breaks without even, or the commentary just collapsed before even the move is executed. It's like so rinky thing. In the pay-per-view on Saturday, they were supposed to see a spot where Edge is going to light up the table on fire with lighter fluid. He lights up the table. He turns around. The freaking table turns on, and then it shuts off. Even that got botched. The lighting of the damn table with lighter fluid. Even that got botched. I mean, they got either a bad luck or I don't know what the hell they're doing. And then when he finally gets the table to light up, when he's about to powerbomb Nick Wayne, he misses him. Talk about unsafe. He was supposed to powerbomb him through a flaming table. So he power binds him. He misses the table. The kid's back hits, and he hits himself on the freaking concrete. And the thing is, even professional athletes like Edge, who's been seasoned, they go there and they freaking make botches too. You're like, wait a minute, you didn't do this in WWE. What are you botching here? What is going on with what's going on? Are you is that Ric Flair's mushroom energy drink that cut you guys nuts, or what the hell is going on there?
Probably.
Oh yeah, I forgot they brought this man out. Oh yeah, no, that wasn't them. I forget who brought Ric Flair out of retirement. That was, man, what is going on?
That was his son-in-law. That was his son-in-law. Started Yeah, that was crazy. Robert says, "Let's talk about Mercedes BX." Yeah, let's go for it. Where you think she shows up, Robert? Give us the question. Your thoughts. I still think the Rumble. Everyone swears she, this the Mercedes. This is another thing, and the Mercedes, going to AEW was for us to stop talking about a little bit about The Rock showing up at Raw, and you wasn't talking about AEW with Jericho sexual misconduct, because now it's like The Rock will be banned up. Now you forgot about the sexual misconduct. You're talking about The Rock Miami showing up and on Monday Night Raw to challenge WrestleMania season, and then Mercedes. Oh, she's almost gonna sign. She's definitely gonna sign. You forgot about Jericho. It's like the 3 card Monty. When you're sitting in the street, if you're in 42nd Street and you see the card, pick a card, any card, and then you shuffling all these scandals around, and now you forgot which was the Jericho scandal. In my opinion, Athletic.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you know my
Ah,
answer.
man.
You know my answer.
I I I think I think Sasha Banks will return to WWE. I'm telling you, if she goes over there, man, she getting exactly what she's asking for. If she goes to AEW, I mean, bro, I'm not trying to, cause it's getting tired at this point to keep saying, oh, AEW ain't doing it, AEW ain't doing that, cause we already, it's no point to even bring it up. But she understands the situation over there. You going over there, you're ultimately gonna end up back in WWE. The writing's on the wall for everybody that's over there right now. They're literally drooling at the sight of going to WWE. I mean, it's obvious, except for John Moxley. I think it's gonna be a little bit more time before he goes back to WWE, but even eventually for him, I just don't think it's a great move for her to go back over there. So WWE Royal Rumble, that should be the ideal situation, and hopefully she gets what she's asking for, a little bit more creative control, a little bit more of listening to ideas when she comes back. Maybe she'll be happy, but I just hope she's humble at the end of the day.
Let me ask
Yeah.
this. I know people are going to want to ask. I know the answer, but I want to ask it in case someone's listening for the first time and listening. Why would it be a bad idea for Mercedes to go to AEW? I know the answer. We know the answer. We know it. It's not to put. We will elaborate to it too. But I know someone's listening to us want to know why these jokers saying that she should not go to the AEW. Let's say why. You go first. Right?
Oh, you want me to go first?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Why not?
Um, I just think, like I said prior, like, okay, like, for her, truly, right? I feel like Sasha Banks, she wants to some degree, like, whatever she has her hands in, she wants to elevate it to some degree. There's a little bit of, self-centeredness in there, but she's not 100% totally like that. She wants to, whatever she has her hands into, she wants to elevate the people around her, right? And I just don't think she will be in an environment where she can do that, because there's a lot of issues where people are not trying to listen, they're not trying to be humble, they're not trying to learn. You know what I'm saying? They don't really listen to the coaches that's around them. So what would make her any different? You know what I'm saying? Then, and on another token for AEW, how does that how does that really move the needle for them? She's a female, a great female wrestler at that, but she's not moving the needle in any way. You have Edge over there who's not moving the needle. And you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like, what way will she move for both parties? It's just like, especially if they're offering her allegedly what they're going to offer, 5 year, 25 million, whatever, something like that. Like, she goes over there, what will she elevate really? How is she? She's one person. I don't see one person doing it. They're already not booking the females over there that great. So
Right.
I just don't think it'll be a good situation for her, but because of many different things. But it just wouldn't be good.
Terrence, your thought, your reason why it ain't gonna
Yeah.
work in there.
Yeah. I know how y'all we was talking about how it'd be such a big deal. It would be people was talking about it'd be a downgrade to go down to NXT.
Mm-hmm.
Think you know where I'm going with this answer. It's gonna be a downgrade to go to AEW.
Mm.
Mm.
That's basically how I would put it. It's like you ain't. Yeah, you show up. You'll get like the big match. You'll probably get the title right offhand or whatever. But then I don't think that division can be elevated any more than what it is, whatever it is right now. So just that fact alone, like I don't think I think if she goes there, I think she'd be the biggest star over there, which is really not me saying much. I'm talking about out of everybody, like out of men, out of the women, and it's just like I'm not. I wouldn't waste my time going over there. And then she could possibly get hurt as soon as she get over there. God
Mm,
forbid. I don't want that to happen. I'm not saying
yeah.
that it will happen, but that's another thing. Talking about the injury bug, but I just think it'd be a downgrade for her to go to AEW. AEW, WWE is where she belongs, pretty much. Either that, if she's not gonna go to WWE, hell, just go back to New Japan Wrestling. But
Right.
don't go to AEW.
Rather much that than AEW.
Hmm.
Yeah, me with the when it comes to Sasha Banks, I know all the AW. I saw I was looking at it, all the Twitter and all that. Put all these list of names that they would love to see her wrestle. Jamie Hayter at All In. That's one match. And Jamie Hayter's not even healthy. She's on the injured list. We don't even know she even might even make it and be healthy enough for All In when she's returning. Let alone you're going to bring her in there. Um, Sasha, you're not going to you're going to oversaturate her with so many matches. Then what that means to your women's champion, because they only get one. Now they're doing it once in a while, two matches, but it's usually one match at the 9:12 to 9:30 spot. That's it. That's it on Dynamite. Man, then I don't watch Collision, so I never watch Collision. I don't watch it. Saturday nights we're doing watch alongs here. We're doing baseball. We're doing. I got the football. And I'm busy. I don't watch. I never watched Collision. Not even when not even their inaugural show. So I don't watch that one. So I don't know how much the women get showcased. I don't hear that they get showcased a lot there. Rampage. No, we're doing SmackDown. We're doing Level Up. Then we're getting ready to go to eat, go to sleep, whatever. What's up, Richard? Salute, Richard. Um, I can tell you from this here, I don't know how the woman doesn't get showcased the way they're supposed to. Thunder again. Thunder Rose is finally back. She was the former champion and never lost her title. She just had to relinquish it. She should be up in the card. She should be pushed up now, not jobbing or wrestling with Abaddon in a tag team match for something else. That I do know because I listen to Busted Open, and I hear about it. I don't. My point is that now you just signed Diana Parasa, former champion. I personally think she's one of the reasons why she exit TNA for that reason. She got more money, one, and how you brought someone from the outside in Trinity and dropped the title to her, and the way you made her tap out. I mean, if you would have got a pin, I understand. She tapped out twice for that finish. And you know what? The minute I saw the second tap out, I say, yeah, she's Diane. That's what I was saying. Diana was going to go to the WWE, because she's not. I didn't see her staying in TNA for that reason, because of the bringing in someone. You got to be careful when you bring someone from the outside and you want to elevate them immediately to championship status, because other ladies. You have Britt Breaker, who has been your pillar of the company, not even on TV. Said she had no promo time in 2023 live microphone promo time, who has been there since day one, that the company is loyal, female loyal, where the diehard AEW fans love her. Regardless if she's a baby face or a heel, they love Dr. Breaker. They do the DMD, similar like to the LA Knight. Yeah, LA. They love that with Britt Breaker. If she's injured, not injured, she's not being used right now. TV, whatever the case is. You bring Mercedes, she moved. Then the owner's gonna mark out and move her to the top until either she gets injured or someone other female comes up that he goes bananas for and wants to push her, and
Right.
then that's gonna only draw her. That's only gonna draw her. And Mercedes has been vocal about the booking. If she thought Vince was bad booking, you know what? Like you said, she's gonna get what she deserves if she goes there, because the booking is terrible. Doesn't mean that she comes back to the WWE. They're not gonna make her the biggest superstar, but she has built a legacy in the WWE as a four horsewoman. And she right now could get paid, be a horsewoman, or draw attraction. When they need to tap her on the shoulder, she knows how to fit into that slot and knows that okay, they're gonna push me. I know they're gonna push me. They're gonna elevate me. It all depends on her again. If she wants to make that, it's about the money, the her happiness, her mental health. Because she has mentioned before she walked away because it wasn't meant to be healthy for her. Imagine going to a company where everybody's at strife for one another. They dislike one another. They're politicking. They're trying to jump on the card. They don't like this one. One don't want to use fake glass. The other one's mad because of this. They're so immature. They don't even send you a limo to go get you. They'll change the phone, acting it like children. For this person to go in there is you know that's us listening to it. That's us what stories came out from there, true or not true. They even know even more because they've got people in the business working there. Not they'll know the ins and outs there. Look at Soraya. They bought her like a house of fire, and now where is she really? Not
Right.
being shown, not being used a lot.
Right.
She's, they finally, Doc Sampson cleared her. The only doctor in the whole entire world that cleared her from a broken neck is the AEW doctor. And now she wrestled a couple matches. Didn't look good. She feels like she wrestles like she doesn't trust her body. She wrestles like she's waiting for it to come apart. She don't wrestle the same she does. She wrestles like she's on training wheels, like and like she's scared. She doesn't trust her body, and that's why they kind of push her away. And guys, she's not gonna. At the end of the day, she goes there for more money, make them much money because who are we to tell you not to take the payday? We're
Right.
nobody to tell you not to take
Right.
the money. But if you're talking about you could make this almost the same amount of money in WWE, also be showcased, be pushed, be shown globally, and I know AW is globally as well. But it's just up to her, man. It's just up to her to make that proper decision. As fans, we're still gonna root for Mercedes, no matter what. But then we'll say, you know what? Don't complain when things go bad in AEW. I mean, you knew the devil. You knew what you had over here in WWE. You decided to go over there. I mean, I can't fault you. I
The
can't feel
devil
sorry
you
for you.
know. The
hmm
devil you know. And also,
And
and also, it's not really to me. I think it's more so for her about she's more passionate about just wrestling, man. Just wrestling. Yeah, you go to AEW. Yeah, like you said, it's for the money. Well, I mean, if it's more than just about the money, WWE or New Japan Pro Wrestling, go back there. It's wrestling. It's what you love. It's what you're about. It's where you started at. Year for so far, she's fulfilled both dreams as far as like in wrestling period and in wrestling what she wants to wrestle WWE and New Japan. I don't see AEW as a as a wrestling dream that she would like to fulfill, but I could be wrong. I know I'm not, possibly 95%, but she's passionate about wrestling. Period, bro.
yes, and I'm glad you mentioned that phrase, wrestling dream, because we saw yesterday, Deanna Purrazzo said that was a dream of hers to go sign with AEW. I was like, okay, girl.
Okay.
Okay, it may have been a dream to debut in a big wrestling company in New Jersey. I could believe that because she is from New Jersey. She debuted in that big company AEW in New Jersey in her hometown. Her dad was in front row. Her dad got to see her debut, where the crowd was excited to see her. That I could see could be like a dream come true. In a perfect world, this is a dream come true signing and having this respond. I could see that. Maybe they took that out of content and they put that on a thumbnail and said a dream come true to sign with AEW because not for nothing, you were in AEW. You were actually in Ring of Honor when they first bought it. You got and her and Mercedes Martinez. They were main evented where they had crickets. They main evented a dynamite for the ROH Women's title where Diana lost the women's title to Mercedes Martinez. And they actually have on the batches people in the front row falling asleep. Actually, I wish I was being a clown and joking. People were actually nodding, bro. If you look
Mhm.
at it on AEW botches or ROH botches on Twitter, his handle, he's phenomenal. You look for that, and they were falling asleep. That was your
Mhm.
main event. That was the main event when he decided to close with a woman and he said, "Screw that! I'm never gonna close with a," and that scared the con man. And
Lord.
again,
It's
I'm not.
time
It's
now.
not. It's not shitting on the women because I always said the women have a really good talent roster in AEW. You know, now with Maria May, with Ruby Soho, they just don't give them enough time. There's not enough time in a wrestling show for them. You know, and he wants to give the his audience excellent high caliber matches where again when we're talking about with Vanquinho and Osprey doing all these hot moves and we appreciate it, but he wants to get that every night, and it becomes where it's like it becomes furniture. Oh well, I expect here we go, some flipply floppies and all this. Ooh, wow, okay, the match, no storyline. And people, that's why their ratings don't grow because they give you the same type of ooh ahs every night, every week. There is no euphoria. There is no setup for an excitement. It's always the same. So it's not. It doesn't translate when you give an episodic storytelling. What's next? What if, that's the issue there. Yeah, we saw Ricky Stark working in the heart. We mentioned that about 2 hours ago, I think. But we saw that there. That's a lot to say there with Ricky Starks. Trust me.
The Rock. Wish out.
Hmm.
This is something I want to bring up. Also, we talked about this just a
Hmm.
little earlier, but we didn't really elaborate. All right, so the Rock and Roman, right? Like, think about it. Like, if you're booking this, like, how do you make this story so rich? Like, what are you implementing if you're running, the writing? If you're the writing team, how are you writing this?
The only thing I gotta know, how long is Rock here? Is he for a 2 match commitment, 3 match commitment, or is this a one off? That's
Right.
all. Then from there on, you have to try to come up with some kind of storyline. Is he able to do vignettes or a video package? Is he able to interact on this? Would he be there on a Monday Night Raw or SmackDown live to just be in the ring with a promo or backstage? Or can we do something where digital media exclusive? It all depends on him, man. I wish I could be creative and tell you because I do like I love that. I love being creative. I love um to definitely be creative and have that pencil in my hand, and you know that, Terrence, I love that. And I
Yeah.
just got to know what's the ramification on the Rock. Is he going to be around? Because I will have to involve Ava with NXT now, where Paul Heyman, tries where Ava trying to touch the strings there, where they making a little bit of a life impossible in NXT, where with the bloodline and something, I don't know, something. It all depends again where Rock has to intervene. With my daughter, like something like a Hollywood movie where he saw before, in the San Andreas, something. I wish I could just give you more how we go with it because it just got to know what's Rock availability. That's my first and foremost.
Um. I mean, it. Go. What was your question again? Athletics, so I can like get it.
Basically, I'm saying, like, if you're a writer, like, for this upcoming WrestleMania, like The Rock, like, and Roman for WrestleMania, the build up for that match, like, if you're a writer, how are you like, how are you gonna really
Hmm.
make the story rich? Like, who could you bring in? What guys that are relevant to the story can you bring into the storyline? Just overall, how could you make the build up really really rich?
So I'm kind of with Kevin on this as far as like creative wise, 'cause I don't really have too much on it, but um, I mean like if you can do it, and then it depends on their like how they will go about it as far as the independent scene, like maybe on the way to WrestleMania or even like in between like now and like Elimination Chamber. Not saying that there's gonna be a match there, although it possibly could be. Not really involving Roman, but maybe bring in you maybe bring in have it go throughout NXT too. Maybe kind of incorporate Ava, bring in some of the Anoa'i family members. Jay is on Raw, so I mean like you can still kind of like in a low key type of way you can still stretch it out over both brands. And although Jay is being a face character right now, he can still kind of be behind the scenes, low key, like working for Roman, or like kind of like, if not even like working for Roman, maybe working for the other side, which would be like for The Rock, and just kind of like, you know, talking to him and telling him how Roman does his deal and how that situation like approaches and how it helps himself and how he can like gives him a better chance at defeating Roman and how he can help him help his back, scratch his back, scratch mine, and have on the other side maybe Jimmy and Solo. I mean, it's just honestly, you know, it's so many ways they can go with it because of the fact that they have such a big family outside and inside of the WWE, and it all doesn't really have to have that. You don't have to really have a wrestling match to get to get the gist of everything. You just have to have it's storytelling. Like it doesn't need to be. It's it's basically. I really can't really like give you too much creativity on that. But as far as just like how I'm looking at it is who can get the advantage going into the match and who can get the most coming out of the match as far as like being the tribal chief of the entire family because like I think I said it before as far as Rock being or his father being a high chief, Peter Maivia or something like that. So like he can be like it could be like the high chief versus the tribal chief. I don't know. I can't really break it down as like how I want to, but I think it's just basically fighting for the title of tribal chief, and yeah, you've gone through everybody else, and you've made a big name for the family, but you've done some stuff for the family, but you're the only one that's doing stuff for the family. You're not really like trying to like put everybody else up on your level and having them become world champion or helping them out and like moving them up on top of the card that you're at. Yeah, they've been tag team champions or something like that or whatever, but you know, don't be like selfish. I guess I mean, it takes a minute. It's gonna take a minute. Like we got a whole bunch of time between now and WrestleMania, so I know you give
True.
me your deal. What you think? How would you do it?
Oh, it's just more so. I just feel like being as though this is the final. This will be the final act in the rivalry. You go all out for the build up. You know, this could potentially be the Rock's final match. It's highly likely that this will be his final match. So you go all out for this storyline and just try to also, the story is most important.
Yeah,
But in telling that story, just involve everybody who could be a part of it is possible. Like I try to get Rikishi in there, try to get like we said, the Rock's daughter in there, Roman Reigns, his uncle and his father in there. You know,
for sure.
even just implement as much as you can. Solo, of course, Jimmy and Jay, just and somehow just have them a part of the rivalry. I mean, the build up, just to because it's the final act. You want to go out with a bang. Like we could like from years from now be like, wow, like that was a really rich story. It went on for so long, and the final act was just magnificent. It was explosive. So that's just what my mindset is. Just for the build up for this match. I'm not talking about like if it's of course it's a one off. I'm not talking about if it's many other matches how to build. I'm just talking about this one specific build up.
Okay. Yeah, I mean like yeah, because it's like you said, like go all out, but like it's like it's a lot of ways that they can do that and creatively wise, like looking at how Roman is nowadays and how The Rock has always been, both of them, and even adding Paul Heyman into the mix, and then Triple H, kind of behind the scenes, like all of them, they could. It's so many freaking ways they can pull this thing off. Just look at how it's been going, like for the past what 4 years, and the grand finale is gonna be, bro. It's gonna be like if they do it right, which I'm confident that they will. It's gonna be out of this world, man, for real. It's gonna be something to really, really, really remember.
What if they right? You know how Solo makes a couple appearances back and forth to NXT because he lives in Orlando.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
where Heyman or Solo heads down to Orlando, interacts with Ava backstage, where she's they're trying to kind of recruit or talk. Just it's more Jimmy. Actually, Jimmy fits this more because that's more of his character than being that slimy portrayer. I don't know if Jimmy will, but he comes down to talk to Ava, like trying to be a friend and say, and trying to like the flat or not talk negative about her father, but I feel your pain with the parents. My dad chooses my brother or my brother, my that so and so like that, where I think, like you said, athletic, you have to bring everyone, in it, where you can have Rakishi, but not with the tribal chief, not with Roman and Rock, but kind of like in between the fighting brothers, Jimmy and Jay. I'm trying to get peace there, where you get some digital exclusive. You could do that route there, where it's a seed to be planted that Jimmy's trying to turn Ava, or where the Rock, where she's done, and then have an interaction where she's not really receptive with her dad, or nothing to do with her legacy, whatever. Doesn't I don't acknowledge you, whatever, something along where it kind of hurts. Shit, it hurts. My daughter's rebelling against me, and you're touching the string of, remember, there's always got to be some realism there, that
Yeah.
they have a strained relationship between father and daughter, and the antagonist is either Paul Heyman, or you or Jimmy. Those two fit more the bid than Solo, and because like, trying to say, Solo is going to be the new tribal chief. We'll make sure that you get your career in order. You don't want to be taking orders forever. You want to be part of the giving the orders, something along those lines. And
Right.
then where it's touching the base of the Ananoli family. I mean, that's just now, just thinking while you guys were talking, and I'm looking and trying to piece together at that moment.
Well, I mean, when you remember when they had before Jay um super kicked the crap out of Roman with the whole swerve thing, and that he was gonna stay with him and have the group. You remember they kind of brought like a kind of like real life element to just that promo alone when they was like building up for that Money in the Bank eventual match. Talking about like how Jay was trying to like keep up with Jimmy and the family, and like for years, and they showed like the pictures and stuff, which like
Mm-hmm.
incorporated that realism in it too. So that was just like just something I wanted to bring up. That was like when you was talking about that, I was just thinking about that too. That was bringing in that real life element into the storyline makes for great great television.
Yeah, it's gonna be good, man. WWE is thriving right now with the storytelling. Mostly everything is pretty good when it comes to writing. So I'm sure they're gonna nail this, bro. The Rock. Well, what I was hearing from CM Punk, he got his own little ways he do stuff. So I hope whatever he's bringing to the table ain't too out of there. But I'm sure it's gonna be great though.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
will be. I have faith.
Oh yeah. And trust me, Triple H is basically in charge now. No Vince McMahon, no Kevin Dunn, as Jake pointed out down there in the chat.
Ain't Bruce
So
Pritchard
yeah.
going too, right?
No, Bruce is still
Oh, he's
there.
still there.
Bruce is a valuable commodity there.
I thought he was gone.
No, he's still there. Bruce
What
is
about
still.
um Khan?
No,
Khan.
Nick Khan is very important. Nick Khan is the reason why The Rock is back.
Yeah.
He was there. Yeah, Nick Khan is very important. He's an important. I thought he was. I was like, because they made him like the face of all the releases, but Nick Khan is very important to the success of
Right.
WWE.
And I was kind of looking at Nick Khan like if because this is while Vince was still in charge. I was looking at him kind of like, hey, if when Vince finally says, hey, I'm done. I'm sure he don't want to really give the reins over to Paul Levesque, but he gonna try to give it to Nick Khan because Nick Khan gonna run the company the way he want it to be run. While he's gone, he trusted him in that. Like that's kind of how I was looking at him.
No, now it's TKO's, but they keeping him as part of his deal, as a part of a big important part of the company, along with Paul Levesque. There, they work hand in hand. They're working as long as they continue to work hand in hand well like that. I don't see why they're going to fail right now. There's no proof of it right now. Right now, everyone's getting along. Nick Khan does all the other executive stuff there. The one person I wish would never relinquish her power was Stephanie. Would have loved to have Stephanie there.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
Stephanie is still Paul is still an extension of Stephanie, which is pretty cool because he's in lockstep belief with her beliefs with the women's revolution, have that woman's card being pushed and all that stuff. But it would have been nice to see Stephanie stick around. But maybe I don't know what's the deal now with Endeavor. If she ever were able to return back, I don't know. Don't know. We never say never, but that's the only thing. The only one that I wish that would have. I would have liked seeing that three headed working together between Stephanie Levesque and Nick Khan there. But I think it works.
it definitely
Yeah.
works. Just look at the numbers of almost every pay per view they've been doing, almost sellouts.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers that they're doing as far as like what they said, the highest gates, bro. Almost every freaking PLE is like another history making, record breaking type thing, man. It's insane. That should tell you something right there, right? If WWE ain't doing nothing right, then I don't know what more they can do,
Right.
you know?
Right. They're selling out. They're selling out the gates. Merchandise is great. TV, although they don't use the same, the ratings aren't the same as it was in the Attitude Era with the Nielsen ratings, with the way people consume watching TV. Um, Still high numbers. Can't go wrong with that. And right now everything's thriving. We got now premium live events. The next phase for and I hate to say it for WWE is when NXT Tuesdays go on the road and they go their shows every week from a different location rather than the performance center. But I don't know if that will happen because they have a lot of young kids and they're training them how to be on live TV in front of a crowd. I think that will stay, but I wouldn't be surprised if the day after a premium live event, the Tuesday right after they will be on the road and then they'll call back. You know, like if like for instance Heat Wave, they'll do Monday if they were in the same city as Monday Night Raw, they'll probably stay that Tuesday for NXT taping at that city, and then they'll go back to the taping. I think that's gonna happen eventually with NXT, in my opinion.
Well, they did that before, like before the whole pandemic when they were on the road. Like they had like let's just say like they was in Philadelphia for let's just say a name like Vengeance Day. That next Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever they was having that next NXT taping, I think they're just having it in that same arena, that same state. So they did
Yeah,
it before. Not like I think you know what they did it one time, then they stopped it, then they like started doing it consistently, and then once the whole pandemic thing happened, that's when everything just kind of like shut down. So, but I mean everything happened for a reason. But I'm glad they're starting to pick it back up, and I think eventually they might get back to doing that, which will be should be good.
yeah. You know what? You're right, Justin. Let's do the finals thing because it's a little. I'm a little weary, but prediction for tomorrow's SmackDown. It's gonna be a hell of a SmackDown tomorrow night for the United States tournament. Who wins the United States tournament? Kevin Owens or Mr. Santo Escobar?
Mm, is Kevin Owens still hurt?
Yes, remember we saw him in NXT with that brace on his hand. He punched Grayson Waller in the mouth with it.
I think it. I don't want to say he would lose because of that fact because he's still wrestling. Um, I would. Well, I'll go. I would say Santos, just because Ray's still hurt and they can't really like capitalize off of that storyline right now. Until he gets back, that's when they're gonna have that match eventually between those two. Otherwise, if he wasn't hurt, if it was just like a storyline injury, I would say maybe Rey Mysterio comes back and costs him the match against Kevin, and then Kevin to win. But just picking the match, I would go with Santos against Kevin and Mom.
Kevin, all right, because we saw Grayson Waller, Logan Paul attacking verbally Kevin Owens. Could they be tipping their hand there? Kevin Owens, but also Santo. could say, "Well, I kind of helped you win that United States title by leaving the brass knuckles there." So anywhere you go, there's a storyline where they could hit Athletic. What are your thoughts there? Anywhere they could hit with Santo with the brass knuckles, where Ray hits got nailed and lost his title, and also Kevin Owens and Paul back and forth.
I'm not too well versed on that particular story with Reyes Santos Escobar, but in terms of who I think is gonna win the match, I think Santos is in a decent point in his career right now. I think it's time that he gets an opportunity like that, you know, and he's in a program with Ray. I mean, you know, it's only up for him. Right now, Kevin Owens is hurt, so yeah, I would think he would win the match, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do go with Kevin. Even though he is hurt, it's just you know, it's the unpredictability for me. I don't know, but I'm gonna go with Santos though.
You know what? I like what Jake said. He says, you know what? You wouldn't see last minute Grayson Waller comes out, calls Kevin Owens for interfering and punching him, embarrassing him
Mm.
against Trick Williams. So yeah, I could see where that could be there. You know what? I could see that there. We'll see. Let's go to another match here. And the question is, I think this is gonna open up SmackDown tomorrow. You can have the champion Io Sky taking on Mia Yim, aka Michin. This match I think is going to be a hard hitting, a hell of a match, a banger to open up SmackDown. If they open up with it, I still think Io Sky retains here. I think the numbers game plays a part here. What do you guys think when it comes to Michin, Mia Yim versus Io Sky?
I think they could. I think they have EO win it. The numbers game comes in hand, yeah. But also, I think this is just like another. And I don't. I hate to say it. I could be wrong, but I think this is just like a filler match for EO.
Yes,
Um,
bro.
yeah, because like Meacham, she's a good athlete, but it's like there's not really like she doesn't really have anything like going right now, like storyline wise or something to like kind of get the crowd to be a little bit more interested in her. And also, there's a lot more girls there on the roster that would get that opportunity. But I think as for now, and this is on a SmackDown, granted, first SmackDown of the year, so should be a good match. I'm not like putting it on as a sleeper, but um, I'm seeing EO win this match for sure.
All right, Chris, we talking about tomorrow's New Year's Revolution. Um, we're talking Io Sky Michin, aka Mia Yim. Who do you like in this match? There,
Probably Sky. I mean, she's been proving herself when it comes to competing with the high level stars. So I mean, she's not a fluke. So I'll definitely give her the win.
yeah, I see that there. And tomorrow, do we find out who debuts for the people that Karrion Cross was talking about? Are we going to see those three mysterious people, Chris, that we saw in the promo from Karrion Cross?
I don't know. That's a good question, man. I hope we do. Everybody keep thinking it's the author of the pain.
Ooh, I forgot they were. I forgot they were supposed to be coming back.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll be good.
Arthur Payne or who knows
I
who else?
wonder. I wonder if people like. Of course, I remember them, but I wonder what the reaction would be when they return. Because I mean, their theme music to me is not really memorable. For people like, oh, that's all there's to pay. I mean,
Right,
I don't know.
right.
Like, I wonder what the reaction would be. You know.
Yeah, I don't know what that thing was even, but yeah, I mean, yeah, because we've seen it. Like, we pointed out, we've seen we slowed it down. You look at the promo and stuff. You seen it was them and the old guy, Paul Ellering. So it's like, okay, I think they do it tomorrow. It's the first
And,
SmackDown, so
and we saw Paul entering on NXT in the background. If you saw the last premium live event for Deadline, he was in the background with Fallon Henley and Josh Briggs and Jensen. He was sitting in the background. They were cutting their promos. So I don't know what that means or what, Paul Ellering. But I don't know if they were the three that were supposed to be that Kevin Cross show there. It seems like it, but I wonder what it will be if they will be shown and brought up to spell apart. I don't think Andrade will be at SmackDown. not in Vancouver, not after Charlotte being released from in Birmingham, Alabama. I don't see Andrade because it's in Vancouver, too far away. They gotta bring her back to Orlando from after surgery. Just got out of surgery. I don't see her husband going to Vancouver. Although, and anything could happen in WWE where they could have they could have the Cody bus bring her back home, where it's like a damn apartment. So yeah. But she's gonna want to be with her husband. Is gonna want to be with her muñequita, like he calls her. I don't know. I don't think Andrade. I think it will be Authors of Pain that will make that a moment debut for SmackDown, because they got to put a wow moment now. The Rock was the wow moment, unless if Roman addresses and cuts directly to the promo, which that will be a wow moment because Roman will be there. He will be in Vancouver. He will be addressing the crowd. He didn't say the Rock. He said he's going to address. He's going to speak. Is he going to speak about who is his next opponent, which is going to be the triple threat match here with LA Knight, Randy Orton, and AJ Styles. I'm gonna go with Athletic. Who makes sense to win this, and who do you like?
Repeat the candidates again.
It's AJ Styles, Randy Orton, and LA Knight. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one, bro. Shit. I'm gonna go with LA Knight, bro. I'm gonna go with LA Knight. Yeah, I think. Oh wait, no. AJ just coming back with this. I really don't think it's gonna be Randy. I think he's gonna be in a totally different program. But it's between AJ and LA Knight, bro. I'm gonna give it to LA Knight because I think in the long run, like somehow this whole thing is like gonna become a rival between these three, but more so I feel like with AJ Styles and LA Knight. So yeah, I'm gonna go with LA Knight.
Go ahead, Terrence.
Randy Orton. Just because I want to see that match at Rumble. They haven't had that match since SummerSlam 15, and I've been saying this. They was going to revisit that match before Randy got hurt. It was teaming with Riddle, but he got hurt, so it's like it's long. To me, it's been long overdue.
All right, Chris.
I'm gonna say Randy because I think, like you said something Athletic. I think AJ and LA Knight gonna have a program together.
Yeah,
I kind of see that there too, because all three men have something in common. They wanted to get their hands on the Tribal Chief. Randy Orton, of course, blames the Bloodline for injuring him and getting back fusion surgery on his back, being out at almost a year and a half. Blaming him for that. AJ Styles, they knocked him out when he was supposed to team up with John Cena, and the Bloodline just hurt him backstage, took him out, and he's to the point where he doesn't even want the OCs around him or Mitchum. He wants to be like a lone wolf. He's changing his persona, entering a heel, like similar to Drew McIntyre's story here on SmackDown, where he does an LA Knight who felt like he was cheated or robbed the opportunity of having a fair one-on-one with Roman at Crown Jewel, losing that momentum that he wanted to get, chasing that undisputed title. And then we see AJ knocking LA Knight out because he feels like you don't get in the back of the line, a pecking order. You don't deserve there, and you kind of trying to jump him ahead of him in the card. And I could see where you could, like you said, Chris, AJ and LA Knight, because AJ attacked LA Knight first on that, and it was kind of weird because all three men, instead of standing united to go after all three Bloodline member, you're fighting amongst each other. So I could see that there. Whereas Randy Orton will make, you remember Randy Orton was supposed to fight Roman Reigns 2 SummerSlams ago, and it didn't happen because of the injuries and the whole thing with Cody with the pecs and all that stuff. And that was supposed to be one of the either for their SummerSlam or carded Wales, but it was always being Drew McIntyre in carded Wales for Roman, but it was supposed to be SummerSlam Randy Roman at Royal Rumble. That's gonna pique the big interest for people in Tampa for that Royal Rumble. Whoa, that Randy just got back. Yeah, that's box office.
Yeah,
What do you so
very much.
yeah? What do you guys think? If that happens, which actually, let me ask that better main event, Roman, AJ, because I know that's a nostalgia. Roman and AJ, have we seen that before, guys? Roman and AJ.
Yeah,
Um,
like about 3 times. I'm
yeah,
sure. Yeah, about 3 times.
but not like in the. I don't think in the Tribal Chief era. I don't think.
No, no, not no, no.
Yeah, I
That's
think that
that's
was
so it's kind of fresh because it felt like Roman has evolved, and then
Right.
AJ's trying to jump and evolve himself. I mean, interesting.
and then we've seen the other match already with him and LA Knight. Um,
Yeah,
so it's
well,
like,
that's recently in our mind, so I don't
yeah,
know if they'll want to revisit that. I don't. That's why I don't think NNA doesn't have a chance.
I wanna hear Roman say, so my cousin wants to get be the head of the table, huh?
That's going to be
hmm,
fun. Let me ask that. When would that Roman speak? Do you open the show with Roman speaking, or would you go with the women? Because we've seen the women open up, or do you go at the crossover hour? Roman at nine
Chief
o'clock.
Tribal Chief enters the show. Tribal Chief starts the show. As soon as we
Okay,
come back, you already know that. As soon as you see that, you know that camera shot. As soon as they show that camera shot, you know what time it is.
that's fine because now you could still go backstage to show either his loft is his area where either
Hmm.
where Paul Heyman starts putting some things in action, or Nick Aldis comes in and they're showing a little bit of clash between them or tension between Aldis and Roman.
Yeah,
I could see where you could open up a Roman and then you have that building through the whole night with some segments. I could see that. I could
and
see
then you
that.
end it with the triple threat match, as I feel like they're gonna do anyway. Uh,
That is main event worthy to close the show.
yeah,
Especially if he brings up the Rock.
oh yeah. I feel like if he doesn't say something about him tomorrow,
I hope he does
next
though.
time he comes back, he's gonna address it because he's gonna think like he's gonna like if he doesn't say it tomorrow, he's gonna try to make like everybody forgot about what the Rock said, and then like the next time he shows up, he'll kind of like bring it up in like a little like concealed way or whatever. And they're like, oh, kind of like what just happened to Raw. That crowd was buzzing as soon as he said that. Head of the table, man.
And I can't wait for that, man. I want to see how Roman Reigns tops his entrance from 39. He better have the same exact entrance. I don't even care, bro. I gotta see that entrance again,
Bro,
bro. That shit was.
Oh,
Woo.
with the
legendary.
violins or with the
Yeah, with the
with the
pianos.
Yeah,
violins or pianos,
I wa-
piano.
piano,
yeah,
yeah.
I watched that at least 2 times, 4 times this week, bro.
That's
This is crazy.
Legendary, bro. Legendary.
Yeah,
yes. All right,
And
so
you notice when he came out, like when the music played, they all stood up, and then when he did the pose with
the
it,
pianist,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And I
hmm
did
yes,
realize that they stood
yeah.
right up
yes,
after that.
that
And then
was
as he walked
nice.
back
Like,
down the ramp, then that's when they sat back down and started playing again. I was like, yo,
Yeah, that was nice. That was phenomenal. That was awesome. That was
yeah, he. A lot of people were like, oh yeah, I knew. Like at that, I thought Cody was gonna get the rub, but once he came out with that thing, with that entrance, I was like, oh, there ain't no way he losing.
no way
Now,
you losing.
yeah, I wasn't thinking like that. I still thought Cody was gonna win, but shit, man, I was. A lot of people was in crowd. A lot of people was in the crowd, like in shock, like the Undertaker streak just broke again. I was like, damn, like we all thought, like a lot of
Yeah,
us at least.
yeah,
that one. No,
Crazy.
that was yeah, that was
That
shocking.
was that was good though. Like in retrospect, like that moment, like it was still like it ended the like we ended the night on like a shock, you know, like even though it
yeah.
wasn't what a lot of people wanted, it was still good at the end of the day. Like damn, it was something to talk about.
I
Because if
remember.
Cody had won, it's like we knew that, like we just got swerved, so it was
I
better that
know.
way.
I know. Chris was with me on the watch along. You remember what I said, Chris? When after I said Cody lost,
Yeah.
I say he's hard times. I said it right on. He
hmm
lost it. He's gonna go through hard times. This is not. Don't worry. He lost, but it was done on purpose. Because he's
So
gonna go through hard times.
I wanted to ask this when I first joined. So what was the news for Triple H?
the three pay-per-views
Oh,
in Toronto. The
yeah.
Okay.
two premium live events with NXT Heatwave as well as
Okay.
Money in the Bank and SmackDown all in Toronto on that big weekend in the summer in
Okay.
Toronto. That was a big announcement.
It's a big deal.
That's a
You
big
know what I
deal.
mean?
Big deal.
I'll say this: if Cody's not in the money in the bank, especially being in Toronto, I could see Sammy winning it.
That's what everyone was saying.
Yeah.
Sammy's a favorite for Money in the Bank, but what does that do? That's another thing I wanted at. Cody. Everybody wants to run and give Cody the world title. So who's his next opponent? What's the story next? Who steps up? Like it's easy to take the title off of Roman, and then what? And then everybody loses interest because Cody's reigns ain't that. You got to have another guy to step up who is going to be microwave hot to be the first opponent for Cody. That would have been great if Cody would have won the at WrestleMania, and then Brock will be the first one, like out of nowhere at 5 of them instead of cheering him. But I still like the way they did it with Brock and Cody. No one expected that on the Monday night after Raw when Roman is standing in the ring there and like, oh damn, nobody expected that. But who will be the next guy if Cody were to finish his story? I mean, you gonna put Punk?
Nah, not yet.
Exactly.
No.
Nah, not that one yet. Mm-mm.
McIntyre?
Randy?
What you talking about? Like after he beats Roman?
Let's say everything goes where Elimination Chamber. Cody goes to WrestleMania, beats Roman, champion, first night of Monday Night Raw. Who's the first person to step up to Cody? You know what? Maybe you're right, Terrence. Where instead of celebrating, you get a Viper RKO.
Yeah. Either Randy or Gunther.
Gunther's on SmackDown. Gunther's on Raw. Makes sense. Remember, Cody gonna have to go to. Oh wait, where Cody goes to SmackDown automatically by winning
Oh,
that
yeah.
title.
Yeah,
Cody,
yeah,
Yeah.
Cody
yeah,
goes to
yeah.
SmackDown by winning that title. It will probably be Randy Orton.
Mm.
Yeah.
Or
That's
LA
too
Knight.
quick though.
Then you're turning LA Knight heel, though, Chris.
You can see it with the whole situation with AJ.
Hmm.
Mm,
Or AJ.
Especially, well, yeah, I'm about to say, or AJ. That'd be a good match, though, him and AJ.
I think it'll be AJ, the first heel, and then building up where it's
Oh
Randy.
yeah, that'd be
Or,
nice.
ooh, Cody and AJ. Hmm.
or
Damn, I
maybe
might look at that.
by then we'll know if Nick Aldis is a competitor back at no longer the
Dude,
GM.
that would be a hell of a match.
Of course, I think everybody wants to see
Yeah.
Aldis and Cody again, and or you never know. Let's say what if, and this is the final one because we got. I get it. I've been up early since 6 for that Wrestle Kingdom, so I didn't take a nap, so a little fatigue. What if let's say MJF does come on? I mean he's not gonna fight for the title right away, but that's a wrinkle of different people swinging around and or other competitors. It's crazy.
Um,
Or you know who else I was thinking too? I don't know when he can make his return, but like I said, it's one of Triple H's guys. What about Andrade?
Yeah, we thought about people. I know Ben said maybe Andrade for Friday Night SmackDown. I don't think Andrade comes this Friday because
No, 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 no,
Charlotte
no.
Charlotte
Yeah,
again was just out of a surgery in Alabama. I don't know if he's gonna go all the way to Vancouver, so far away with his wife. Just got out of surgery. I don't know, and he just left the other company. Maybe he says there is no non compete, but maybe he waits for the Rumble. I don't know.
yeah. Or
yeah,
wait till Charlotte
yeah.
come back.
That's a long time. 9 months.
I know.
Long time.
I mean, hey, you never know. I'm just saying,
No, but hey, that's why when we were talking about that, right, Terrence, on the end. No, you weren't me on the NXT line. We were on the NXT line with the other wrestling fans. There, was saying,
yeah,
you know what, and Drake sends for Andrade to return to the WWE because even if he does take a short stint. Oh, here's the thing we were asking. Let me ask this one: Andrade in NXT will. That's why we thought he was going to be the third person instead of Carlito or Bad Bunny, whatever the case was, because he could be in NXT for a short time, a couple months while he could have his cake and eat it too. Get some wrestling bumps, get into the wrestling world, help out NXT, and also while Charlotte is ready to rehab, could bring her back and forth to Performance Center with the doctors and the facility, and he could still work and don't have to and travel within that area. Terrence, that's what we thought. Maybe Andrade might make a run in NXT, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Nah, I think he's gonna go straight to the main roster.
I mean, he could. He could still. It's still a chance.
Ooh, breaking news!
Hold up, what?
Breaking news! Right there, read it. It's about time.
He's been a free agent.
But he looks like he's gonna finally show up on TV. Could he be one of those people there in the vignette promos?
Last one, surprise 5.
Last one, surprise 5 for the Rumble. Surprise for the Rumble.
Well, I know Sasha probably gonna be one of them.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too.
I'm heartbroken. My girl signed with AEW. Man, what the hell?
Should be alright.
He said she'll be alright.
No, she ain't gonna be alright. She gonna get boxed and get hurt over there.
We did something like that stuff too.
I mean, she I don't know. She made that deal. She got it. She made more money. She's gonna make a lot of money. She's gonna make a lot of money. She doesn't have to travel to Nashville for tapings because the TNA is a lot of Nashville for she's just gonna have to go once a week, Wednesday whatever town that's in, and then she could work whatever pay-per-view if they put her on. That's it. Less travel.
Well, so I think Naomi's gonna be another one.
Tyra Valkyrie, Tyra Valkyrie ain't doing nothing but ROH. So I think Naomi will be back. I think they both will be back. To be honest with you, I mean, it's like they would be surprised. It's a chance for both of us to go back. I mean, we're gonna get paid. We're getting back. We did what we need to do. They return.
There is no way Triple H is now in charge of WWE, and she decides, oh no, I want more money. I want this. I want that. And that's the reason why she's not. I just don't believe that. She's been waiting for Triple H to get in charge. It ain't no way they didn't come to an agreement. I don't believe that.
No. You're right. No, you're right. She's been waiting for Triple H to be in charge. Because her and Triple H got a that respect and that relationship with each other.
Dude, the lasting image is Triple H giving her that big ass bouquet of flowers.
In the last image on Instagram, I saw a picture of her in the ring. You seen that picture behind her was a Triple H on the poster.
Exactly. He's a Triple H child. She's a Triple H child. Hill, we're gonna come off. We've been on for over 5 hours. Hill, I wish you would have told us that earlier, but we're gonna end it here. Be honest with you, because it's been a long night. Definitely, Terrence got to work up in the morning and all that stuff. And I watched Wrestle Kingdom, so I'm a little weary. So, want to thank everyone. This is a great conversation. We're gonna have a couple more conversations here. We'll be on tomorrow for the SmackDown watch along. Definitely, we appreciate it. You guys were freaking awesome. You guys, again, don't forget to hit the like. Take a moment there, hit the like, subscribe. We'll see you next time. We'll see you later, guys. Peace out.
Acknowledge me.
Not tonight.
So shut up. Los Angeles, Brooklyn, Montreal, the whole world.
Oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling for my
Acknowledge